Morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and it's 7 o'clock and it is of course the 11th of August, Tuesday, and we have got plenty to do. My hair, which I just spent quite a lot of time fixing, seems to have gone mad again. I mean, how does it go mad from walking from the mirror where I fixed it to where we are now? See, that bit's there you go. Yeah, don't know. Lee, now Lingham's here. Lee, nice to see you. You always look so well coiffed and well sort of presented. How do you do that?
Well, that's the short hair, Mike.
Short hair, yeah. So you're saying I should get my hair cut? Is that what you're saying? Anyway, listen. There's lots and lots of stories to talk about this morning. We are in day 2 of Andy Burnham's cost of living tour. So far, we haven't seen much about what he's been doing on his cost of living tour, and all I know is that every time I go and buy anything, the cost of living seems to have gone up.
Seems to have gone up.
I can tell him that, of course. I could help him out. I could just say, look, don't worry about doing your cost of living tour. Just come into the Mike Graham Show studio, and we'll talk you through exactly how much everything's costing everybody, which you don't have to worry about because you get everything paid for by the taxpayer. You complete scumbag.
By the taxpayer, and his wife's company does okay.
Wife does as well. You know, his kids, no problem at all. I mean, this guy has never had to put his hand in his pocket to actually make any money whatsoever since the beginning of time, because his only ever job has been working for the public sector.
Which is part of the problem, right?
It is part of the problem.
As we always say.
It is massively part of the problem. And of course, what we also know is that last week, I think, well, just before he went on holiday, actually 2 weeks ago, he stood on the White Cliffs of Dover. Do you remember?
Oh, yes.
In fact, we should probably try and resurrect that clip where he stood on the White Cliffs of Dover and said that he was going to be relentless in his pursuit of this people smuggling gangs, and how he didn't say he was going to smash the gangs because he's learned from his predecessor's mistake. But on the front page of this morning, I mean, an incredible picture of a boat, which is not so much of a boat as a kind of a Boeing 737 on the water. The day small boat crisis became a big boat crisis. This is the picture here. You can see all the various different incarnations over there. But how about that? Look at the size of that boat, right? The Sun has actually been quite clever, and they've done it. The boat is so big that they've had to go not only on the front page, but also on the back page. As well. because that's how many people are on it. 230 migrants on a 49-foot mega dinghy. The craft holds more than an EasyJet flight. It's going to cost us £25 million in tax for all of these people to come into this country. And I don't know whether you have a magnifying glass, Lee, but if you look closely and see all the people on the boat, can you see any women?
Well, they might identify as women.
No, I'm afraid not. No, I'm not having that. No, I don't see any women. They're all young men, right? And on the other side, look at them. They all look African as well. You know, forgive me for making assumptions that I shouldn't possibly be accused of making. But this is I don't want to swear. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It's a complete joke. For them to stand on the White Cliffs of Dover and say, we're going to be relentless, we're going to crack down, and also all these bozos on the left who go, yeah, but don't you realise that the number of people crossing is down?
Yeah,
it's only down.
There's only 20,000.
It's only down because last year was a particularly high peak year. Now, something like 2,700 people have travelled to this country by small boats or big boats or whatever, middle-sized boats, since Andy Burnham was Prime Minister. So actually, under him, if the rate continues, it will be higher than it was last year, and it will be higher than it was in 2023.
Of course it will. And even if, let's assume for a second, he's even partially successful.
Yeah.
And he cuts it in half.
What you mean with his relentless
with
activity?
His absolutely relentless, I don't know, whatever.
His campaign.
Yes, he's tweeting it out. I think Labour think that if you put out a statement, it magically happens. But even if he was successful and cut it in half, we're still talking about 25 or 30,000.
Yeah.
Let's not even pretend that reducing it ever so slightly is a success. It is, and as it says, look, one boat, 25 million.
Yeah.
And I think that just might be the first year, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, now that they've clearly, the thing about these the migrant boat smugglers is they're very good businessmen, right?
Of course they are.
If you were to analyse a business model to say to anybody who was a budding entrepreneur in a business school in London, you'd go, this is the business model you should be following, because these guys have managed to make a complete and utter laughing stock of all of the so-called rules that they're not supposed to be breaking. They've made a laughing stock of the French police. police, of the gendarmerie. They've been a laughingstock of the French Coast Guard, laughingstock of the British Coast Guard, the RNLI. They just keep making money because they're making a fortune. Imagine how much money they've made putting 230 migrants on one boat.
Yeah.
One boat.
One boat.
Now imagine if even if they're not paying physically £5,000, you've got a statistician's brain.
And this is the
statistician's brain. If they're not paying £5,000 a time, they will be going into debt to the tune of £5,000 and working in the black market to pay that off.
Yep.
What is 5,000 times 230? By my calculation, we're go on.
There we go.
I'd say it's around about 1.2 million.
Is it 1.2 million on one
Save my
boat?
maths at 7
So
a.m.
one boat. So this is a £1 million boat.
£1 million boat.
Right.
There you go.
I would have made that the headline.
Right.
The £1 million boat.
In fact, I think that is a new headline. I don't think anyone's taken.
I mean,
that line
this is
of it.
why I'm cleverer than any of these people working in the Sun.
Right.
You know, not so small boats crisis. Well, that's fine. £1 million boat is a better headline, isn't it?
better.
Yep.
Much better. That's why I don't work there anymore. I'm too clever. £1 million boat.
£1 million boat, a few of them a day. You know what? 10, 15 of
Well,
those a week.
all you got to do is
so-
send 3 of those a week. You made £3 million.
Right. And
Result happiness, as Mr. Mike Colber would say.
and if they smash a gang
Yeah.
and manage to get lucky.
They haven't smashed any
Right.
gangs.
Well, this is
When
the
was
thing.
the last time
But
they
even
smashed
if,
a
even
gang?
if they smashed a gang, all that happens is someone else will take the place, and then they can charge more.
The only thing Keir
because
Starmer
it's more
smashed
dangerous.
is something we can't talk about. We can't talk about what he smashed. That's all I know is that he didn't smash any gangs.
He definitely didn't smash
Right.
any gangs, and he is purely just friends
What about
with,
smuggling rings? Did he smash any of those? Did he smash any of those? Can we say that? No, but the point is that, you know, this is a joke now. Let's remind ourselves. We got it, I think.
you got the clip?
Elena's here. Elena, can you play us that, the most recent Charlotte clip, which is Andy Burnham on the White Cliffs of Dover. Let's see what he's got to say.
Of crossings is down by 50% this year compared with the same period in 2025, and the month we've just had, July, has been the lowest number for 6 years of people crossing. So clearly progress is being made, but we're not complacent, and it's why I am here. It's why I've come down on Sunday to see the team, to listen to what they think needs to be done, what further can be done. So we're just going to be relentless. People want to see this issue addressed. I heard that on the doorsteps in Makerfield, but we also need to build a system that offers safe routes for people as well, because that also takes away the selling point of the gangs. So on every level, we've got to come at this, but crucially, increasing the enforcement activity. So there's been a doubling of enforcement officers through the National Crime Agency on the UK side of the Channel, and French specialist officers are now similarly doubled in number, working on the beaches over there. So a big ramping up of activity this summer. It's having results, but we are not complacent. Much more needs to be done.
You mentioned there about safe and legal routes. Do you want to change the tone of this debate?
We have to deal with the issue rather than play politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, grip it, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance to the public. The public don't like the idea that the border looks like it's not controlled. We need to bring back that control, but also we need to offer support for people who genuinely need it. It's about changing the whole approach, and slowly but surely we are putting in place those building blocks of a very different approach to this issue. It's working, but there's more to be done.
So once again, Andy Burnham proving himself to be completely and utterly useless, right? The Mail have done a really good comparison, right? How the mega dinghy compares. Boeing 737-800 has 189 seats.
So is that 1.2 of them?
So yeah, so you need more than one Ryanair flight if you were putting all these migrants on a flight, because it only holds 189. There's 230 people on here. A Ford Transit minibus, 18 seats have they got, so you need 13 Ford Transit minibuses to get them all here. A VW Touran people carrier only takes 7 people. You need 33 of those, right? A double-decker bus takes 82, so you need 3 double-decker buses. So when you're trying to understand exactly how many people are coming here, it's 3, and this is probably the easiest way to think about it, 3 double-decker buses full of people on one dinghy, right? And I'm sick to death of hearing from people who are so-called, care in the community types who say, oh, these people are risking their lives, it's really dangerous. Well, apparently not, because yes, occasionally people die, but not very often.
Not very often.
And so when you've got 230 people who get from point A to point B and none of them fall in the water, none of them drown, I would say the chances of you not getting to your destination are very, very small. And actually, it's not a very dangerous way to travel at all. Is it?
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, you're a statistician, right? If you were to work out what the statistics were on the numbers of people, if you think about, say, I don't know, what have we had coming here on small boats since the beginning? I think it's about 130, 140,000.
Yeah,
something like that, right?
No, I think that's
yeah, it could be 130, 140,000 since it began, right? 3 or 4 years ago. Because some of the other papers have done some quite good, I think the Sun might have done it, quite a good comparison on the small boats in terms of how small they were and now how big they are, because they've gone from something like the first boats used to carry like 7 or 8 people, like and then they went up to sort of 20, then they went up to 30, then they went up to 100, and now we've got 230 coming.
It's a good business model. They're reinvesting their profits in bigger boats, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. So, but if you think about it, if you think about the numbers of people that have come, and you call it 130,000, say, for sake of argument. 130,000. The number who have died is probably less than 10.
It feels
like
that
certainly less than 20.
It feels like that in terms of headlines.
It's certainly less than 20.
I'll tell you what I'd be interested in terms of the stats going on that line of thought.
Yeah.
Is how many were killed on the boat versus falling off of the boat.
Yes.
Because we've seen some stories as well of, women or children being,
we had the story last week, didn't we? 3 or 4 women who were found dead because they'd been literally trampled to death. And apparently they all died at the same time from a heart attack, according to the authorities.
Yeah.
Slightly surprising. You've also got the actual number of arrivals under Burnham, 2,773. So how he can stand on the cliffs of Dover and talk about how he's going to be relentless in his pursuit of these people, it's a joke. Well, it's a complete joke.
And the key word,
the guy's taking the mickey out of the people of this country,
he's
right?
Taking the mickey, and again, he said he's going to be relentless, and he also said the word safe and legal routes.
Yes.
And look, I have sympathy for genuine refugees. I think the majority of British people.
I don't have any sympathy for them.
No, not these people. I'm talking about genuine refugees.
No, I don't have. I don't have sympathy for genuine refugees either.
Right.
Do you know what? You know why? Because we're full up. We had this conversation yesterday. Do you know what? Here's the thing. How do you fix the problem like Maria? How do you fix the problem in Britain? Send them all back to where they came from. You know, if you came here from Pakistan, bugger off. If you came here from, I don't know, Sri Lanka, get lost. I know that, you and your family came here from many, many miles away. You came here, however, to seek a fortune, to live a life which was legal, to live a life which was going to be beneficial to our country. Fine. Absolutely no problem at all. You are very welcome to be here. And of course, you're as British as I am. I get that, right? So make no mistake, I'm not being horrible.
No.
But there are 500,000 people, probably 1 million people.
Oh, it's 1.2, I think.
That I could name, right? Physically name in the past 2 years who have come to this country who don't belong here, who don't have any interest in contributing to our wonderful society, and who should, quite frankly, bugger off.
Yep. And look, I get your thought. And where I was going with my comment is, if you actually sit down with any first-generation immigrant that actually came from one of these places, they will be the first to tell you that these people are not genuine refugees. Yeah. I don't understand.
No, of course they're not.
And I live in Tower Hamlets. Like, you talk to anyone, everyone. You talk to somebody who is the most, traditional, Bangladeshi bloke or whatever there. They were out protesting as well against the illegal immigrant hotels. They don't want them here either because they know.
Gives them a bad name.
And it's not just gives them a bad name. They know these are not genuine refugees.
Right. Yeah.
It is absolutely ridiculous. And if for some reason we decided we wanted to go down the safe and legal route, all we should do is what a common sense person would do, and this is the home of common sense, is just run an audit of the country.
Yeah.
How many spare houses do we have? How many spare school places? How many spare hospital beds? Do we have enough police?
Well, the answer to all of those questions is
going to be
we don't
not
have
enough.
Zero.
At which point, then you have your number, you can't let any in.
Yeah.
And then if these, hugger refugee lefties really want to open up these safe and legal routes, Well, then make sure there's enough houses and schools and things so that, nothing is affected and you can actually do it. And in order to do that, we'd actually have to fix the country in the first place and get what we want anyway. So, there are ways to be compassionate.
I mean, this is the other thing that, the lawyers of this country, who are all, to a man, left-wingers, right? Yeah. What we should have is a bunch of right-wing lawyers who go to the European Court of Human Rights and say, look, here's the situation. We have got a housing crisis, we have got a health crisis, we have got a traffic crisis, we have got too many people living on our island. We need from you, as the European Court of Human Rights, to tell those people who are coming here that they have no right to come here because simply there isn't any room. And the human rights of the people who live in this country are actually being affected by the invasion which is coming here from around the world. And I'm sure that if you were a clever enough lawyer, you could make that argument and you could probably get a ruling from the European Court of Human Rights who would say, actually, you're right, let's not have any more people come in. And that's the kind of intelligent, what I would say intelligent sort of policy making that I want to see from a government in this country, but they're not intelligent enough. Instead, they just go, oh, we can't do that. I mean, yesterday, Nigel Farage unveiled what it was that they were going to do in order to kick people out of this country. If they weren't going to go home to their place of origin, they were going to take them to El Salvador, right? Now, what we didn't get was anybody saying, well, that's a good idea. Instead, what we got was, oh, you can't do that.
Yeah,
even people on GB News were saying, I'm like, hang on a minute, you're supposed to be on our side. They were going, oh, well, the European Court of Human Rights is not going to allow that. I'm not interested in what they're going to bloody well allow. Get the hell out of our country, and if you don't like it, you're going to El Salvador.
And there was
Simple.
And there was someone, I don't know which journalist it was, but I watched that press conference, and there was a journalist who asked the question of, well, once you've deported the foreign criminal and they've served their service in El Salvador, are you going to let them come back? And it's just like, what world do these people live in?
Right.
I don't understand.
Oh, they won't like that because they're not very nice prisons. I heard a guy, a human rights lawyer on TV yesterday saying, oh, well, the thing is, the El Salvador prisons are not up to British spec, so we can't send them there. Well, sorry about that. They'll just have to deal with it. But they're at least as good as the places where they've come from. If you're coming here from, Somalia or Eritrea or Sudan or South Sudan, the prisons aren't very nice there either. But I'll tell you what, you're going to go to El Salvador and you're going to suck it up and you're going to sit there. And if it happens that you're going to get raped 55 times a day, that's your problem. Yep. You shouldn't have come here illegally.
And there's a very, very...
I don't care.
And there's a very, very easy solution for how these people can avoid ending up in an El Salvadorian prison where the conditions might not be enough.
Just don't get on a boat. Don't commit crime and don't come on a boat that holds 230 migrants. I mean, it's just disgusting. What are we, like the dustbin of the world? This is what we've become. All these bozos think that it's great to come to Britain because they know they're going to get free food, free lodging. They might even make some money driving around for Deliveroo or, whatever it is, Uber Eats. These people should not be here. It's as simple as that.
They shouldn't
They are
be here.
scumbags. They're running away from something. They're more than likely to be criminals. I mean, we had another one yesterday, an Afghan bloke of 28 years of age who groomed a girl of 14, met her pretending to be a 14-year-old boy and raped her, right? Her life has now been ruined. He's been sent to prison. He came here from a foreign country with the specific intention of raping young British women. I'm not having it. I'm not interested. That alone should mean that we have a policy now where we go, if you're from Afghanistan, don't come here. Just don't. And everybody who's here from Afghanistan, you can all go home. Yeah, that's what we should do. And surely to God.
And
I'm sorry to be so wound up about this, but I can't help it. I've had enough. I've literally had enough.
And while I wouldn't necessarily use the same language, like in terms of the looking at it data-led, right, is we can talk about foreign nationals. The reality is we are not having issues with people from Sweden or people from Japan.
No.
Right? And so a sensible immigration policy would look at, like in Singapore, for example, if you're from Pakistan, you're going to have a bloody hard time getting a visa. Right? Because
so how do they do it in Singapore? How do they refuse people entry? How do they do it?
You're not, basically, unless you have absolutely exceptional circumstances and you happen to be the CEO of Coca-Cola in Pakistan, you're not getting a visa pretty much.
Do people arrive there on planes and try and get in? They just don't come?
No, don't come. And if you do come, you will be on the next plane back.
Yeah. And that's my point as well, because that's what we don't do. We allow these people to arrive. We allow them to then be sucked into the community. We give them a house, or we put them in an HMO, or we put them in a bloody hotel. and then they're here, and they know that, and that's why there's 230 of them on one bleeding boat.
And it all comes back to incentives. Like they have Singapore, small island, but
I'd literally blow them out of the water. Sorry, I mean, I would. I mean, look at what they're doing in Greece. They're firing on migrant boats, right?
They are firing
to
on
keep them
migrant
from
boats.
coming anywhere near their shores. The same thing happens with the French. The French fired on Chris Philp. I mean, I don't blame him for that, to be honest, because he's a bit of a wanker.
He choked on my coffee.
Sorry, but you know, I mean, people are agreeing with me this morning. They know that I'm wound up. They know that I'm, you know, annoyed, because I am, because we've had enough. You know, I don't want to keep reading these kinds of stories.
We
I
don't
don't want to
read them.
see how many, you know, people can cram themselves onto a boat. What's next? Are they going to have 500 person dinghy? It's ridiculous.
Oh, there'll be 500 person. They're
You
going
know,
to have cruise ships.
How
Mike.
much
They're
worse?
saving up for a cruise
How
ship.
much worse does it have to bloody well get before these poxy, you know, MPs and governments get to it and sort it?
And the only way it changes is with a reform government, because the other party, they don't want to stop this. If you wanted to stop it, we saw during COVID, right? You know that the government can't get anything done.
Yeah, but do you remember what happened in COVID, right?
So all
Do
of
you
a
remember
sudden
what
they had all of these...
The only people who could travel between Britain and France were on migrant boats. Do you remember that? Right?
Actually, yes.
They stopped us from going to continental Europe.
Yep.
They stopped us from travelling. They stopped us from going on holiday. I couldn't go and see my own mother, who lived in America for 2 years, right? 2 bloody years I didn't see my poor mother, who was desperate to see me because of these poxy, useless rules made by the poxy, useless government of Boris Johnson, who said, oh, you can't get on a plane anywhere, you might spread COVID. Well, meanwhile, these bozos were coming across in dinghies by the bloody 100.
They were. And I had the same thing. You know, my daughter was born during COVID, and part of why I came back to the UK is my dad had basically never met his granddaughter.
Yeah.
But during that time, the government all of a sudden found out it could change policies and build computer systems in like 4 weeks.
Yeah.
So it can be done if there is a will and a clear direction.
Yeah.
To do this, if they wanted to stop these boats, they could end it within a fortnight.
Surely to
They
God,
have
there
no
must be
interest in
something
doing so.
that has to be done. I mean, this is an embarrassment to Britain. It looks ridiculous. I mean, we are the laughing stock of the world right now. Andy Burnham should be ashamed of himself. Do you know what he's doing? He's going around saying, oh, if you've got a subscription to Apple or the Daily Mail online, I'll help you to get rid of it. I'll help you to cancel it. Never mind the bloody subscription, you complete twats. Let's get the bleeding migrants stopped from coming. Have they got subscription? Maybe give them a free prescription or subscription. You know, unbelievable.
And this is how you know interns really run the country, right? Whatever political party, because you had to be an intern to sit there and go, you know what would really help the country with the cost of living? What if they could cancel their subscriptions?
Yeah.
Because no one can apparently do that themselves.
I've got this from Mark, a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
Boat migrants exceed 200,000 since 2018.
There you go.
If it's £5,000 a head, it's £1 billion for the smugglers. £1 billion.
Yeah. And
that's what we're up against.
Yeah, Zach Balansky will now be arguing to legalise that so that he can tax the rich.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Nowhere photographer has been brilliant this week. He's been out there in Calais filming and showing us how the French are not stopping any of it. What's to stop you putting a bleeding bullet in every single one of these dinghies? Right? If you're the French gendarmerie and you've got a gun and a pistol, you fire it right into that bit there. You see that bit there, which is right in the front? You fire a bullet into that and it goes psh, and they all go into the water.
Right.
The end.
The end.
Right.
Obviously.
Some of them might drown. Oh,
Yeah.
really?
And
Or maybe you should have gotten
And under French
water
law,
then.
you then go to prison for a very long time.
No.
Is it in France if you?
No, because if it's in shallow enough water, because they've got to start in shallow water. But, if they drown in shallow water because they can't swim, because apparently some of them can't swim. I'm sorry. That's just par for the course. That's just what happens. If you don't know how to swim, you shouldn't be getting on a boat.
And why don't they do this before they even get to the bloody water? Like that's it's just I don't understand any of it. It's all so. I look at almost every problem this country has. The solutions are so glaringly obvious and simple.
Yeah.
It just takes leadership and political will to do this. But the people who are making these decisions with the boats, they inherently believe these are all genuinely innocent refugees who have no choice but whatever, and they have to be helped.
They're not innocent refugees, right? They look like dangerous scumbags who are likely to be raping young women and wandering around, marauding around in high streets up and down the country, stealing from people. Simple as that. I'm sorry to say that that's a bit of a generalisation, but what they're not doing is coming here to be surgeons or engineers, or they're not going to work for the Met Office, are they? Going, oh, it's going to be a very hot summer, I think. What do you think? I'm from Eritrea, and I'm a real expert on the global warming. No, that's not going to happen. They're not going to become pilots for EasyJet, are they? Well, they're not going to become bloody, bus drivers. Or maybe actually they are going to become bus drivers because they keep crashing the buses in London, and there's a reason for that. But these are not people who are helping this economy. All right?
Yeah, again, very, very hard to disagree with the conclusions. But Darren Jones will tell you that is a picture of women and children.
Sorry, who?
Oh, is it
who?
Darren Jones? Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
I mean, he's like one of the forgotten, isn't he? He's like one of the disappeared. I've been watching a show about the disappeared in Northern Ireland called Say Nothing, which is a great show, by the way, on Channel 4. It's not a Channel 4 show, but they bought it and they've been putting it out. And it's all about these people who just disappeared. And so Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer, Darren Jones, all of those same people who used to run the government. It's as if they never existed.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about them anymore. Instead you've got Andy Burnham going, I'm a circuit breaker, me, and so here's me breaking a circuit. And I've found somebody black to do it with as well, which is really good, because if I'd done it with somebody white, I might have been given a hard time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come round to your house. But first they're going to vet the house to make sure that they don't dislike me, and then they're going to warmly welcome me and give me a cup of tea, and they're going to say, oh, Andy, you're just like me, you're just like everybody else, and you're such a lovely man, and what you're going to do is you're going to cancel my subscription to Mail Online. Thank you very much indeed, Andy. Unfortunately, I haven't eaten for 6 days because I haven't got any fucking money. I mean, what is wrong with these people?
I get it. And
Sorry for swearing. I'm a bit wound up this morning. This has wound me up.
I think this winds up most of us. But it's and the sad thing about what you just said, Mike, is as we discussed last week, it's working on the general public.
But I don't get that, right? And I still don't get it. I was listening to somebody talking the other day, and this is where I think the pollsters have got it wrong. I was listening to a guy talking, and he was on Times Radio, and I apologise for listening to it because it always winds me up. And he was like, I was talking to some of my friends, 20-somethings who all live in London, right? So first of all, they're all middle class, lanyard types. They've all got quite good jobs. They might not be being paid very much, but they're all kind of, into, you can be gender fluid. I don't really have any, problem with anybody being from an ethnic minority. I'm very happy in my skin because my parents have got a really nice house that I'm going to inherit when they die. And, they drive a Volvo, and I'm just very comfortable, middle class. I go to home at the weekends to take my laundry. And they all say, oh, yeah, we've got a great deal of hope in Andy Burnham. We think he's going to do the right thing. Partly because one, they're idiots. Two, they've been badly educated in universities, which have taught them that it's a good thing to be all embracing to every culture in the world. And anybody who's white and votes for reform is a bad person. And anybody who actually wants to stand up for their own country and wave an English flag is a racist. They all believe that crap, right? And that's why they think Andy Burnham. And these are the people who are giving their tick in the box to the pollsters, right?
They are, but I know some reform candidates, people who ran as not senior people in the party, but just like run-of-the-mill members who have run for offered to be a paper candidate or whatever in May's elections, who tell me they're actually really impressed with Andy Burnham because the average and these are people who would have historically voted Labour, came over to reform, still agree with reform and immigration. But what Andy Burnham's speaking to them about is not, obviously he's never going to fix the boats, but all of the other concerns. It's all of the kind of like the flash and dazzle around it.
But they must be stupid, I'm sorry. I mean, if you think somebody that comes up to you and goes, I'm giving you hope in your heart, and I'm going to give you growth in your postcode. He's not going to give me growth in my postcode. He's not going to give me hope in my heart.
We know that, right?
But some people who are obviously too stupid to see the difference think that that's a good policy, and many of them, because they've had such a sort of a mauling by Keir Starmer, who was completely useless at communicating with anyone. You look at Andy Burnham, and I can understand people saying, his message is getting across because he's quite clever at delivering it. But the message is bollocks, right? The message doesn't actually mean anything.
No,
as soon as reality hits, which is this morning, reality is hitting. He can talk about hope in all of our hearts. Well, there's nothing about hope there. 230 young men coming to Britain to rape our women. There's nothing hopeful about that.
There's not much hopeful about that, and
I don't care whether people say, well, they're not all going to rape anyone. Well, I can guarantee you that even if only 10% of them are rapists, that's 23 rapists that we've got into the country that we don't need. Thanks very much indeed.
And that's the thing, and that's why, like, the only protest I've ever gone to in my life is when they put one of those hotels at the bottom of my road, you know, in Canary Wharf, the Britannia Hotel, because, again, look, I'm a brown bloke. I'm not scared of brown blokes, but, you know, you want to put a couple of hundred unknown men who've just turned up on a boat round the corner from you. You've got to be an idiot to not sit there and go, well, hold on a minute. Have we thought this through? We're going to put this 5 minutes walk from my daughter's school. These blokes have apparently come from Afghanistan. We know what happens in Afghanistan.
Yes.
You know, it's just common sense. It is basic safeguarding.
Well, we know what happens in Afghanistan because what they do is they send rapists to this country who rape women, and they're all in prison. Because every time there's a rape trial, it seems to be carried out by an Afghan migrant.
A large chunk, and you've got the whole Bachabazi thing in Afghanistan, where, like, literally part of the culture, they're trying to stamp it out, but part of the culture within certain areas of Afghanistan is it is actually like completely acceptable to have a young boy or girl that you abuse.
And so why are we letting these people into the country?
Well, again, it's...
Sorry. I mean, you know, call me old-fashioned.
Right.
I don't think we should be having them in the country.
Right.
Let's have a look at what Nigel Farage had to say about criminals. He said this yesterday at press conference. Number 5, I think it is, if you got it.
British governments face crises. The question is, can they deal with them? Now, on prisoners, the population of Britain has exploded, but during the Tory years, despite a net rise in the population of 6 million, they only built another 455 prison places. Hence, the early release scheme began with the Conservatives letting out nearly 160,000 prisoners early, often only serving 40% of their sentences. Now, under Labour, we're down to almost 30% of sentences being served, many of them for very serious and violent crimes. So there's a hue and cry over the horrible death of PC Harper. Burnham says his killers must not be released early, but then, of course, face the facts of life as to where we are and has to give in and say that they're going to be released. What we propose today is 2 things. Number 1, deport the over 10,000 foreign prisoners back to their home countries or to El Salvador or Kosovo. That can be done. And number 2, we built Nightingale hospitals. Let's build Nightingale prisons on old MOD land. And let's say that if you're one of those repeat offenders that has committed violent crime, you have to serve every day of your sentence. And that's what reform does. It takes a problem and it offers a practical, doable solution.
And that's the point, right? Yep. Everybody knows there's no point in pretending that we don't have plenty of homegrown criminals. Of course we do, right? We have homegrown rapists, we have homegrown paedophiles. Yep. It doesn't mean that, you know, we should welcome other people coming from other countries to add to that problem, right? And we get this from the left all the time, where they go, oh, well, why don't you ever pick out the rapists from you know, Essex or from Sussex or from, you know, Yorkshire? Well, you know, because we don't import those people. Of course we've got a problem, and we recognise that, and I get that. But what I like about Nigel Farage's policy there is that he's saying if we have a deterrent, which is to tell people if you come to this country and you commit a terrible crime, you will go straight back home to where you came from. And also, if they don't like you coming back there, for example, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Albania, whether it's Poland, whether it's Ireland, wherever it is, you will go to El Salvador, where you will not have a very good time. And I think that could work as some kind of deterrent. And I think, you know, it certainly makes more sense than Andy Burnham standing on the White Cliffs of Dover talking about, you know, relentless activity against the boat, you know, crossings. It's just crap, isn't it?
No, that's it. And look, if you take the policies at face value, yesterday, look, there's nothing not to like. It is common sense, and for me, again, I always have this view now because I left the country for 10 years and came back. It is just what any insane country does anywhere around the world. Right. And this is the thing for me. So when, you know, like when people are saying, like, you're far right, it's like, no, I'm definitely not far right. But it's, you know, this is literally common sense.
But you're right, you make a good point. Right? You know, you've travelled around the world, you've been to many different countries, you've lived in different countries. You know, we are insane in this place because we are the only country in the world that does what we do.
We are, right? We are. And nobody else understands why we do. Like my wife, Japanese, born and raised in Singapore, quit her job in a bank to become a yoga teacher, basically as liberal as you can imagine. Right. she came to the UK. She's like, "What the hell are we doing?"
Yeah.
Like she sounds more far right than Rupert
Yeah,
Lowe
yeah.
sometimes.
Right.
And you know, there
Because
isn't a thing.
because
You know,
it's not far right to want to protect your community. It's not
And
far
that's
right.
it.
It's not far right to want to safeguard your children, your women, even your men. It's not far right to want to have a secure border. It's not far right to want to protect yourselves from people coming here who don't belong here. You know, it's not far right to want to protect your identity as a country.
Exactly.
Right? And it's not said often enough.
Exactly. It is exactly that. And that is part of why I try and speak up about this stuff as well, and part of why I, decided to get more involved in politics was because they can't call me a racist.
Yeah.
Like,
but isn't that ridiculous though?
I know.
That you have to be,
a
a man with brown skin to be able to be comfortable in not being called a racist.
Right.
I mean, I get called a racist by the lefties all the time. I'm not a racist. I've never been a racist in my life. I love everybody from every single sector of the world. Probably if people came down from space, I'd love them. The point is that if you want to come here and do me harm, though, I will put a bullet in your fucking head before you know what's going on. Sorry.
There we go. Mike's going to get a knock on the door for incitement shortly. But
well, in America, incitement is about being specific about something, and that's where the Americans have got it right, and where we have got it wrong. We have got to stop this ridiculous nonsense where we allow 230 migrants coming in on one mega dinghy, 49 feet long, which is bigger than the number of people that can come here on a 737 Boeing jet.
Yep.
Right? We've got to stop it. We've got to stop it.
Again,
I'm sorry.
Can't disagree with that.
Let's go for some super chats because I need to calm down a bit. Go on, have a look. Simon Kilford, what a man. Another 50 quid from him. Top man. Thank you very much indeed. Very kind. One from Just Josh. The damage is done. Britain is politically and culturally diluted beyond recognition. Well, some parts of it are, not all of it. Loyal says, morning Mike and Lee, if we ignored the ECHR, what can they do? Send us to country prison? The establishment want them here for some reason. Yeah, I don't understand
I
can't disagree with that. Mick Rose, the trucker, has sent us this from Europe. He's driving around in a truck in Europe, so thank you, €50. Another 50 from Simon. Goodness gracious me. What a guy. He's amazing, isn't it? This one from Uncle Joe. I agree with Mike. It's time to just say no more. In the words of Colonel Terry Childers, yes, God damn it, waste the mofos. I'm not going to say the word, but you know what I'm saying. This one from Mick Rose as well. Mike Pooch, Charlotte, Elena, Scarlett, Luke and Lee. What would the brave men and women who sacrifice themselves for our modern day politicians do to spit on their graves and memory? I know, isn't it awful? It's awful. Now, I've got some breaking news for you, and I'm going to play a little clip before we go to the news. Mark Littlewood, who is going to be on just after us at 10. By the way, some of you have been asking about Kelvin McKenzie. Kelvin's taken a little break, so he's away for a little while, but he will be back. Trust me. At the moment, we've got Cox and Littlewood doing the 10 o'clock show from 10 to 12, which is fantastic, by the way. If you missed it yesterday, you did so wrongly because you want to watch it. It's very funny, very engaging. They talk to a lot of really interesting people, and they do a little bit of football as well. I know some of you don't like that, but, you know, they're very, very good. Let's have a look at Mark Littlewood. He's down in Clacton because we're going down there on Wednesday to do a show in the evening, and we're going to do a Thursday show in the morning. We're going to tell you how to get tickets for that in a moment. Have a look at this.
Common sense. The Hampshire Revolutionary Guard has made it all the way down.
I can't really speak for any guests, to be honest.
Where I'm taking the temperature of what people think about this epic by-election. Nigel Farage faces 33 opponents, and we're asking the locals what they think of it. Join Paul Cox and myself and a range of brilliant guests on UK Live Online, the Mike Graham Show from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll see you there. We'll give you all the feedback. Not regulated. You will only get common sense and the truth. See you from 10 a.m. Take care, common senses.
I'm really looking forward to going to Clacton. I'm quite excited about it. I'm like a kid in a sweet shop. I've said to Pooch, Pooch is going to be going down there tomorrow early doors because obviously there's a Pantechnicon. You ever seen Coldplay? You ever seen those trucks? Like 25 trucks going into Wembley, right? That's Pooch, right? He's going to be driving down to Clacton tomorrow. maybe not 25 trucks, but quite a few.
Just a Tesla.
Just a Tesla. But the Tesla's so intelligent, it's going to set up the show.
Yeah.
Right? He's going to just drive it in, and the Tesla sets up the show, and he can put his feet up and enjoy the candy floss and the Ferris wheel. But I'm really excited about it. Have you ever been to Clacton?
I've been to Clacton.
Have you?
Yeah, I was meant to be going this week, but my wife's vetoed it. So
Has she?
She has.
Because she's a bit hard line by the sounds of it, isn't it? I mean, you say she's like a bit left wing and woke. Sounds like she's very, very right wing and not woke at all.
Yeah.
But no, we're going down to we're going to do a show on Wednesday night from 7 till 9 in the evening, and we've almost sold out. Because of the way that they do things down there, it's a ticketed event because they need to know that everybody who's coming is vetted security wise and all that sort of thing, and you're not some kind of maniac with a machete or you haven't come off one of these boats from Calais, and so we're doing that, and then the back end of the show we're probably going to do a little Plonk of the Week scenario, which will be nice with Chris Walkie. Chris Walkie, who does our Plonk of the Week, lives in Clacton.
Oh, does he?
And then Thursday morning will be the only show in town, literally, because all the other sort of broadcasters are not allowed to do it. Because they're not allowed to talk about as soon as the polling booths open, which I think is probably 7 a.m. That's where we start our show. Yeah. And because we're not regulated by Ofcom, we can do the show.
Oh, of course,
and we can get all the politicians in. We're hoping to get Nigel Farage. It's not a promise that we are, but we're hoping to get him. And we'll talk to William Clouston. We've got Sarah Pochin to talk to. We've got a whole bunch of... Ellie Hodges is going to come down.
Can you get Count Binface?
I don't want Count Binface. I literally don't want to talk to him.
No, I think
you know what? The only thing I want to do with Count Binface is if he was standing in front of me, I'd take a great big baseball bat and go and let him do it, because he's such a wally. You know, he's a left-wing member of the establishment, writes for BBC comedy shows, writes for Have I Got News for You, the most smug, useless, hopeless show in the world, and I have no interest in talking to him.
I've got to admit,
honestly,
I've got to admit, I find him funny.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
I think you need to have your hard drive checked in that case, because he is literally the epitome of what is wrong with this country.
Oh yeah, in terms
he's
of
smug.
In
he's
terms
James,
of an
he's like
individual.
James O'Brien kind of. Like James O'Brien is about as funny as a fire in an orphanage, right? He's not funny.
Oh,
he
no,
just fell for Jason Arday, right? He actually said that the reason that he was taken in by this con man was that he's not racist. Because he assumed, because the guy was black, that he was a good guy.
The only reason you can suspect,
I'm not sure that makes you not a racist, James, you complete numpty.
Exactly
what it does is it makes you a bloody idiot.
Yeah,
right?
or in his words, a mug.
A mug.
That's the word he used.
Massive mug.
No, exactly.
And the one thing he said that we can all agree with, right? But no, Binface is not funny. All he does is he stands against right-wing candidates.
Oh, of course he does.
Right, and
he stood in Makerfield.
He stood in Makerfield, but he didn't make a thing of it.
Yeah.
He wasn't standing against Burnham. He was just standing to kind of self-aggrandise himself, you know.
Yeah,
whereas he's now, did you see that thing the other day where some bozo went out and made in the shape of a bin? It flew around.
The plane,
yeah. I mean, it's pathetic. It really is.
Again, I look at it differently.
Nigel Farage has been more useful to this country than probably any politician that's ever lived, right? This bozo thinks that he's funny, and he's not. He's just not funny. So if he wants to come on the show, which he probably won't, he also turns down interviews. And so many people have said to me, "Oh yeah, I tried to get an interview with Count Binface, but he didn't answer my calls."
Oh, amazin'.
Who do you think he is?
It was a Newsnight though, I saw, and they tried actually tried to interview him seriously.
Well, I would say to him, take your bin off, right, and be interviewed as your own self, because I think we know his name. I can't remember his name.
Oh yeah.
But we all know what his name is.
Yeah.
The guy's a complete and utter waste of space.
So the individual behind the mask, absolutely, fully agree. The character, I enjoy. I've got to confess.
I'm really getting worried about Lee. Pooch, I think we have to run him through the re-education program. This is the second week in a row that I've gone. Are you sure, mate? Crikey. You might wish me a happy birthday, but I'm not sure. Anyway, listen, Lee, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. We've got lots more to do. We've got some news. What news have we got today? Yesterday we had news from Burundi.
Oh, a lady did it with Edward.
And maybe it's from Kazakhstan then. Is it? Anyway, here we are. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good day. I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, tigers.
Edward Hughes there with the news. I've now got an earpiece that works, which is good. But but you know what it's doing though? There's a bit of reverb going on, so I'm sort of hearing myself slightly augmented. I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you because I know that you've got a million other things to do. But coming up, we've got Russell Quirk joining us. We've got Mayoran Senthil Nathan. We've got Lembit Opik. We've got Ellie Hodges. We've got Major Alex Watts. And we've got Robert Midgley coming up very, very shortly indeed, because the Chagos Islands, you'll see behind me, we've got a Chagos Islands flag, and you'll see, if you did see it, very nicely put together by Charlotte, was my happy birthday message from all sorts of people, including, of course, Misley Mandarin, which I thought was amazing. Misley Mandarin wishing me a happy birthday really did make my day. So let's go right now to Robert Midgley so he can tell us. We haven't got him. Oh, we haven't got him. Oh, he's not here. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. We can do something else. Should we do a meltdown? Yeah. I've got plenty to say because I was going to do one yesterday actually on Andy Burnham and his cost of living scenario, but we've got something different today. So let's go. So here we are, a couple of days away from one of the most important by-elections in the history of the UK, right? Nigel Farage decided to resign his seat as an MP in Clacton in order so that he could stand and get the public to give him a vote of confidence, given that they were trying, as they have always tried, to discredit him in the Houses of Parliament. Nigel Farage is a man who has dedicated his life, or the best part of the second part of his life, to the country in which we live. Don't forget, he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to form the Brexit Party. He didn't have to fight for the referendum on Brexit. He didn't have to go into UKIP. He didn't have to then decide to come back into politics with reform. He didn't have to decide to run against a whole bunch of people who would like to have seen him dead. Because let's face it, that's what we're dealing with here. We're currently looking at a situation where Anne Widdecombe's murder has now been investigated by the police down in Devon. And they've decided that it could be that there's a link to something that happened sometime before Anne Widdecombe's murder at Nigel Farage's property in London. It seems as though the ball was dropped. It seems as though counterintelligence, it seems as though the Metropolitan Police and many others decided to poo-poo what happened to Nigel Farage's home. And it may well be now that that was a colossal error. Nigel spoke yesterday about how he was unhappy that this had happened. And let's have a look at what he had to say about the counter-terrorism scenario.
Of course, most room this is a completely unprecedented move. And yes, this is directly linked to the murder of Anne Widdecombe. And I'm afraid I just can't tell you any more than that at this stage. It's a great tragedy that it took the death of Anne for the security services in Britain to finally take seriously the safety and security of reform politicians and reform prominent figures. Up until that moment, we had been treated very differently to everybody else. For example, 4 days after the murder of Charlie Kirk, I had nearly all of my security removed from me. We have been ignored. Our situation has been undervalued. But I'm not going to say anything now to prejudice, because I do actually believe in my heart that counter-terrorism are now seriously doing this job, and I have confidence in them. I'd love to tell you more It will come out, but I just dare not breach that trust and confidence with counter-terrorism at this stage. Thank you.
Now, Nigel Farage is a very serious man, right? I've known him a long time, and he cares deeply about this country. He cares deeply about the trouble this country is in, and all you got to do is look at the front pages this morning to see how bad things are, right? The not-so-small boats crisis, as they call it on the Sun, front page. 230 migrants on one mega dinghy, which is 49 feet long. More people coming on one boat than could arrive on a 737 Boeing from Europe, run by either Ryanair or EasyJet. That is a massive problem. But how does the supposed society of politicians operate? What do they do? When Nigel Farage decides that it's time for the people to speak and he decides to resign his seat in order to have a by-election, Kemi Badenoch says, we're not going to run in it. Keir Starmer and now Andy Burnham says, we're not going to run in it. Ed Davey says, we're not going to run in it. Rupert Lowe says, we're not going to run in it. Those four parties are not going to take any part in what is a very, very important election coming up on Thursday of this week in Clacton, right? Nigel Farage says he's doing it because he wants to prove the people would like to see him in power, and the people who voted him in would like to see the establishment stop their attacks on him. And there can be no doubt that there have been relentless attacks on Nigel Farage, both from the political establishment and from the media establishment. My new book, Fake News, has an entire chapter on the way that the Times and the Sunday Times and the Guardian and the Daily Mail have ganged up, along with the Tories, along with Labour, against Nigel Farage and reform, because they want to stop them. Now that, to me, is an insult to democracy. It's a complete and utter shambles, where the people of this country should be able to vote somebody in and be aware that that person that they voted in is going to be trusted and is going to be taken at his word and is going to be taken seriously. Nigel Farage gets up every time he gets up in the House of Commons and is heckled from the scumbags that sit behind him. Mostly they are independent Muslim candidates who have got in because they ran on the platform of freeing Palestine or hating Israel. They got in because of the Muslim vote, right? In my view, they shouldn't even be there. In my view, that shouldn't be allowed. However, they are there, they're elected, but all they do is they shout and they heckle and they try to stop Nigel Farage from speaking. And to be honest, the Labour government isn't much better because they do the same. Every time anyone from Reform gets up, they try and shout them down. Same goes to the Lib Dems, same goes for the SNP, same goes for Plaid Cymru, same goes for the Tories actually. Nigel Farage is fighting the battle of all of our lives. And partly because I hate the sight of people ganging up on someone, I will give him my full support. You know, I've said in the past, I'm not a member of Reform, I don't vote for Reform, but I think that they are the only hope that we have in this country of actually getting this country back to where it should be. Mary says, Mike is absolutely brilliant today, vote for Nigel on Thursday. Yes, you should. Vote for Nigel Farage. Go out there if you're in Clacton and vote for him, right? Because it's the only hope that we've got. Elaine, thank you. She says, I've read Mike's book twice on Kindle. It's excellent and very readable. It is. I wrote it and I can say that. DMAS says, these are not small boats anymore. They're military landing craft. Well, military landing craft during the Second World War never had as many people on them. I mean, you've watched Saving Private Ryan. There's probably only about, 30 or 40 people on those landing craft. Here we have 230 migrants on one bleeding boat. It's absolutely ridiculous. So here's the thing, right? If you believe in democracy, and if you believe in self-determination, and if you believe that we need to save our country, there is only one place where you can go. There is only one place where you can put your vote. Forget about that complete and utter middle-class tosspot Count Binface, right? Don't even mention his name. If he comes anywhere near my show tomorrow, I'll have him ejected. In fact, I'll get one of those giant magnets, right, and go zzz, and repel him and put him into the sea, because that's where he belongs, See if he can swim with a great big bin on his head. I suspect he won't be able to. But Reform, I'm afraid, are the only answer. Restore are not the answer. They're fighting on the right is very unedifying, it's unfortunate, and it's not helpful. The left... I wasn't quite finished, but anyway, there we are. There's nothing like having an editor in life, right? So when they edit you, they just go, right, that's enough, shut up. So Elena went a bit early there. It's fine. It's not a problem. Robert Midgley's here, though, from the British Overseas Territories, of course, because they're fighting the good fight, not only to save the Chagos Islands for Britain, but also to save Gibraltar, to save the Falkland Islands, you know, all of the places that we need to keep on as our various different territories around the world, because we always have. Why wouldn't we? But Robert got in touch with me last week because they've got a bit of a crisis of financing. So let's find out what it's all about. Robert, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you. I mean, I was very, very pleased, I have to say, when I got Charlotte made a lovely little reel for me for my birthday last week, and one of the people who wished me a happy birthday was Misley Mandarin, all the way from Chagos Islands, who was like, "Thank you very much, Mike, for fighting for us." And you know, he's such a great guy, it's such a great cause. You've been fighting for them as well. We'd like to think that that we've won the battle, but there are some in the Labour government who are still sort of pushing the agenda forward to give it away at a huge cost to the nation's coffers, apart from anything else. But you guys have found yourselves in a slightly difficult situation. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, just on that, we've been hearing whispers that Labour intend to bring that back, the bill, in the autumn. But this ties in what I wanted to say, because there are legal challenges coming up in the autumn. We've got the judicial review, and we've got the government appeal trying to take Misley off the islands.
Yes.
And for all of that to take place, it requires some funding for. And, you know, my charity Friends of British Overseas Territories sort of jumps in to moments when cash falls short during the campaign and just plugs that gap. So if a lawyer comes to us and says, we're missing 5k or whatever, we say, well, we can cover that, that's fine. And we're nimble enough to jump into these moments and support to enable the review and all the court cases to continue, because without those court cases, Misley risks losing. And if he risks losing, he gets removed from the island, which means the bill can actually it enables the bill to be brought back in the autumn. So there's a few reasons why the bill could be brought back, and that is one of them. The other one being the Americans suddenly start supporting the deal, which I can't see happening either. But this is really important because Misley cannot leave the island. We can't let Misley leave the island because we're establishing a resupply route now. The longer he stays on the island, the more permanent that becomes, and the more it increases the chances of resupply, increases the chance of more Chagosians going, it increases the chance of becoming more permanent. And I've always said, once we have a permanent population on the outer islands of Chagos Islands, it enables self-determination, which is seen through the eyes of the UN, and therefore you can't mess around with that. They cannot be removed. Once they start voting for, say, a chief minister, they've got self-determination. They become fully fledged British Overseas Territory. And by having that, it means the outer islands are then protected, which then protects Diego Garcia. And this goes back to what I've been saying for a very long time, is that once that is all protected, Mauritius cannot go to the international cause and say, we want to claim sovereignty, we want to extend our maritime boundaries through the United Nations Convention of the Laws of the Sea, and the UK can then turn around and say, well, they've got self-determination, we've got Article 298, which is a military exemption, therefore, this is a fully fledged British Overseas Territory. Not that it already is, you know, it's been a British Overseas Territory since 1814, the Treaty of Paris, so why we're ignoring that, that's another thing. But I digress a bit. We need to raise this money, we need to enable these court cases to continue in the autumn, and by doing that, you can go to fotbot.org/donate, and any sort of amount will help fund the court cases in autumn.
Yeah. And I mean, in terms of the way that your organisation is constructed, Friends of the British Overseas Territories, I mean, I mean, it's obviously a voluntary organisation in the sense that, you know, but you have expenses, you know, you have to be paid to do what you do, which is completely and utterly, you know, understandable. But I mean, who normally backs you? Where do you normally get your funding from?
So I don't get paid at all, Mike.
Do you not?
I'm a volunteer. No. I have my own private business, and
That's
I
amazing.
do Friends of British Overseas
God bless you.
Territories completely off my own back, and we all do. We're a charity registered in England, Wales, and what we do is we run several different campaigns, usually across other overseas territories, where we support other charities in making differences. So, like in the past, for example, we've helped raise funds to save a sea harrier in the Falkland Islands Museum and build a hangar in the Falkland Islands. We've had projects in Montserrat where we've been supporting the national park there. You know, different little projects across overseas territories. I think our next one's going to be around girl guiding in the overseas territories. But obviously, Chagos Islands has taken a huge precedent, and we have multiple rallies where we've brought in 800 Chagosians into one place, the biggest ever Chagos rally that the world has ever seen. We've had multiple rallies. We've led this campaign from the start, as we have done for the past decade. To be honest, we've been in touch with Misley and Vanessa for the past decade working on this. So the money is always very well spent, and we're nimble enough to place that money when it's needed, where it's needed, when possible, which makes us very different from any other organisation that always sets out and say, well, we're going to give 10k to this. We don't need to do that. We can say, we have a pot here, we can use it on this cause, and that's why it's very different.
Right. Well, listen, good luck to you, and hopefully we can all get behind you. And if anybody is able to, please do donate money to Friends of British Overseas Territories. They're doing a great job, because, you know, the trouble is, with the Chagos situation, you can't take your eye off it, because, you know, the scumbags who want to get rid of the Chagos Islands and give them away actually are not really the kind of people that we can trust. So no matter how many times you win, you think they're going to keep coming back.
Yeah, I mean, there's people like Jonathan Powell who are intent on giving it away, our national security advisor. But the thing is, what they believe is, well, they have the ideology away to start with to give away our overseas territories. But secondly, he believes that what I said about UNCLOS, the UN Convention of the Laws of the Sea, he believes that the outer islands are not protected by the Article 298. They think that's only special to Diego Garcia. But it only takes a bit of research to see that 298 can be extended to the whole of the outer islands. But this is why we have to double check and make sure that Misley is safe on those outer islands. Right. And that's why we need these court cases funded.
Okay. Well, listen, Robert, great to see you. And hopefully this will give you a little boost. If anybody can help, once again, just give us your the donation points where they can go. Where do they find you?
So Friends of British Overseas Territories has the acronym FOTBOT. So it's FOTBOT, FOTBOT.org/donate.
Brilliant. Great stuff. Robert, good to see you. We'll see what we can do to help you. Thank you very much indeed. Robert Ridgely there. What a great guy. Volunteers his services because he's got his own business, luckily. And so he, alone, with a few friends, manages to keep this thing going. But we've got to keep the Chagos Islands. We've got to keep them. We can't allow this poxy Labour government to give the whole show away. Because if they do, what are they going to do next? Are they going to give away Gibraltar and say to the Spanish, well, you know, we don't really need it, doesn't really matter, doesn't really care. Falkland Islands, yeah, Argentina, you want it? You know, no problem. Pauline says, we need more guys like Robert. We do, absolutely, and he's a great guy. And he is a terribly good example of what is best about Britain. Good on you, Mike. I'm proud of him standing by Nigel Farage, says Kevin. Yeah, absolutely I am. You know, I'm not, because I'm not wedded to him. I'm not, you know, I don't think the sun shines out of his backside or anything like that. But I do believe that Nigel Farage is a genuinely caring man who cares about his country, who cares about the future of Britain, who cares about our involvement in the United States of Europe, which is what they're always trying to get us back into. Mike, you're only showing your passion for your country, says ML. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I apologise for swearing a bit earlier, but, you know, sometimes I can't help it. Thanks again, Mike. It's okay to get mad about wrong think, says Rob. Yeah, it is. It really is. And when you see what's going on this morning on the front pages, this super dinghy that's come, 100% right, Mike. What about our human rights? Well, this is why, you know, if I was working in government, I would be saying to Andy Burnham, the Prime Minister, listen, mate, if you want to be popular, if you want to do something for the country, you need to stop the small boats and the now big boats coming. And here's what you need to do, is you need to go to the European Court of Human Rights and you need to talk to them and you need to persuade them that we need something more than their ridiculous human rights convention. We need now to be able to fight against the fighters who are coming into this country, raping our children, raping our women, grooming our young girls, attacking people up and down the country. We need to stop it because that is now impinging on our human rights. And if you had any gumption about you, Mr. Burnham, that's exactly what you'd be doing. Never mind safe and legal routes. Never mind stop your subscription to Apple News. You know, never mind growth in every postcode. Never mind, you know, £2 bus fares. Never mind 90 pence off your electricity bill. Sort the bloody immigration problem out, you complete and utter numpty. Okay? And do it now, before I start getting really, really upset. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good day. I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the Channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, tigers.
Edward, thank you very much indeed. By the way, as I've said to you before, we are now about to go to Clacton. So we're going to do a show tomorrow morning from this studio, as you would expect. We are then going to go to Clacton in the afternoon. We are going to then do a show in the evening, for which you can buy tickets. Just check out our Facebook page, check out our the YouTube chat, actually. You can see the link in there. You need to buy a ticket, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to be boring, but in order for security purposes, you have to do it, because we need to know exactly who everybody is that's coming, not least because Nigel Farage might be there. And obviously we have to be very careful about who gets access to any space that he may be in, not least because he has quite rightly explained yesterday at his press conference that there seems to have been some kind of colossal cock-up by the police who investigated an attack on one of his homes in London, only to discover that they didn't really do much about it, and they now think there might be some connection to the Anne Widdecombe murder. That last one you put out there, by the way, was good. Can I see that again so I can read it? I wish you were in government, Mike says, Sweet Freedom. You would do a fantastic job. You have bags of common sense and say it how it is. It doesn't seem difficult to me. I don't understand why people who are in government don't see it. It's extraordinary. John says safe and legal routes already exist. They're just not managed effectively. Exactly right. I mean, lefties say it all the time. Oh, if only there were safe and legal routes. How do you think people are coming here to work? They're coming here with job applications, they're coming here with work visas, they're coming here with student visas. There's loads of safe routes that you can come. Labour should never ever get into power ever again, says Mark. Yeah, quite right. We've got Russell Quirk to talk to in a second. But what I was saying is, right, we're going down to Clacton. Russell will be there as well, of course, because he is Mr. Essex. He's a councillor there now for Reform. We'll be doing also a breakfast show, 7 o'clock in the morning on Thursday morning. Not quite so many tickets have been sold for that, because it's a bit early. But the Wednesday night show is nearly sold out already. So if you want to be part of that, go and buy a ticket, please, and come and see us. And the other thing that's going on is that my book is out there, and I've just literally seen a message from my publisher, who happens to be Mike Fairclough, who many of you will know, and he's basically said that my book is now at number 25 in the charts in all available paperbacks, which is quite something. I'm not even sure, we don't know yet how many copies that is, but I mean, we have literally kicked the hell out of, there are people like Ian Rankin in that chart. There are all sorts of really famous authors in that chart, but in all available paperbacks, I'm now number 25, which is really, really extraordinary, considering it's a small book. It took me about a week to write it, but it is full of really all sorts of interesting information, stories, tales about thank you, look at that, look at Elena, it's just so clever. There it is. It's the secret deal between government and the media, and I've worked in the media all my life. And you can trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's talk to Russell Quirk, who also knows what he's talking about. He's down in Essex. Russell, very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Are you going to do a book signing tomorrow night then?
Well, I've said to people, I haven't got one yet. I haven't actually physically got my hands on them. I'm expecting a box arriving in the next day or two of about 20 books. What I've said to people is, those people have bought it. I've said, look, if you bought one, bring it along and I'll sign it, because that's probably the best I can do. But it's been amazing. The number of people that have bought it's been fantastic. You know, apparently, I was on Saturday morning. I was number one in about 5 different Kindle categories, because it's cheap. It's like $3.99 to buy it on Kindle. You know, so I mean, I'm not ripping anybody off.
And let me ask you this: if you were in government, as per the comment just now, what role would you want? What would you want to be Secretary of State for?
I think I'd have to be Home Secretary, because everything that is wrong with this country can be laid at the door of the Home Office, right? Whether it's the justice problem. I know they've separated justice off of it. The police, justice, immigration, passport control, all of those things that the Home Office is in charge of. All of the things that are failing in this country. I mean, looking at the papers, I don't know if you've had a chance to see them this morning. I mean, The Sun have actually done it quite well, because they've got this dinghy on the front page. It's so long, they've actually turned it and put it on the back page as well. You know,
it looks like it's AI, doesn't it? It looks like a joke.
Yeah,
but it's not.
And, I mean,
it
more
takes
people
more people than a holiday jet.
Then a 737 coming in from like Paphos in Cyprus. Yeah. I picked that just out of the blue.
Well, not that you've ever been.
Not that I've ever been. I'd never talk about it. But it's just a joke. And I mean, you know, to see Andy Burnham standing on the White Cliffs of Dover, like some kind of idiot, saying he's going to be relentless in his pursuit of these gangs. It's just. I mean, just stop taking the piss out of us, please.
Yeah, I tried to work out yesterday and there's loads of numbers kind of banded around as to what an illegal migrant, a so-called asylum seeker, but let's call them what they really are, illegal migrants and economic migrants, what they actually cost the economy. And if you ask kind of ChatGPT, Claude, just Google it, whatever, you get all sorts of various numbers. And the lowest number I could find, right, was that an illegal migrant coming to Britain over their lifetime, I was going to say his lifetime, because they're all men, is £141,000. So that boat yesterday, just that one super dinghy, cost us, the taxpayer, 32 million quid. Just one boat.
It's just shocking, isn't it? And I mean, you know, there is no end in sight. It's almost as though, you know, if they want to make one that's even bigger than that, if they want to make one that's 500, I mean, the next thing they'll do is just build a bridge. They've got so much money, they'll just build a bridge, just walk over the bridge, get from Dunkirk to, Colchester, and just walk across.
Well, I mean, the jokes write themselves. You know, next there'll be a double-decker dinghy. Right?
I mean, listen, I wouldn't disbelieve that, because that'll be the next thing. Because the one thing that they're very good at, I tell you what, if we wanted to import people who were clever, we'd import the actual smugglers, because they know how to run a business.
We say that the people coming over are all, a parody doctor engineer type thing.
Right.
I mean, clearly the smugglers themselves are clever engineers. So yes, we should bring them here, maybe get them to help us with HS2 or the Thames Third Crossing. I mean, it would be built in days, wouldn't it?
It would, because, they are very, very agile at moving whenever it is there's a problem. And by the way, if you don't mind me asking, what are the French doing for the 600 million quid that we're giving them every bleeding year? Anything at all?
Well, no, the answer is nothing, apart from belly laughing at us on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So every kind of gendarmerie HQ and their equivalent of, I don't know what the French call the Home Office, but I don't know, Office de la Maison, whatever it might be.
I like that. Office de la Maison.
Literally sitting there chortling away, just saying, well, how much are we up to now? About 1.2 billion euro. And what are we doing for it? Oh, we stop one every now and again, but not very many.
Yeah, they put a knife in like one boat every sort of month, and meanwhile there's about 50,000 people travelling across the channel, right?
Yeah, what I really like is it Ryan and his mate, the Raise the Colour guys, right? I spoke to them a while back, and I know they've got a big cloud over them now because, of course, the media are trying to paint them as horrible racists, which they're not. They're just they're ex-military, most of them, just trying to help protect our borders because our government doesn't. Well, they were actually going to France, finding the dinghies, often which were buried under the sand, right, ready to be kind of deployed at short notice, and they were puncturing them. The French police apparently caught them, arrested them, and banned them from France. I mean, unbelievable. So they're trying to help the police and the, Office de la Maison and our Home Office. They're trying to help us prevent these migrants coming over. But of course, look, we all know that, let's be honest, if we were French, right, if we were in the French government, right, we'd be encouraging as many migrants to leave our country to go to another one as possible.
Of course, yeah. But what, again, the French should be doing is what we should be doing, which is discouraging them from getting to France in the first place, because what we've got, unfortunately, thanks to Angela Merkel a long time ago, welcoming everybody, to all and sundry from Syria, Libya and points south. If you're from Syria, come and stay in Germany. They've completely ruined Europe, completely ruined it.
Yeah. Now that Germany can't have Christmas markets because just about everyone culminates in an Islamist driving his van through the crowds and killing people. So that's how that's gone for Germany. Germany and Italy and Greece. Outrage in Europe, of course, that Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, decided to close her border with Spain because of what happened with regard to those 50,000 Moroccan migrants. That's outrageous, apparently, because, of course, she's part of the EU project and she should allow her borders to be open and to take her fair share. It's all collapsing, isn't it? This kind of ECHR EU migration project, it's completely and utterly collapsing, except we're the ones that haven't got the memo, right? Yeah. So you've got the likes of Italy and Germany saying, and Poland and Hungary saying, we're not doing this, right? Because we know the consequences of these invasions. We're the only country, ironically, and are outside of the EU that are letting people in abundance. It's nuts.
I know. It's completely and utterly insane. Anyway, let's talk about Clacton because I'm very excited. I'm coming down to Clacton. I haven't been there before.
You're going to love it.
I'm literally like a kid at Christmas. I'm going to go on the beach. I'm bringing my shorts. I might even go into the sea. What do you think?
No, you can. So the venue, right? The venue, which is, this isn't secret, is it, the venue?
No, because people know. It's a Royal Hotel, right?
Royal Hotel, which is like the most prestige hotel on the front.
I'm disappointed, by the way, because Pooch, I said, that's great. I said, is that where we're staying? He went, no. Apparently we're staying somewhere else. I don't think we can say where we're staying, but we're not staying there.
Hotel. Let's just say I've got a hotel around the corner, which is decidedly faulty towers.
Is it? Because that's kind of what I was hoping. So I'm sort of hoping that because it's a slightly, down on its luck, seaside town, a bit like Blackpool, a bit like Hastings. I like all that. I quite like that, So I'm hoping that the place we're staying in has got some sort of dodgy carpets and wallpaper, and you've got to have fried bread in the morning with your breakfast. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Like a proper old-fashioned British holiday, which it's going to be for us.
Absolutely.
So the Royal Hotel is fabulous. So big restaurant, big venue, very prestigious, right on the front. In fact, I think you walk out of the hotel and literally you're opposite the pier and the big wheel. So all of the pictures that will probably be in the newspapers on Friday morning will in some way have the big wheel and the Clacton pier and the big sign. We're literally...
And it looks, I was looking at pictures yesterday, there's like a helter-skelter on the pier, isn't there, which I love.
Which we're going on, apparently.
Are we going to go on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're going to do part of the breakfast show, part of the live.
Well, we'll be going down it not quite so fast as Talk, who are going to be down it really, really fast because they're going to end up in the sea. But no, listen. I'm going to bring the knotted handkerchief. I've got some sort of my shoes are slightly Dubai. I'm afraid in terms of beach wear. But I know I'm definitely bringing the old cozzy, and I'm definitely going in for a dip.
No, we should. That's a great photo opportunity, I think. It's going to be great fun. And look, the response that I've seen on social media, is huge. Obviously, there's going to be some.
Well, I think we sold about 100 tickets for Wednesday night. If you want to get in, you've got to be quick because it will sell out very soon because there's not that many more tickets available. I think Thursday morning we're probably going to be not quite so busy because people don't like getting up at 7 o'clock to watch a radio show.
I did speak to a certain MP. I said, "Are you coming on?" I said, "It will be nice and early." I said, "I think you're on first," jesting around, and they weren't very happy about that. So I think a 7 o'clock start for most people is kind of not that desirable.
Right. But the thing that I love about it though is that we are the only organisation that can do it because all the other broadcasters, mealy mouth types, they're all kind of we've got to obey Ofcom regulations. We're not allowed to. It's like we're not allowed to mention Clacton until 10 o'clock at night. well, we're going to be there and we can actually tell you how to go out and vote if we want to.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Right?
It's crazy that
insane.
all of the. I was going to say all of the parties. There's actually only one party standing in the election through no fault of reforms, right? So it was the Conservatives, Labour, the Greens, and the Lib Dems that decided to be scared of running against Nigel, despite the fact for years they've been saying that they want to depose him. Given the opportunity, they've run scared. But yeah, there will be a multitude of politicians and media people around that actually can't go on the BBC, Sky, Talk, GB News, and so on because of these stupid Ofcom rules, which of course you're not subjected to. So it's literally, I mean, the Mike Graham show, whether it be live on Wednesday night or live by way of the breakfast show from Clacton on Thursday, is literally going to be the only place in
the only
Britain
game in town
to get a commentary of what's happening with regard to probably the most important by-election that we've seen for decades.
But isn't it funny though, Russell, you know, you've been in this game for a long time, that this is where we are. They treat people like children. You know, like, oh, you mustn't learn about the fact that there's possibly a by-election you can't even vote in because you don't live there.
Yeah.
You know, you can't possibly be told what might be happening there because that might ruin the result. I mean, do me a favour.
Ofcom, which of course are run by a bunch of lefties, and by the way, the boss of Ofcom, who I'm sure is pretty left-leaning, is on 500 grand a year. I'll remind you.
Oh yeah.
They think that only their truth is the truth, right? The truth that they decide that the population here through broadcast media and indeed soon through social media, that they are the arbiters of balance and truth. And so on, rather than you as a member of the public deciding what you listen to and whether you think it's right or wrong, or not, right? So it's literally treating the public of Britain like imbeciles at great expense because Ofcom costs millions and millions of pounds. So on. I have to say, I'd like to think, and I don't know if this is official policy, but if I was in the Department of Media, Culture and Sport within a reform government, Ofcom would be the first thing to get the chop because it's expensive, it's pointless, and as I say, it's insulting the it's almost like, I think we've rehearsed this before, Mike, the North Korean woman, you know, that's you know, comes out on telly every day to tell you what to think.
Yeah, exactly right. And I was reading some of their sort of you know, what you might call points of debates and points of interest. And they say, for example, one of the things that they're doing at the moment is they're investigating both GB News and Talk because they've had people giving out misleading information about climate change. You know, people who might have actually questioned whether climate change is man-made, and apparently that's illegal under the Ofcom rules. You know, you're not allowed to say that because, you know, people might believe you and actually think there's nothing we can do about it. You know, and I keep saying, and I'm sure they'd do me if they could, I keep saying, look, we've been spending 25, 30 years supposedly controlling the climate, right? Now that it seems to be, you know, sort of spinning off out of control and we're getting more and more days over 35 degrees than ever, well, what we've been doing is obviously not working. So clearly, there's nothing we can do. So just enjoy it. Get your shorts on and wander down to Clacton.
Yeah, well, or the notion that anything that we do in Britain in some way will affect the Earth's temperature, despite the fact that obviously the US, China, and India and everywhere else are doing what they're doing in terms of their so-called contribution to climate change. No. It's ideological cult-like nonsense, isn't it? But Ofcom, like the BBC, really, they decide what narrative is correct. If you say the wrong thing, inverted commas, or there's a lack of balance on a radio show, you know, or a presenter kind of moves away from the prescribed deep state narrative, then and these fines, I don't know if you ever had a fine levied against you at Ofcom from Ofcom.
I don't think I ever did. And in fact, I don't think I even ever had a complaint against me upheld by Ofcom.
And I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Really surprised.
Imagine my shame.
Wasn't it Julia Hartley-Brewer that set the record, I think, one year for complaints? So she had dozens and dozens and dozens.
But again, in my book, Fake News, I talk about this because what they do is because by threatening to make fines against people, what they do is they actually kind of contribute to the shutting down of debate. Because what happens is that the organisers of, say, GB News and Talk, they're so terrified of being fined because otherwise, not because they can't afford to pay the fine, but because the people inside the organisation will say, why are you getting fined? You know, you've just wasted 20,000 quid or 50,000 quid or whatever it is, and then they want to shut you down. So people get really, really nervous about being edgy. They just won't do it.
They do, and I've seen that in action in real life, particularly on talk.
Yeah.
I haven't done talk since October. That's another thing with Ofcom, by the way. As soon as you get elected and you are an elected politician, you're not allowed to do what's called breaking news.
Yeah.
As if, announcing the death of Nelson Mandela might be politically biased in some way. Right? What?
Yeah,
That
I know.
makes no sense.
You get more votes. You get more votes in Basildon by announcing Nelson Mandela's death
in a certain way.
If you just get out of the, it's just mad. Anyway, listen, I've got to ask you a question because thank you very much for contributing to that brilliant video reel for my birthday with Charlotte.
Yeah, happy birthday.
You were in a gym in Bologna. I mean, the great thing about you is that you never know where you're going to be. What the hell were you doing in Bologna in a gym?
Yeah. I do travel a lot, but I don't like to talk about it. I was in Bologna because my daughter, who is a bit of a kind of paddle
She's
protege,
a superstar, isn't she?
Yeah, well, she's been sponsored, and here's the plug, by an Italian sportswear brand called Macron, who are lots of stuff in Britain now, and she is their key sponsoree. And we had to go to Bologna to be escorted and kind of shown around the campus,
brilliant,
for dinner and so on. So when I got the call from Charlotte, I was literally in the gym, and I thought, well, this is appropriate because I've never visited a gym. You pretend that you go to the gym, and I thought, well, let's do it here.
No, listen, if I didn't go to the gym, I'd be dead. But isn't it shameful, though? Isn't it shameful, though, that you've got this brilliant young protege of yours who's a fantastic padel player and who has to be sponsored by somebody in Italy? Where are the bloody British sponsors?
Well, no, she's sponsored by Sporterbank as well, which is an app-based sports-related bank. And actually her paddle club, let's give them a plug, Beauty Paddle, Newhall School, and so on and so on. They've been fantastically supportive financially and in other respects. So, no, there are some Brits, but paddle's still kind of coming alive in Britain. I mean, there's now about 1 million people playing. There's about 1,000 paddle courts across Britain.
Yeah.
So, but it's still pretty embryonic. But we do need... in Britain particularly, we need the commercial imperative to take off. So we need some businesses to get behind it. Some big car companies. So if anyone wants to sponsor my daughter, future Olympian at paddle, no doubt, drop me a direct message, please.
Good idea. Because there's now, what I've noticed is there's now paddle courts at Surrey Quay Shopping Centre, which is where is my local sort of shopping centre, but also they've now got one in the middle of, I don't know if you've seen it, Hayes Galleria. Which is that place just opposite London Bridge, not opposite News UK actually, and they've got a paddle court right in the middle of the sort of the atrium there. So that's a great place. We talk to them, see if they'll come up with some money.
Well, I know you and Pooch love an event. Maybe we can do some kind of pro-am paddle event for charity or something and get Rosie to kick
I would
off.
be more than happy to have your daughter sort of completely humiliate me on the court. No problem at all.
That would definitely happen. Even if she goes easy, it will definitely happen. So,
brilliant. Well, listen, hopefully we'll see. So will we see you tomorrow? Are you coming along tomorrow night? Or what's the story?
Yeah, tomorrow night, and doing a bit on the show on Thursday morning, I think.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Great to see you. Russell Quirk, what a guy. Reform councillor, of course. Great supporter of Nigel Farage. We are as well, actually. We might as well just say it. Ban me. Vote Nigel Farage tomorrow and get him back into Parliament and get him to shove it right up the Parliamentary Standards Committee. That's what I say.
The establishment Jaxie.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Very good. Russell, great to see you. What a fantastic guy. We'll see him tomorrow. And if you need a ticket, well, you do need a ticket if you're going to come, but just try and get yourselves in for Wednesday night because it's almost sold out. The tickets are going really, really fast, and we've already sold about 100, I think. So there you go. There's your link. Buy your tickets here for Clacton UK Live. There's going to be a 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock on Wednesday night. And then Thursday morning for breakfast, it's the Breakfast with Mike Graham show. What could be better? Bring your own fried bread. Sit and bring your own sausage and egg McMuffin, whatever you like, and come and sit and watch us. It'd be great. Coming up, we're going to speak to Isabel Spoforth, who is an artist who's done an amazing picture of Anne Widdecombe, which has been doing the rounds on social media. We'll talk to her in a moment. Are we doing anything in between or not?
We can do the news.
Elena, should we do a bit of news? There's a bit of news with Edward Hughes.
I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the Channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, tigers.
Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It's coming up to 8:28. We've got lots going on today. Do you know what we're also doing today? Because there's so much happening in the world of UK Live Online. I'm doing an interview after this show with a man who I met because he's the guy who's my personal trainer. And he's got an amazing story to tell. And we're going to do the first of a series that we're going to start, which is called That Was My Life. And it's all about things that have happened to people, things of great troubling matters, really, you know, adversaries that they've come up against and things that they've beaten. And he's got a great story to tell. So I'm really looking forward to talking to him. He's going to be here after I do my podcast, The Thought Police, with Lewis Schaefer. So it's all, I mean, it just doesn't stop. Really busy, which is good. But right now, though, let us talk to, I've got a bit of breaking news, actually, from The Sun here, who say that Andy Burnham has somehow managed to guarantee that the killers of Andrew Harper will be kept in prison. Angela Rayner has confirmed a number 10 U-turn after a solution has been identified. The government previously claimed it would reportedly face legal challenges if it tried to block the release of Albert Bowers and Jesse Cole halfway through their 13-year jail terms. But a government spokesperson said last night that the new Prime Minister asked Justice Secretary Alex Norris to find a way to keep the pair locked up. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is understood to be opposed to the early release of the thugs. Bowers and Cole could be let out in January under Labour plans to release up to 5,000 prisoners over 10 months from October. However, Andy Burnham yesterday urged the Justice Secretary to work through further options to stop their release. Well, that's actually not quite the story, is it? Because the original story says that they will be kept in prison. I'm not sure that's entirely confirmable at the moment, but we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that because, as we know, sometimes the newspapers do jump the gun and get it slightly wrong. Let's talk, though, now to Isabel Spoforth, who's Bernie Spoforth's daughter, as it turns out. She's done an amazing portrait of Anne Widdecombe, which she did in the weeks after poor Anne was murdered. Let's have a look at the picture, first of all. I think, do we have it? I think we have it.
Yes.
We do have it, don't we? There it is. I think it's an oil painting. Captures a particular look that Anne Widdecombe has, and I rather like it. Let's find out from Isabel how she did it. Isabel, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thanks very much for joining us. It's a real honour to speak to you because this picture's been doing the rounds on social media for quite a few weeks now. Tell us why you decided to paint it and how you were able to paint it.
Well, I was quite horrified by what had happened, obviously, and also horrified by how quickly it seemed to have disappeared from the public conversation. It seems that it just wasn't really spoken about, and then it sort of left the news. So I felt called to paint it in a way of remembering her and, you know, portraying her with dignity that she had throughout her life. I was also wanting to capture her as she was seen throughout her life. Obviously, she was in the public eye for a long time. And so I was interested in capturing her essence, just herself as she was, not as the elderly lady that she was when I last saw her.
Yeah, and I don't know how long you've been painting, but I mean, what's your sort of technique for looking at somebody like Anne Widdecombe, and how do you go about painting somebody who's not maybe sitting in front of you, as it were?
Yeah, I use a very classical method of painting. It's oils, and it's just the very traditional way. With someone like Anne, obviously, I couldn't get a live sitting, but in the way that I paint, I can just paint from photographs and from video references, and luckily there are obviously lots to choose from with Anne. Yeah. So I wasn't short of choice.
But you've sort of captured, and I know my father was an artist, and he always used to say, you can't paint from pictures, it's really difficult, you've got to do it from, actually looking at the person, which is not to say that you shouldn't have done that. All I'm saying is that he was very sort of traditionalist, if you like, on that. But you've managed to capture, I think, certainly one of her sort of attitudinal looks. Yeah. She's not looking particularly whimsical, but she's looking quite serious. But at the same time, she's looking kind of slightly sort of mischievous, I would say.
Yes, yeah. I wanted to get a bit of a personality through. A lot of people do say that you shouldn't paint from photographs and that you can't really capture the person through them. But I've always been able to do that. I didn't actually study from life until quite later in my painting career. So it's just something that I'm quite used to doing. And I think also that if you capture the lighting right, you can bring that sort of essence in that you would get from a natural sitting.
Yes. And when did you start painting, and have you been sort of classically trained, as it were?
I started painting years ago as a child. I would always paint. And then I did study at Manchester University, but they have more of a modern take on art. And I obviously prefer the classical style. So I did end up in Florence in Italy.
Right.
And I studied that for a short time. And
Okay.
they really helped me to capture the traditional method.
And for people who would like to paint, because I know there'll be people watching this, and there's kids now on school holidays wondering, "Oh, I'd quite like to do that." I mean, how do you? I mean, I know you have to have a talent, obviously, to begin with, and so you have to have an ability to do it. Because as I say, my dad was a great painter, and I've got loads of his work up on my walls. But I literally couldn't draw a matchstick man. You know, I was able to. I was gifted with the ability to write, which was fine, but I literally could not draw a thing.
Yeah.
Do you think you inherited it? How did you know that you were able to do it at first?
Well, my father's an artist. He's a sculptor, so he would have models in the studio that he was sculpting, and I would sit and draw them from a young age.
Right.
So I think there's a little bit of that, and there's also following your instincts. You know, if there's a certain style that works best for you, then I think it's best to hone in on that and really try and harness it. Because there's a lot of art at the moment that it all sort of looks the same, the way that young people and children are being taught. There's not much room for individuality.
No. Well, the problem is that everything's kind of AI now, isn't it? And you can go on your iPad and you can suddenly recreate a picture and make it look like an oil painting, and at the touch of a button almost. And my dad would have hated that. He would have been like, "Oh, you know." So when you paint with oils, obviously you're using brushes, you're using very old-fashioned techniques. You're using canvas, I presume, as well.
Yes.
It's a very cool thing to be able to do, I think. And so do you do it as a way of relaxing? Do you do it as a way of making money? What's the story?
Well, it started as a way of just relaxing, and it was a hobby. But then it just sort of evolved, and I found my rhythm, and I found my style and my technique. And now, obviously, I sell my paintings, but it's still something that I love doing.
Okay. And do you sell? I mean, people are asking there. There's one from Martin. Can you purchase a print of the Anne Widdecombe picture? I mean, are you able to sell those?
I have had some questions about prints actually, and I'm sort of up in the air about it. I've not decided where the painting's going yet. I would like for it to be seen, so I wouldn't want it to be, in a cupboard somewhere. I think it should be on display.
Yes.
But in terms of prints, then I think that's definitely something I'm looking into. And there are prints on my website available of other pieces and things like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So what's your website? Tell us what your website is, and we'll get people to look at it.
It's isabelspoforth.com.
Okay. And lots of pictures on there. Do you favour sort of portraits more than anything else?
I do tend to lean towards portraits, yeah. I do have commissions, but they're not on my website. It's mainly just my religious pieces on there.
And is that one of yours behind you?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is
Thank
very.
you.
It's sort of Raphael-like, isn't it?
It's sort of Caravaggio inspired. That's the comment that I've had most about it. People see a lot of similarities with Caravaggio.
And how long does it take you to do something like that?
This one was quite fast, actually. It took about 5 days or so.
That's very fast.
I tend to work a bit faster when I'm doing religious pieces.
Okay. Wow. Well, listen, pleasure to meet you, Isabel, and great to see you. Good luck with it. And if there is anything we can do to kind of forward on your, if you do decide to make prints available, let us know, and we can help you sell them.
Yes, I will, for sure. Thank you so much.
Isabel Spoforth. Brilliant. Thank you so much. What a lovely young woman. And what an amazing talent to have. You know, as I say, I mean, I grew up with my father painting. He was trained at Glasgow School of Art, basically, and he became a lithographer, which in the old days, when you were working in newspapers, was really, really important, because it meant that you had to be able to create not just pictures and that you could draw freehand, but you also had to be able to create photographs. You had to be able to, you know, make sure that preparing things for print was something that you could do. He used to use an airbrush to sort of edit photographs. I mean, all the things that you can now do on an iPad or on Photoshop, he used to be able to do by hand, you know, which was extraordinary. And, you know, one of the things that surprised me, I suppose, when I was a bit younger, was my son Christopher, who could also paint really, really well. And he obviously the talent obviously bypassed me, but he somehow picked it up, and he did a painting once, and we talked about it on the show, because he was asked to do a painting for his art class, and he did this amazing sort of copy of a Van Gogh sunflower painting, or flower painting, I suppose, and he took it in, and the teacher said, "That's not what we asked for," and they basically refused to mark it. And I was like, "What do you mean? It's a great painting. It's a brilliant painting." So we decided instead to auction it for charity, and we auctioned it for the charity, the Lord of Robins charity, for Donald MacLeod's charity up in Scotland, which is the musical charity that helps children who've got locked-in syndrome. And somebody bought it for like £1,000, and then he sold a few prints of it, and I think he made, in his own realm, as well as giving a load of money to charity, he made a few £100. So he's got the talent, and I've always been in awe of anybody who can paint, mostly because I can't. As I said, I literally should not. I could not paint a matchstick man. Hopeless. Anyway, that was great, Isabel Spoforth. So we'll keep an eye on that Anne Widdecombe scenario. If she does decide to start selling a few prints, then we will definitely be able to help her do that. Coming up, we've got Marion Senthil Nathan, I think, to talk about what's going on in the big, wide world of politics. We've got a few super chats as well, Elena, I think, have we? Should we do those? Let's have a look. Here's one from GV, who says, "It's such a relief to listen to common sense when the mainstream media is gaslighting us all. Please keep it up." Well, all I do is talk from the heart, you know. I say what I think, and sometimes it gets a bit carried away, sometimes I get a bit sweary, but I can't help it. Illegal migration is costing us 6.4 million a day, says the Shepherd. It's insane, isn't it? Completely ridiculous. Thomas says, nothing really, he just wants to send us some money. Thank you, Thomas. Cookie Boy says, per trip you can return 10,000 illegals on Le Shuttle. Yep, we should be able to do that. Alison says, $3.99 on Kindle for fake news. I bought it. Everyone should buy it and support Mike. Thank you. Mike, does your book come in audio format? And if so, what is the age rating? Well, I'll tell you what, Donnie. Yes, I will be recording an audio version. I'll be doing it myself. Can we buy it on Amazon? Yes. It's currently running at number 5, I think, on the Amazon hot selling front. And it's number, I think, overall. And what did I tell you it was? Let me just check. No, but no. Overall on the old, on the what do you call it? The actual the Amazon book scenario overall, it's like number 40 or something like that, which is quite good. Why can I not ever get anything when I want it? Bollocks. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. So it's selling really well. I'll be purchasing the book today, says Hannah. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to do another one as well. Where's the best place to get Mike's book? Amazon D, I think, is the best place, and you can get it delivered to you like the next day. It's also on sale, supposedly going to be on sale physically in shops. So if you happen to be wandering around the bookshop, look for it. Waterstones are going to have it, Foyle's going to have it. I love Elena with a kiss, says Denise. That's nice. She's great. We're very happy to have her back. Can we watch it live on YouTube Wednesday night? I think so. I think the idea is that it's going to go out as a normal show. It just so happens that it's going to be in the evening instead of in the morning. Because we never stop here at the Mike Graham show. So yeah. I would imagine. I agree with 90% of what Mike says. The other 10%, I was wrong, says Robert. Good to see that you've seen the light, young man. Oh, here we go. Maybe I can do this. Yes, I can do this. Where are we? Yeah, Mike, because Mike Fairclough is a great guy. He's the guy that's publishing my book. So he sent me a message this morning. He said, I'm now number 25 in all available paperbacks, which is actually hilariously good. Fantastic news, Mike. Your book is brilliant, says Lark. Thank you. What it is really is kind of my sort of treatise on the connection between the media and the government. And Mr. Toast says, I got your book yesterday, taking it camping with me to read. It's quite a short book, is all I'm going to say. I mean, if you once you start it, you'll be able to finish it in about 2 or 3 hours, unless you read really slowly. But I'm delighted that so many of you have bought it and so many of you have catapulted it up the charts. Mike Fairclough has literally just put a great clip out from the show, which I'm about to retweet, which has got him very excited. It says here, Mike Graham's book has now outranked J.K. Rowling, David Walliams, Dan Brown and Stephen King on Amazon UK. Unbelievable. Fake news. #1 best-selling book, Fake News, has now hit number 25 across all books, and he wrote it in a week. The fastest written bestseller in Britain. It's true. It is true. And I'm going to write another one, right? I've already got a title for it. It's going to be called Total Control, and it's going to be my latest remarks on how this government and how the state basically tries to control everything you do, which goes from where you send your kids to school, what your kids get taught in school, where you go and do your shopping, how they track you when you're driving, how they track you when you're on your phone, how they know exactly what you're doing on your phone, and how they manage to put adverts on your Facebook page just because you happen to mention a word. All of that. That's going to be the next book, which I'm very excited about. Have you seen this, Pooch? Apparently, according to Mike Fairclough, my new book has outranked J.K. Rowling, David Walliams, Dan Brown and Stephen King.
And do you know the other thing?
Yeah, go on.
If you're on talk, you wouldn't be allowed to advertise it, would you?
No. Well, if I was on talk, I wouldn't be allowed to write it. Because half the stuff in there is about stuff that happened at talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which they would rather I didn't say.
Oh, actually, is there some scoops? Are there some scoops in there?
There's a couple of scoops in there about, particularly during COVID, right? And the stuff that we weren't allowed to do, and the stuff that they kind of discouraged us from doing.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting.
My copies are arriving on Wednesday.
Excellent. I look forward to it. A lot of people are asking, are we transmitting on YouTube on Wednesday night? The answer to that is yes, right?
Yeah, live on Wednesday.
So live on Wednesday, live on Thursday. It's going to be great. I'm so excited this week.
There'll be people interaction live questions from.
And if you're in the audience, and you better be quick if you want Wednesday night seats because they're all selling out really fast. 15.
Yep.
Is that all?
Yep.
Brilliant. So you'll be able to ask questions live. There'll be a roving microphone. I'll be obviously able to say hello to you afterwards.
Dancing
and also,
girls.
there may be dancing girls. We get those ones from those girls with the feathers. The girls with the feathers from that would be good. What a hoot that would be. But also, if you have bought a book, because I haven't actually physically got any yet. If you've bought a book, bring it along and I'll sign it. How about that? As an added incentive. Thank you very much indeed. I'm being told by Christopher's mother that we should have Christopher's painting up in the studio. Well, we should have, but we haven't got any room really. I don't know where we'd put it. Maybe we'll put it in the other studio.
Yeah, I've got a spot for it.
I've got it in a frame.
Below the sun.
Yeah, we could do that. All right, I'll bring it in. There you go. So grateful, says Mary. Thanks for broadcasting from Clacton. I'm really excited about Clacton. I'm going to bring a bucket and spade, I think. I've already said on air that I'm going to go in the sea.
Oh, braver than me.
Right? So I'm hoping there's nothing horrible in there.
No, yeah, there will be when you go in.
It's a great Cryptosporidium. That's brilliant. That's one of the great comments, isn't it? I hope there's nothing horrible in the sea. Well, there will be when you go in there. Fantastic. Anyway, listen, let's talk to Mayor and Senthil Nathan, who's here with us now to talk some common sense about what's going on in the big wide world of politics. Mayor, and very good to see you.
Yeah, good to be with you, Mike.
Listen, I don't know what to say other than to start with this ridiculous story this morning about the 230 migrants on one bleeding boat. I mean, when are we going to be able to get a handle on this stuff and stop it, for heaven's sake?
Yeah, well, show me your incentives, I'll show you the outcomes. It's as simple as that. And I think what you have is the French Interior Minister a few months ago, when we were blaming the French, they pointed a finger at us, basically saying, well, you've got the benefits, you've got the social housing, you're the one who won't detain them, they're roaming your streets, they're in the black economy, so blame yourself. So fundamentally, I'm all for pointing the finger at the French for not doing enough, we've paid them £1 billion and all the rest of it. But fundamentally, if we don't detain these individuals and actually say there's no route for asylum or citizenship or leave to remain, they're going to keep coming. It's as simple as that.
Well, it is as simple as that. And I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing to stop them building. I mean, we're laughing with Russell Quirk about it, but, you know, next thing you'll see is a sort of double-decker dinghy, and suddenly there'll be 400 or 500 people coming, because these people are very good. The people smugglers, you have to take your hat off to them. They are brilliant entrepreneurs. They are fantastic business people, and they are continually just finding new ways to make more money and take the mickey out of our British government.
Yeah, I mean, what they're saying at the moment is, oh, you know, there's been a lull in a number of, 40% down or whatever it is in terms of boat crossings. But I think they just don't understand. I think the people smugglers, as you say, they're just adapting their model. We're seeing the start of that now. I think there'll be less boats, but more people that actually cross. And I think we're going to, like I said, 200, 300 at a time. And each one, I think Robert Jenrick put out 230 people, £115 million over the course of their lifetime. We're all going to be paying as taxpayers. A slap in the face for the social contract and the hard-working person.
Well, it just means that it's a joke, doesn't it? Because all of their, you know, mealy-mouthed sort of talk of cutting back on expenditure and talking about the cost of living and making it easier for people to get by, all the while, this massive elephant in the room, which is not so much in the room as on the beach, you know, is scaring the hell out of everybody, because there is nothing that they can do, it seems to me anyway, to reduce the cost of it.
Well, I take Piddington as an example, right?
Yeah.
Piddington is the great example. They're a Lib Dem constituency,
right?
And Lib Dem are basically Leave It. They're Remainers. Sorry, they're Remainers.
Yeah.
We now have a village called Piddington, which is in a Lib Dem constituency that not only wants to leave the EU but wants to leave Britain. Right? And that shows you what's happening. That is a microcosm, a biopsy of what is going to happen going forward. That as we insert these individuals into these quite quaint villages who are just minding their own businesses, you're going to get a massive radicalization of individuals. A Lib Dem voter wanting independence from Britain is an example of this level of radicalization that we're going to see across the country. And like I said, we are storing up the issues, the ammunition for civil unrest. And I think that is where this is heading, unless Andy Burnham gets a grip of it.
No, totally. And we've seen also in Thetford, we had a guy on yesterday, a councillor from Thetford, and he was responding to the Labour MP, because these people just don't get it. The Labour MP was basically saying, we don't want anyone demonstrating, they're causing division. It's like, no, they're not causing division. The people who are causing division are the government, who are putting people into the community who shouldn't be there, who are not welcome, who are not in any way licensed to be there, who are here illegally. They may be, seeking asylum, but they should not be being inserted into small places like Crowborough, like the place you've just mentioned, and like Thetford.
Yeah, well, the thing about the left is their whole ideological policy is to deny reality and to deny human nature. And immigration and border control for the left is not really a major thing. It's more like a tax tweak. Oh, should I put it up? Should I put it down? It's a very trivial matter. The only reason what makes them act on it is the so-called whining from the people like me and you on the right. But the reality is they don't understand. Immigration is a civilizational issue. It's not like the NHS or the economy, which can get better or worse depending on what you do with it. It's something that once it's baked in, it fundamentally, irreversibly changes the soul of a country. And they don't understand that this is what's happening day by day, drip by drip, with these boats and with the lack of border control that's going on.
No, totally. I've got a little clip here from Casey Lamb, actually, talking about people from Bangladesh, which is a slightly different argument, but not that dissimilar. Have a look at this.
Developments in London are being required to make arrangements for the Bangladeshi community, including translating construction materials into Bengali and apparently separating kitchens from dining rooms. But, according to the local mayor, even all that wasn't enough to protect their cultural heritage. This happened in a part of London called Tower Hamlets. It's the borough that covers Canary Wharf. If you visit, you'll find Bengali street signs and street lamps painted in the green and red of the Bangladeshi flag. For context, 25% of the population of this area cannot speak English well or at all. A little while back, developers put forward plans to redevelop a large site in the area. But in the official planning documents, they were forced to promise to design the homes specifically with the Bangladeshi community in mind, by doing things like translating the construction materials into Bengali, separating kitchens from dining rooms, and building bigger homes to accommodate larger Bangladeshi heritage families. In that entire document, the word Bangladeshi appears 27 times, And no, before you ask, British doesn't appear once. The idea that developers in this country should be forced to change their designs to accommodate one particular group is absurd. But after all that, the local mayor still said the development shouldn't go through, apparently because it failed to benefit local people and protect their cultural heritage. It honestly sounds like I'm making this up, but you can literally read all of this online for yourself. This is the mindset which is now shaping governance in parts of our largest cities. It's completely insane.
I mean, it is completely insane, and as I say, it was tangential to the conversation we're having about the big. No, I'm not even going to call them small boats anymore. The big boats that are coming in, because in the end, what we have is a country divided, don't we? We've got certain parts of it which are so ethnically now overrun. I would say, I'm not even going to say ethnically diverse, overrun with people from another country, that it's not Britain anymore. And my worry, to be honest, Marian, is that we are now going to have a Prime Minister who wants to give more money to local councils to spend in any way that they want to spend it. And you can see in a place like Tower Hamlets where that money would go.
Yeah, I mean, colonisation is the word. I'm just going to say it straight. There is a form of colonisation.
Ironic, isn't it? Isn't it ironic, that?
Yeah, exactly. And so look, people seek familiarity and belonging. And so that means sticking with their own. And if you're a first generation migrant, you're going to look for a Bangladeshi, you're going to look for other Bangladeshis. And if you have that en masse, before you know it, you have a whole area of the country that is dominated by a certain ethnic group. You have effectively an ethnic organic apartheid that's developing in London, where they've transposed Bangladesh onto a certain part of London, Tower Hamlets. But it's even worse than that, Mike. I mean, I don't know if you remember, some of those councils, I mean, the entirety of the council is almost Bangladeshi, and some of their previous councillors actually campaigned in national elections while they were councillors in Tower Hamlets. It's absolutely mad. And you talk about love and loyalty and integration similar to the country. I mean, there's no chance of that happening in this situation. They're literally designing buildings according to their cultural needs. And they basically say, we do not want to live into this grander host population and respect the heritage and history and cultural norms of this country. We want to transpose our own. And that's what I mean by kind of colonization.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, as I say, I don't say the word ironic without irony, if you don't mind, because these are the people who said that we colonised them, and now they're kind of paying us back by colonising us. It's like, what? How did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, when the biggest criticism I get from other, let's say, ethnic minorities, and I don't like using the word ethnic minority because in a lot of places they're not a minority, but let's just say other people who are, say, Indian subcontinent, they criticise me and say, Myron, what you're doing, I disagree with it because, colonial karma, the British came over to our place and now it's our chance to come over and do our bit. And so there is amongst some people a kind of like a sense of self-righteous justice. This is just justice for what you did to our countries and your ancestors did this to our ancestors and so on. And I think it's a terrible way to live in a country and be a citizen and loyal to the country. But hey, that is the mindset of some people.
Yeah, absolutely. But how do we reverse this? Because, I mean, you're living in this country, you've come from another place in terms of your heritage, but you are absolutely clear in your own mind as to the fact that you're British, you want to be part of Britain. Why is it that not everybody who has the same experience maybe as you doesn't behave like that?
It's difficult to say, but look, for me personally, I went to the same school as Zia Yusuf. I don't know if that has something to do with it, but Hampton School. But my point is this. I've just got immense gratitude. I mean, everywhere I look at this country, I've travelled the world, I've been to different places, and I just think Britain's the best place on earth. And I look at what I've achieved and the success I've had, and I couldn't have done it without Britain, the infrastructure, the people, the heritage, the history, and it's something I've fallen in love with, and I feel a tremendous sense of loyalty. My heritage is from Sri Lanka. I respect Sri Lanka, but I have no loyalty to Sri Lanka. My loyalty is fundamentally, completely and exclusively to this country. And I think what's happening is that hasn't been instilled in the mindset of a lot of people who've even been born here. In fact, I would even say that people who've been born here in some communities is actually worse than their parents. Their parents had gratitude, and now they've been born here, they kind of worked themselves, they kind of stuck with their own community, with their own culture, and they've actually become increasingly divorced from the heritage of this country and more aligned with their country of heritage. And so there are massive schisms going on here, and how do we sort it out? Well, I think it needs more and more people, education, more and more people, stop the flow of migration. Obviously, those are the big things, but it's education is the main thing, I would say.
And also, it's the kind of the turning, if you like, of the kind of the middle classes, the kind of what I call the lanyard class, and that's what I talk about in that new book that I've got out called Fake News, where you've got these people who all went to kind of relatively nice universities, they've all come from relatively nice families, and they've gone into pretty nice jobs, whether they're in journalism or in politics or in the academic world or the civil service, you know. But they're all kind of the same mind frame. I was listening to somebody talking on Times Radio the other day who were like, oh yeah, the young people of London, the 20-somethings, are all quite hopeful about Andy Burnham. You know, they think he's really going to make things different in Britain. He's really going to change things for the better. Because they're all kind of know-nothing, you know, Herberts who have never experienced any kind of, you know, difficulty in life. They've never had to worry about the next paycheck. They've never had to worry about how they're going to feed their children. You know, they're all very, very comfortable. And they can afford socialism, if you like. They can afford to listen to Andy Burnham and think, oh, that's nice. You know, he's giving the poor people, you know, £2 bus fares. He's telling people who can't afford to heat their homes that they can have £90 or 90 pence a week off their electricity bills. You know, it's all bullshit, if you'll pardon the expression.
Yeah, they're completely divorced from the reality on the ground, and they're completely divorced from a post-mass migration era and the consequences of where we're at now. They judge the 2026 by the same standards of the 1980s or early 1990s. They don't realise that this is a very different world that we live in. I look at someone like, for example, Jacob Rees-Mogg. I have tremendous respect for Jacob Rees-Mogg. I think he's really smart on constitutional issues, economics, party political strategy and so on. But when I heard his talk at the Oxford Union about on Islam, should we be suspicious of Islam, I could see that he was completely divorced from the reality of how Islam is different to other religions because of the Islamist threat that exists within it. He just doesn't understand that kind of thing. And it's an example of a blind spot of someone who's very intelligent, usually 100% right on so many issues, but doesn't get the fact that we live in 2026 and things are different now. You can't just use the same values and principles of each to their own and, you know, the voice of the people and democracy and so on. You need to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, absolutely right. Maureen, great to see you as ever. An awful lot of common sense spoken in a very short period of time. Well done. You're not going to be anywhere near Clacton over the next couple of days, are you?
I was there on Saturday, actually. I dropped by for a couple of hours and did my bit.
Ah, okay. Because we're there tomorrow night and Thursday morning. So if you fancy a trip to the seaside, come and see us.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new book.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Maureen, they're talking to us from his place in London, where, of course, he says he recognises that Britain is his home, and he recognises, as all people who come here from another country should, that we are, you know, where he wants to be. Mayor and Sentil Nathan, great man. Now, we've got a poll going on, by the way, with regard to Clacton, and it says, where is your favourite seaside town? Is it Brighton? Is it Blackpool? Is it Clacton-on-Sea? Or is it Skegness? And right now, Clacton-on-Sea is winning with 42%. I wonder whether that's because of Nigel Farage or whether just people genuinely like it, you know? Also, somebody has put out on the old YouTube chat that if you get it up to 10,000 likes, you might get to see a picture of me in my swimming shorts down at Clacton. I don't know if that's a good idea. Let's see whether we can if it gets to 10,000 before the end of the next hour. We will see. Coming up, of course, Cox and Littlewood. Also, Lembit Opik is here. Ellie Hodges is going to be here. Major Alex Watts popping in as well. Lots going on. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good day. I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the Channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, Tigers.
Mr. Edward Hughes seems to have returned to normality today. For some reason, yesterday he was doing the news from Burundi. Don't ask me why. Anyway, listen, we've got lots more to do. As I said, if you haven't heard and if you just tuned in, we are going to be in Clacton tomorrow. We're going to be doing a show from 7 to 9 p.m. That's in the evening. Seats are limited. We're doing it before a live audience. You can buy a ticket, and we only ask that you buy a ticket because of the security scenario, in case we've got people who are coming who need to know exactly who's actually there. You need to register, you need to buy a ticket. But I think we've got 15 tickets left, I was told by Pooch. So we'd love to see you. And if you have bought my book called Fake News, by all means bring it along, and I'll see if I can sign it for you. And we'll also have some merch, I think, as well. We've got some T-shirts, we've got some bumper stickers, we've got some caps, baseball caps. So it's going to be a bonanza. I may go in the sea, depending on the weather, which is going to be great, obviously. And also, on Thursday morning, we're going to be doing the live breakfast show, 7 a.m. sharp. Not so many people buying tickets for that, you lazy lot. Why don't you buy tickets for that as well? Get up early and come and have some breakfast. This is such a world-class show and chat, says Mary. Thank you, Mary. It really is. Just ordered Mike's book, arriving Thursday, $8.99 on Amazon. I know, it's a bargain. You can get it on Kindle for even less money, actually. Mike's third book says Cookie Boy, Cyprus, My Secret Journey. Why not? Book ordered, says Mr. Mike. Thank you. We are now, I think we're running at number 25 in the entire Amazon chart. And it's a great, amazing tweet that's been put out by Mike Fairclough, which I've just retweeted, in which it says, basically, where are we? Let me find it for you because it's so good. He says this, and Lembit Opik is going to be talking to me in a moment, so he's going to be he's probably written a few books. Mike Graves' book is now outranking J.K. Rowling, David Walliams, Dan Brown and Stephen King on Amazon UK. It's hit number 25 across all books, which is amazing. Carlos the Goat says, can't wait for the audiobook. I'm going to do the audiobook. I'm going to record it in this very studio, not probably this week, but maybe next week. So we'll get together on that as soon as we can. Anyway, let's talk to Lembit Opik, who is, of course, a member of the family here at UK Live Online. He's done many, many shows, and I'm sure we'll be doing many, many more. Lembit, very good morning to you.
Great to see you, and congratulations on your book. In the words of Gore Vidal, every time I see my friends do well, something in me dies.
That's great, isn't it? I love the fact that people are so... And also, the great thing about that is that, that's how people actually feel, as opposed to, well done, Mike. Most people go, how has he done that? I don't even know how I've done it, to be honest. It's just mad. But I'm very grateful to Free Speech Press, who are looking for people to write books, by the way. So I'd be very happy to put your name forward if you wish to do one.
I'd love to. I've actually had a few books published. The first one was called The Xenophobe's Guide to the Estonians, which was reasonably successful. Then I wrote one called All at Sea, which is about it's vaguely biographical experiences on ships. You should do ship cruises. You'd love it. And then the third one was called... The Alternative View, warning the Liberal Democrats about the absolutely useless performance of Nick Clegg. Of course, I was the one who was pariahed, sent into the wilderness. But Clegg, of course, wrecked the party and got $5 million a year down in some stupid meta.
I still find that very weird. When I see Nick Clegg now being interviewed, and he's sort of had this transformation, a sort of makeover, where he looks a bit like some kind of Californian sort of surfer dude with a funny haircut. And I can't believe a guy like him has made that much money. It's actually criminal.
It's awful. He's been rewarded for failure, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Clegg, I used to get quite a lot of attention from my personal lives. And I said, well, the difference between me and Nick Clegg is he screwed an entire party, if I'm allowed to say that.
Yes, exactly.
But let's carry on. I mean, absolutely ruined the party. But anyway, we're probably not talking about the Lib Dems.
Well, it's the first time, I think it's probably the first time I've spoken about the Lib Dems all year. Because we very rarely do, because they've sort of become an irrelevance. Whenever you see Ed Davey talking about how reform is awful and how, they're dreadful racists and, this is why they're trying to cause division. And you think, what's the point? He's got 72 MPs. I still don't really know how he managed to get 72 MPs. But they've sort of collectively produced the square root of bugger all in the entire time they've been in since 2024, haven't they?
Well, to say that they've been producing the square root of bugger all is actually an insult to bugger all. They've done less than that. Ed Davey and I used to share an office. I like the guy. He's perfectly pleasant, but I have to say he's not really much of a leader.
No.
And if he thinks that mucking around in Thorpe Park like an extra in a non-participating character in the In-Betweeners is going to make him the next prime minister, he needs to think again. It's been absolutely horrendous. Back in the old days when we had people like Paddy Ashdown, and who's a guy who pretty much convinced me to join the Lib Dems back in 1989, and Charles Kennedy, a flawed genius, we actually had people that the folks liked. But Ed Davey just not cutting it at all. He's just part of the uni party now. And,
well, he is. And how is that going to play out? Because we're going down to Clacton. I don't know if you're able to join us, but you're very welcome if you'd like to. Bring your speedos, because we're all going to go for a dip in the sea.
That could be illegal, you know.
Well, listen, I will keep the paparazzi away. As far as the reform kind of machine is going, and I know there are lots of people who are talking it down. I don't agree with them. I think that they're getting it massively wrong, and I think it's being led by this kind of coalition of the numpties of the establishment media, and also the sort of the uni party and all the rest of it. I mean, I think Nigel Farage is as popular as he's ever been, if not more popular, down there. There's no danger of him not winning, is there?
No, it's 1 to 50 on. I checked before we came on. It's 1 to 50 on. Weirdly in play, it's Labour. 16. They haven't even got a candidate. It's ridiculous. I'd say it's a two-horse race really. It's between Farage and Count Binface, who'll for entertainment value get a lot of the...
The thing is, people give this guy more credence than he deserves, because in every single place that he's run, and I think there are 6 of them, he has lost his deposit every single time. The guy is a complete and utter wastrel and an idiot.
Well, it's worse than that. He's actually essentially the establishment candidate. Let's not play around. He works for the BBC. He's been a scriptwriter, I think, for Have I Got News for You? And that makes him sort of lefty wokish. And apparently, I was talking to somebody from, would you believe, the Monster Raving Loonies, Nick Delves, who's one of the 3 Monster Raving Loony candidates standing in the by-election. Can't quite work that one out. But Delves, who's Nick the Flying Brick, main policy is to abolish gravity. He says that when he started talking to Count Binface out of character, Bin got really uncomfortable. I think his real name's Harvey. And so there's something much more conventional about Binface. So underneath it all, I think the old parties are desperate for him to do well. They're hoping it'll be another rerun of that famous time when, stupidly, a Tory government minister to the vote to decide what the new Antarctic ship should be called, and of course the winning name was Boaty McBoatface.
Yes.
Well, they hope the same kind of thing here, but that's not going to happen. I think you're right, what you said earlier, Mike, that the public, they don't really look at the minutiae, all this chattering about money here and money there. And let's not forget, these people are hypocrites. Look at how many Labour and Tory politicians have had their nose in the trough. At the same time, we have a real, genuine security problem for Farage. There's even the news again today about arson and so on. So I don't think people care about that. They like him. And frankly, he's the fresh air. He will win this, but it's not out of the woods yet, because they just carry on gunning for him in different ways.
Yeah, they're just going to keep trying to slash away at him. It's not a great signal, but I'm going to move you on just very quickly before we let you go to the drought, because apparently, according to the front page of the Telegraph today, 3/4 of England is now in a drought. Britain is running dry, according to various other front pages. You're not allowed to use a hose pipe to water your plants. You're not allowed to wash your car. You probably have to shower with a friend, or they haven't said that this time. How are you dealing? How are you dealing with the hot weather where you are?
I love it. In the old days, we used to call it summer, but apparently you're not allowed to say that anymore. And here's the problem. The green catastrophist, it is just a religion, Mike. They blame everything on the single cause. Drought, flood, heat and cold. You can't have opposite effects for the same cause. It's ridiculous. And so basically, we're having a nice summer. It will rain again. We're not going to get parched and all thirst to death. Britain isn't going to become a desert. And then on top of that, the biggest problem really largely is because of the water companies. They've had their nose in the financial trough. One of the water bosses just got £1 million. What for? This is just the crazy thing. And so I'm not going to worry about this at all. Yeah, you're right. The signal isn't so good. If we could do three things for Britain, it would be number one, forget about HS2. That's a piece of rubbish. Put the money into great signals so that we have crystal clear picture like yours. So the first thing, get rid of HS2. Secondly, we need to improve the internet. And thirdly, we actually need to stop pouring water away because they've just been milking the system. They expect the government to nationalise them all and then they can walk away with the profits. This is little short of criminal, to be honest with you. But as for the drought, I have no problem with nice weather. Why do people fly abroad for hot weather and then complain about the temperature at home? It's crazy.
I know.
They should actually ban flights to anything south of Morocco, roughly. One other thing, by the way, if we are all going to be on the beach speeds, that'll be doing more to repel these illegal migrants than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's going to land if they see you, me, and a couple of pooch in speedos? Beach can't live there. They're immoral.
Yeah.
We can't stop that.
Absolutely right. Len Opic, thank you very much indeed. Maybe we'll see you down there. We're not sure, but we're going to all go to Clacton. It's going to be great fun. As Pooch said when I said to him, well, I hope there's going to be nothing horrible in the sea. He said, well, there will be when you're in it, which is very unfair, to be honest. But there we are. That's how we roll here at the Mike Graham Show. I'm delighted to say Ellie Hodges is with me now. Ellie, hi.
Morning,
nice to
Mike.
see you. You're going to be in Clacton
Yes,
as well.
I am. Very excited.
It's going to be a summer of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, you've probably been there already, but
Yeah,
I haven't.
yeah.
So I've never been there. So tell us a bit about Clacton. What's it like?
Well,
What's your impression of it?
So when I went, I think it was last week, I wasn't really by the seafront. I was kind of in the other parts of Clacton. I mean, it's a really big constituency as well. I was not prepared for how big of a constituency
Does it sort of,
it is.
so it spreads out behind
it's not
the town?
like, I thought it was just going to be kind of like the seaside town,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's a constituency.
Right.
It's not at all. I mean, the
Okay.
hotel I was staying at, there was like countryside to get to there. You had to kind
Right.
of hike to get there.
Oh, right, okay.
Which I thought was like kind of crazy because I thought that it was quite a small kind of seaside constituency.
Yeah.
But all of the people there were really good, genuine, lovely people.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I went around, I was walking around with Reform and Nigel and stuff, and he was getting a really good reception there.
Right.
And people were really passionate about it as well, and I think that a lot of them feel very let down by the fact that the other parties
So did you
aren't
get the sense that they
standing.
were happy that he was doing this by-election?
Yeah. I think so. There was obviously a few that weren't so happy,
Right.
but a lot of people as well were actually just willing to talk to Nigel even if they didn't agree with them, which
Yeah.
I think was quite good.
Right.
And it just the people there were lovely, and it's a really nice place. And I think, from what I saw anyway, they did this in Makerfield as well. The media said, oh, it's such a run-down town, it's so bad. And then you get there and it's actually quite nice. And I quite enjoyed Clacton.
I'm looking forward to it because, I'm a big fan of even slightly run-down British seaside resorts because I think they're very kind of neglected. And
They're
sort
so
of-
English.
they're very English, and also the kind of the cognoscenti, the kind of the establishment types who live in London. Ooh, it's all a bit it's all a bit druggy, and it's all a bit kind of downtrodden, and it's not really anywhere we
They
want to go.
talk down on these
Oh, they haven't got
places a
Soho
lot.
House there. Let's not
Oh.
bother. You know what I mean? And it's like well, this is what actually most people live like. They don't live like people do in London. And so I'm really looking forward to that side of it, and also the fact that it looks like it's got a really nice sandy beach.
Yeah,
and as I say, I'm threatening to possibly. I said to them earlier, but they haven't actually bitten today. I said if you get to 10,000 likes, I'll do a picture of me going to the sea. They've only got to 4,600, so you better sharpen yourselves up. But also, there is this kind of sense that the anti-reform brigade, which includes most newspapers, all television stations, and indeed the Uni Party, they keep telling us that they're not popular. They keep showing us polls that say that now they're in third place. I just don't believe a word of it. Because you see Nigel Farage and the way he communicates with people, and look at the way the news is going, right? The front pages today, this ridiculous super boat story, right, where you've got The Sun has done it really well, actually. They've got, the boat is so big that they've actually done it over the front page and the back page, right? Because it's 230 migrant, 49-foot mega dinghy. I mean, that plays right
Kay Burley
into...
said that it was just the size of a supermarket queue. Come on.
Kay Burley, I mean, somebody should put her out to grass, to be honest, because she's obviously lost the plot, after she broke rules during COVID, after telling everybody to not go anywhere and then having a party of her own.
Classic.
She's about as useless as, chocolate teapot. But 230 migrants on one vessel, this totally plays into Nigel Farage's record. He's been talking about this for so long. He's been warning about it for so long. And people see that story and go, well, he's the only guy that was ever talking about this years ago.
Well, I mean, you can't really call it the small boat crisis anymore, can you? As the Sun says, when it's both the ages there.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. But Also, in terms of Clacton, I think that actually going to the constituency, you get a much better feel of what the mood is compared to just looking at the polls. I mean, for example, in Makerfield, the minute I got there, I knew that Andy Burnham was going to win.
Right.
You get that feeling when you're there. You see who's out campaigning, and you just get. I don't really know how to describe it unless you're actually there, but you get a feeling where things are going to go. And I think that when I went into Clacton, I mean, there was reform boards absolutely everywhere, and people seem very actually politically active around Clacton. So it'll be interesting to see turnout as well.
Well, he's kind of put Clacton on the map in a way, and I mean, there might be people who live in Clacton who go, "Oh, it was on the map
Hold
before
on.
that." But you know, I wonder whether as well. Because the London establishment don't kind of go to places like that, they don't really get it, they don't really understand it. I mean, do they talk about Andy Burnham at all when in the people that you spoke to? Do they even recognise Andy Burnham? There's a lot of people I've spoken to who are outside of the kind of the world of politics. They're not really sure who he is.
I think lots of people haven't even realised that we don't have Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister anymore because it just feels the same. I mean,
and he's died a death, hasn't he? I mean, it's like almost like he never existed.
I know.
He's literally gone in a puff of smoke. Same with Rachel Reeves and all the other sort of people that were inside, Darren Jones, all the people that were kind of inside government with Keir Starmer. It's like they've all just gone.
I mean, politics is so fast-paced that, I mean, you kind of just forget about these characters, Rachel Reeves, who we were literally talking about every single day because how fast-changing politics is. But I think with Andy Burnham so far, there hasn't been any real change apart from the vibes.
Right.
And he's managed to I think he's managed to grasp the mood of the nation a little bit better than Keir Starmer. I mean, he's quite popular amongst the left at the moment because he's actually come in, and I think the rhetoric of hope is very good. I think the right need to be doing more of that because you can get if you're on the right and you're always hearing really horrible stories all the time and you're never hearing anything positive, you can get yourself really down about it. So I try and be optimistic, and I know it's hard, but I think that, you know, all of these people watching this show, they care about this country.
They do.
And as long as we still have people who care about this country, we can rebuild it. We
Well,
can
the
bring
thing
it
as
back.
well that people take from this show, and I think Mike Fairclough, who's published my book, was talking to me this morning, saying, you know, the thing about people that he speaks to is that so many of them have got opinions similar to mine, similar to yours, but they're frightened to say them. They're frightened to kind of make those thoughts public because they're worried that either they'll be cancelled or they'll be shunned by their friends.
It's crazy.
It's really sad, actually. So the best thing we can do is to continue to just keep giving people kind of affirmation, if you like.
Building a community.
To think
really,
that this is a terrible thing is not bad. You know, you don't have to preface it with, well, of course, some of them are coming here because they're desperate people and we should be giving them sanctuary. No, how about you just say, you know what, you lot, all 230 of you, get back on the boat and go back the other way because we don't want you here.
Yeah, and I think
there's nothing wrong with saying that.
No, there isn't at all, and I think that there is a kind of double standard in which the left seem to be able to not be friends with people on the right, criticise people on the right, say how awful and horrible people they are. But if people on the right have friends that are left-wing and they criticise them, oh my God, how evil. I mean, there needs to be more. I think that everyone across the political spectrum, you should be able to be friends with people across the political spectrum. You should be able to have debate, and that's so important. But at the moment, I still don't think the left have accepted that people have different opinions to them. And just because you're on the right, it doesn't mean that you're evil. But I mean, the mainstream media and also social media has kind of made it okay to just call people on the right. I think hopefully we're seeing the phasing out of that now. But it's made it okay to just say to people on the right, oh no, you're a neo-Nazi, you're far right, you're this, you're that. And it's kind of been made okay, which is just unacceptable completely.
Totally, absolutely right. We've got a little clip actually, which we haven't played yet. This is the one who's the Pro Farage punter in Clacton I've got down here. Okay. Can you do it, do you think? Yeah. Let's do that. 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 Let's
There's no doubt he will win the election anyway. He probably will get 60% of the votes. But in my opinion, I don't believe the election should have been called. But I do believe he would correctly call the election because of what's happened now, especially with the problems with Mrs. Whittlecombe.
Yes, yeah, it's looking quite grim, this, isn't it? I mean, they should have investigated a threat to Nigel a lot earlier, it seems.
Correct. And as well as that, the Times newspaper shouldn't have put the pictures in where the place was in Richmond, which obviously I do know the area, and I believe his daughter was living in the property.
Yeah, so it's quite a lot of an invasion of privacy as well.
Correct.
What's the feeling on the ground here? We've been going throughout the constituency, up from Clacton and the Pier and everything all day. Has he got a lot of support here in this neck of the woods?
Yes, he has indeed. He's got most support here, and I think he will get. It will be easy enough, but I don't understand why so many other candidates, all their money's going to be thrown away.
Yeah. So you're expecting a pretty comfortable win for Nigel Farage come Thursday?
I expect a very comfortable win. And I think he'll win, as I say, he'll get 60 to 70%. I think Mr. Binface may get second, but I'm not sure though. But it's very strange.
Very strange.
Very strange indeed. A lot of strange stuff going on there. But that's Mark Littlewood, of course, who is on with us after this at 10 o'clock with the Cox and Littlewood show, which is fantastic, by the way. And people asking about Kelvin Mackenzie and whether he is returning. He's taken a little time off because he's been going flat out, and he's not a young man, let's face it. And he's decided that he wants to just take a little break, and he'll be back probably at the end of the month, or getting towards the end of the month. Ellie Hodges is here. That's a pub in Clacton.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you've been into any of those, but clearly there's an awful lot of love for Nigel Farage, and I think it's going to be pretty much a one-man band type show. I don't think. I mean, there's a lot of talk about 34 different candidates, and they're going to split the vote, and blah, blah, blah. I just think it's. I'm glad he's doing it. I think it's a shame that the other parties are not taking part. I think they've shown themselves up in a way that they're not interested in democracy, because that's not democracy. They should be. They should be there. But yes, listen. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. You're going to be with us, hopefully.
Yes.
You're going to be with us tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'll be there.
And there might be a bit of plonk
Looking forward to it.
of the week going on as well towards the end of the show, and then breakfast on Thursday morning, 7 o'clock. We're in the Royal Hotel, for those of you. We're not staying in the Royal Hotel, though. I'm not sure where we're staying. We're staying somewhere else. But I mean, it'll be a fascinating day out. And a couple of days. Tell us about the other thing that you did this week, which is you wrote an interesting piece about your introduction to sort of Westminster and how you found it. Because a lot of people say to me, Ellie Hodges, where did she come from? You know, how did she suddenly just sort of appear? She's on your show all the time. She's on other shows. She's on other stations.
I'm a mystery.
You're on tour quite a lot. But you've done brilliantly well for somebody who's so young. And I don't want to sound patronising, because I'm very careful. I don't want to do that, because why shouldn't you, right?
Yeah.
But you are the sort of the hope of the future to me, you know, because young people are obviously going to take over from us old gits when the time comes, and it's nice to know that not every one of them is sort of you know, is sort of brainwashed into thinking that leftist politics and socialism is the way forward. So how did you come to do? I've never actually asked you this question.
No, you haven't.
How did you come to do what you're now doing? What made you decide to do it?
I just decided. I can't remember the exact moment, but I just remember not really knowing what I wanted to see with life, and it was kind of very I don't know, it's hard when you don't really know what to do, because it doesn't really give you much ambition if you don't know what you want to do, which is why I always say to young people, find out what you love. And then I just stumbled across politics, really. I watched a couple of YouTube videos and it's like, this is really exciting. I've always been someone who loves a debate, loves a bit of an argument, loves giving my opinion. So it was kind of the perfect industry for me, So it was kind of the perfect industry for me, and I just got more and more interested in it, and I thought, okay, now I need to make this happen for myself. I really wanted to, you know, get into presenting and commentary. And so I just emailed literally everyone that was in politics and said, on right-wing politics anyway, can I have some work experience? And a few people came back and said yes, of course. And that way I kind of got my foot into the door, and then a lot of that work experience.
Because the piece you wrote, you talked about coming in to talk, didn't you, in the early stages? Did you come in to do, because I sort of vaguely remember you being around. Did you come in to watch Plank of the Week or something?
Yeah, so I did, a week of work experience there, and that was great fun.
Right.
And I remember just being so kind of like, I remember meeting you for the first
Really?
time as well. Like, this is really embarrassing, but I remember.
Hopefully I was nice to you.
No, because I remember, like, you were one of the first people that I actually started watching.
Right.
You know, on
Okay.
Talk in the morning.
Right.
And I remember coming in to Plank of the Week, and you were all in the dressing room, and I was like, this is really awkward. What the hell
Right.
do I say? And I
Right.
put in the article about having to make awkward conversation with presenters that
Yeah.
I'd watch, you know, on
Right.
TV.
Right.
And I just remember you being like, oh, hello, who's this? And
Right.
I was like, oh, hi, Mike.
Yeah.
And it was very awkward, but like, for me, that was so exciting. And then Talk kind of picked me up from there. I started
Right.
doing the late night shows, and they started getting me on more regularly. And then everywhere else I did work experience, for example, New Culture Forum, then I started working a bit with them.
Yeah.
Then other people then messaged me, and then my profile on Instagram and Twitter kind of built up. And then one thing just led to another.
Yeah.
But this is why I always say to, you know, young people, you have to make things happen for yourself. They aren't just going to happen to you overnight.
No.
You need to email. Because, you know, I
You
sent
do.
so many emails,
Yeah.
and the majority of people didn't reply. But a few people did.
Right.
And that led to some of the most amazing
Absolutely.
opportunities.
I always say that
So-
to people, that you've just got to do it. You have
Yeah.
to absolutely be relentless, because if you're not, they might not have seen the first email for whatever
Exactly.
reason. You know, I mean, I have some days where people send me emails and I'm like, I'm so busy, or I'm so kind of crazed doing one thing and I don't see it.
Yeah.
And then I kind of, if I have a chance to go back
Yeah,
through it, I
exactly.
see it. But you cannot be determined enough. And the same with me. I mean, when I started out in this business a long time ago, I must have applied for about 60 jobs.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't get an interview in more than about 10 of them.
And you
but
need
you just
to-
keep writing off to people.
You need to be comfortable with rejection as well.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of young people, they send off one email, they don't get a response. Oh my God, waste of time. I'm never going to get anywhere. No, you have to
Right.
keep going.
Yeah.
Because eventually someone will reply, because there are good
Yeah.
people in this
And
world
the other thing
still.
that I liked about your piece is you
Yeah.
talk about the Westminster sort of, you know, social scene,
Yeah.
which a lot of people don't really get and don't understand. And it's as you described it,
Yeah.
I thought really, really well. It's very cliquey.
It's
very
It's
kind of.
almost like secondary school.
It's very kind of, yeah, it's very incestuous. Everybody, and people are actually quite immature, I
Yeah.
think. And there's quite a lot of young people as well, which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
I mean, they kind of view me as a bit of a father figure, I think, whenever I go down to these pubs that you mentioned,
Yeah.
you know, which I'm not going to repeat just in case people want to come looking for me. You know, it's kind of, you walk in, it's like walking into a sort of sixth form common room sometimes.
It is. It's
you know?
really hard when you first walk into Westminster, and I said that in the start of the article. You don't really realise that you're a part of it until suddenly it kind of just clicks that
Right.
you're walking from Westminster Station to somewhere and you're being recognised.
Yeah.
And people saying, "Oh, hi, Ellie," just walking down the street,
Right.
and you're seeing everyone that you
And
know.
do you find that with politicians as well? Are you getting
Yeah.
politicians to know who you are now?
Yeah, I said that as
Right.
well. So I said I remember going to PMQs for the first time when I was like, I don't know, maybe 12, and I went and watched, and I remember sitting behind the glass and it being so interesting. And then, you know, a few weeks ago I go again and I sit, you know, just not behind the glass, and in the other bit where the MPs sign you in, and they waved at me, and I was like, wow, so much has changed so quickly.
Yeah.
But because politics in this industry is so fast paced, you don't even realise what's happening until
Right.
1 minute. I mean, sometimes when people recognise me, I'm like, what the hell, this is so crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, because you don't actually realise how much bigger your profile's become until stuff like that
Yeah.
happens. But if I could give one piece of advice to other young people, I would just say, find out what you're passionate about and don't give up, because
Yeah.
things will work out.
Yeah, that's good. Well, listen, you've done so well,
Thank
and
you,
it's great.
Mike.
You had a show here last week.
Yes.
Hopefully, more of that to come.
Yes.
I'll have to talk to Pooch about that, but I'm sure it will happen. Hi, Mike. A drink for you and Ellie, says Goat Man. He sent us 20 quid. That's nice, isn't it? We have so many people just sending us money, which is incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you. There might be a couple of other super chats, are there, perhaps? Or not? So am I jumping the gun? Sorry, I just saw a couple. I saw a couple earlier, which I didn't get to, but never mind. The trouble with the old YouTube super chat is that you can't always find them. Anyway, never mind. Ellie Hodges, we'll see you tomorrow night.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
We're heading down. I think Pooch is heading down sort of early afternoon because he's got to set up the whole thing, and it's in the Royal Hotel. If you haven't got a ticket yet, you need to get one because we're about to sell out. I think there was only about 15 left. About an hour or so ago, and so
In demand.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but if you're really keen, it's much easier to get a ticket for 7 o'clock the following morning. when we'll all be very hungover, no doubt, and we'll be opening. It'll be the only show, which is what I love about it. It's the only show that will be able to be broadcast because we're not regular by Ofcom.
Yeah, because we can talk about
all the,
it.
all the
great.
other, sort of TV channels will be down there saying, all the polls are open. People can go and vote. Make sure you go out and vote, and they won't be able to say anything else. No. So if you walk behind them and go, vote for Nigel Farage, they'll be like, oh, we're going to get complained about. So we're doing something groundbreaking. So buy your tickets for Claxon UK Live. There's the link there. Go to my Twitter page, go to my Facebook page, The Mike Graham Show, and of course Instagram and TikTok. All of those normal places where you can find us, and that's where the link will be. And if you haven't bought yourself a ticket, get yourself down on Thursday morning, but they won't let you in unless you've got a ticket, so please do get one. And if you haven't bought the book, by the way, which is called Fake News, get out there and buy it. It's a bestseller already. It's currently running at number 34 in the, what I'm looking at is the bestsellers department of Amazon. My publisher, Mike Fairclough, says it's actually, overall, Amazon UK, it's running at number 25. Which is amazing. Hot new releases. It's running at number, I think it's number 4. Is it number 4? Oh no, it's dropped down again. It was number 4. Where has it gone? Where is it?
It's still number 4, let's just say that.
Yeah, let's just say it's still number 4. Anyway, that moves like every hour. Anyway, listen, it's a great success. It's a bestseller, is all I know. And I'm already thinking about the next one, which is called Total Control. And coming up, we're going to talk to Major Alex Watts, who will have something to say about that, of course. He's working on galvanising the veterans community and telling us all that we need to be very careful not to let the government get away with all the things they get away with. We'll be talking about that coming up very shortly. Should we do a bit of news meantime? Yeah. Laura Jane says she's ordered the book. Thank you very much indeed. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good day. I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the Channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, tigers.
A few times.
Edward Hughes, thank you very much indeed. I am, of course, Mike Graham. A couple of questions coming in. How did Ellie get to go to PMQs at the age of 12? She must have a connection through her family. Well, I don't know. I'll have to ask her that tomorrow. It might be that the school did it or the school organised it. It's possible. You can never say. By the way, before we talk to Alex Watts, and Alex, do come in. Yeah, just walk behind me. We're not proud here. We don't care. They can see the engine room. Doesn't matter. Good to see you. How you doing?
How are you? You good?
Nice to see you. I just wanted to update you on Holly Willoughby. You might remember last week or the week before we did a big sort of takedown of Holly Willoughby because she decided, Holly Willoughby in her full pomp and ceremony decided that she'd do a YouTube show. And so she decided to take all of her production techniques and lots of backroom staff and cameramen and PRs and all the rest of it into a show which was complete and utter balderdash and crap, right? And failed and fell right on its arse. And I was the first person to criticise it. It's because then I was like, this is absolutely nuts, ridiculous. Why would anybody think that they could be successful on YouTube just because other people are successful on YouTube, like me? We've got the most successful YouTube show, breakfast show in the UK. We have more people watching us even as we speak right now, which is not as busy as it is between, say, 7:30 and 9, but we have still more people watching now than are watching GB News, Talk, BBC, ITV, Sky News put together, right? Because people like what we do, because we talk sense and we don't give you any BS that you can't believe. So The Sun decided to do a big piece on Holly Willoughby. Isn't it great? She's got a new show. They put a picture on page 1. They did a spread inside because she knows all these people in showbiz. And it was complete and utter load of old cobblers, right? Today they've done it again. Page 3 in The Sun today. Holly Willoughby is poised to make a return to TV with Disney Plus 3 years after quitting This Morning. So this is the latest kind of PR nonsense that we're supposed to believe. Insiders said the presenter is set to film a secret chat show pilot with the US streaming giant later this month. I mean, just stop it. Stop feeding us crap and expecting us to believe it. This is the story we're supposed to believe. Holly Willoughby done up in front of the old Disney castle. It's not going to happen. It's not working. And even if it does happen, nobody's going to watch it. All right? Because the future is very bright for people like me and people who tell the truth and who question authority. That's where the truth is, and that's where the money is, and that's where the people are. People are sick to death of watching fake celebrities getting paid millions of pounds to interview other fake celebrities while one of them is fiddling with a young boy behind the scenes. Sorry, that's not where we want to go anymore. Thanks very much indeed. Instead, we should talk to much more interesting people, like Major Alex Watts, who's here. Alex, good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry about that. I just thought I'd better get that out of the way off my chest because I
was going to say, do you feel
because,
better?
you know, it's important that we talk about these things. It's important that we know that the world is moving in a good place. I know that you and I met at a party the other week, and we had a really good chat actually about you know the way things are going. How you feel sort of quite pessimistic about where we are, and how I sort of agree with you, but also want you to be more optimistic in a way, because I think that there is a definite sense. I mean, I've written this book, right, which was a very quick off the cuff kind of literally wrote it in a week type book, but it's about the kind of relationship between the media and the government and how things get covered up and how you know you can't really necessarily trust everything that the mainstream media tells you. And I can say that because I've worked in it, right? And it's become a bestseller. People are buying it in their droves. It's like number one on all sorts of Kindle platforms, all the rest of it. So there's a thirst for this kind of information, the things you say, the things I say.
There's a thirst for the truth.
There is.
And the problem is the mainstream media now are all part of the establishment.
Yes, they are.
And I mean, we're the way that they're pushing it, we're going to be entering a sort of North Korea type environment where actually the mainstream media are being used to push government propaganda. And I get your point about being negative.
It's not a criticism, by the way. It's just a slightly difference of opinion.
In the interim period, I found out more information, which it concerns me more about what's happening, and I still stick by the idea and the concept of what I think the government is doing. I still think they're on that train, and my concern is that there isn't an equal and opposite force now. But on the positive side, I am more convinced now that the approach that we're taking, and it's not just us, we're talking to lots of organisations across the UK now, the approach we're taking, and date back to Oliver Cromwell to see the last time this happened, but the approach that we're taking is the most effective way to do it. We need to hold all the parties to account. And actually, as far as that's concerned, I'm actually quite positive, but we need to start implementing things now. We need to start building communities. We need to start protecting the communities because there are more threats, some of which I can't say on here because I will get I won't get out to Victoria Station when I finish it.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you know, there's no question that what you're saying is accurate, and there's no question that we should be very wary of government, and we should be very wary of quangos and all of the things that are going on around us, from which we appear to have no control. But equally, I say, one of the things that I said to you the other day is that I feel very empowered by the people of this country, because many of them are coming towards me now and saying, you know, you're the only person doing this. And I'm not trying to blow my own trumpet, because I'm not the only person doing it. But I do have a platform, and I do have a big audience. And I am expressing myself in a way that people are going, do you know, that's what I think. And a lot, I'm getting told a lot by people, you know, until I heard you talking on your show, I didn't know other people thought that. And now that I know that other people feel the same way, I feel better about being a bit more kind of outspoken.
You have a profound responsibility, because people do listen to you, and actually they listen to what you're saying and they listen to your advice. And you know, we're living in an environment where a lot of people are shrouded, a lot of people are living in a bubble. To be perfectly honest, and we're also living in a sort of psyop environment where we're being fed stories to make us feel in a particular way. I've put a couple of posts out about this, where the government are specifically pushing out to make us feel angry, to make us feel fearful. You know, and the Anne Widdecombe thing, for example, to insult our intelligence, because everyone's sitting there going, well, we kind of know what's happened, we know what's going on, but you keep spinning us this yarn. But it's designed to do that. It's a sort of psychological
But
operation.
do you think that everything is that, though? Because I think that's where I slightly differ from you, where there are certain things that happen just because they happen, and they're not within anybody's control. For example, this picture on the front page of the Sun today, right? This is on the front of every paper, and this will make people angry, right?
Of course.
But I don't think this is anything other than an event
this happened,
which did happen.
Yeah, no,
that's should make people angry, because the Sun have done it really well, because they've not only done it on that bit of the page, but they've done it on the back, because that's how big the boat is, right? 230 migrants on one boat, right? So they've done that, and it's quite clever. So for me, that would not be something I would consider to be a psyop or
that happened.
A deliberate.
No, that happened, and that has been reported, and that's fine.
Yes, and I can tell you from my knowledge of the way that newspapers work, there would be some people who wouldn't have wanted to do that inside the Sun, because they're a bit woke, right? And they'd go, "Oh, why do you don't want to demonise these people?" But actually, any news organisation worth its salt would say that is a front page picture, and that's why we're going to do it.
But does that appear on all the other?
Well, it's on the front of the Mail.
The Mail's done it, yeah.
The Mail have done it. The day the small boat crisis, became a big boat crisis.
What about the Times and the Telegraph?
The Times, I think, have also done it
as well. Yeah,
so because it's such an amazing picture. I mean, look at it. I mean, they've done it across 2 pages there. So yeah. I mean, for once. Although, I mean, I have to say, the Times, which has now become, I call it Pravda now, because all they do is big up whoever happens to be in the Prime Minister's office, if they're Labour. They did this with Starmer, they've now done it with Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham has told his Justice Secretary to draw up plans to prevent the early release of PC Andrew Harper's killers and present them to Parliament amid a mounting backlash from the victim's family and the police. Doesn't say he's actually going to do it.
No.
It just says he wants to do it, which is not the same thing.
There's a lot of that at the moment, isn't
there?
Yes,
there is. So it's interesting, So all I'm saying, I suppose, Alex, is that what you're doing is very valuable. You're sort of alerting people to things that you think they should know about, which they might not otherwise know about.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is I guess you have to be careful not to sound as though everything is kind of being engineered to make you feel a particular way.
Well, I have recently. I have been pushing a few messages out, saying to people, not to necessarily believe everything that they say, and actually take a step back and think about how it makes you feel. That's how they want to make you feel. But just take a step back, and in a very, very good British tradition, keep calm and carry on. You talked about the people before. This is the power of the people, the British people. And I don't think they realise this. There is nothing that can stop us. There's nothing that if the people stand together, and I'm not just talking about the right, I'm talking about the right and the left. There's a process of education, which is what we're trying to do with Frontline, and education and the Muslim community and the such like. And if those people can come together, because they're being bombarded by everyone's being bombarded by the government. Everyone's being played by the government. This is the problem. But if they can come together, if we can stand shoulder to shoulder, and we say, no, this is what we want. This is our country.
Well, we're just not going to take that.
We had a really interesting exercise yesterday. We had a big meeting yesterday, and we went around the boys and said, what is it? What do you want? What do you want? Every single person turned around and said, I want to give a future to my children. And that's not dramatic. This is what I want. Because at the moment, we're not looking at that.
Right.
This is what we want. So and I think everyone feels that way. We've kind of tried to articulate. We put together this oath, like British oath thing, which articulates what people want and what people don't want, and we've pushed it out there, and that's been met with. But it's really just a way of giving people a voice to say, okay, I can't sit in my house in Torquay. So this is a way that I can project myself, and we're pulling all that together. And if we can get enough people to sort of align themselves to that, I'll send you a copy and see what you think. But it enables. This is the problem: is people don't have a voice because they're being silenced.
Yes, and I hear that a lot. I hear a lot from people who say that me in particular, give them a voice, and it kind of empowers them in a way to say the things that they want to say, but which have previously been difficult for them. you know.
Well, people keep getting locked up for it. This is the problem.
Well, that is the problem. But again, the embarrassment that so many different police forces have now faced, and the fact that they've had to pay money out to both Alison Pearson and to Graham Linehan, should hopefully mean that they will stop doing that. Because those are two great victories, I think, for common sense, and two great victories for the people.
But then, if you look on social media, you see every day examples of people. I mean, I saw a video this morning of a guy who was shouting something at a Tottenham fan. Right. I think he sort of said the Yid Army. He was then arrested by the police.
Well, Tottenham fans say that themselves.
Exactly, but he was arrested by the police for saying that.
Well,
and the guy was sat there going, "Excuse me?
Yeah, right.
You're arresting me? What for? What for?"
Because we still have, unfortunately, people in the police who have been trained wrongly, in my view, and they need to be retrained, and they need to be told from the top down, this is not what you do.
The police need a major reform, but that's not going to happen under the current government.
Yeah.
They need a major reform, and the border force and the such like. It's, you know. And I actually have a degree of sympathy for the police. You know, they're working for an organisation. They don't want to lose their jobs. They have been indoctrinated, and having been in the army, I know what that feels like when you're given a set of rules and regulations that you have to follow. So I kind of understand it, but that doesn't make it right. And so there needs to be a big refresh. And it all goes back to, you know, DEI and the whole thing about, you know, the police being made to feel as though they're you know, they're institutionally racist on the one hand, and then two-tier policing on the other.
Yeah.
They kind of can't win.
I mean, I think the thing about, and I get what you're saying about sympathy with the police, but I would think, and a friend of mine is a former police officer who was working in the special patrol group sort of area, and he eventually left because he said they were asking me to do things I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
And I was not happy doing them.
Yeah.
And I told my superior officer, and you know, it wasn't a good situation.
Yeah.
So I think there are certain things that you can, you know, you've been in the military, if you were asked to do something which you felt was wrong, I think you would probably have said something. My dad used to tell me, he was in the Second World War, and he said that when he was sitting around training in the RAF, they would have, you know, philosophical conversations, young men in their early 20s, talking about the Nazis and talking about orders that you would get handed down from on high, and they all agreed that if somebody came to them and said, you've got to shoot these kids in the head, they wouldn't do it, right? And obviously, you, generally speaking, if you're in an army structure, you have to do what you're told, but in that situation, you'd go, no, I'm not doing that. And those who do it, I don't feel sorry for, and say, oh, sorry that you had to do what you didn't want to do. So the same way, the police...
There's a moral...
the police who are arresting people or going to people's houses to say, oh, you might have caused some distress by putting out a tweet. If it was me, I'd go, I'm not doing that. Forget about it.
But it's like the Henry Novak case. The Henry Novak is a classic example of that, where they had a set of regulations that they had to abide by. But even with that in the case, and everyone's seen that particular scene where Henry's on the ground, you know, at what point did any one of those policemen actually, from a completely moral perspective, go, actually, this guy might be in? No, it didn't happen.
Right.
And that's what struck me more than anything else, was the fact that, irrespective of what you've been told to do,
it didn't occur to any of them to ask the question.
No, but just human compassion, human empathy.
Right.
And unfortunately, we seem to have lost that, and that we need. I think this goes back to the. I think morally, over a long period of time, we've become slightly morally corrupt as a nation.
I think so.
And I think we need to regain that.
And do you think that's because of the way that we've been led and the way that we've been stewarded, if you like, by the politicians? Because I think the politicians don't have a moral compass.
I think that's partly to blame. I think obviously the internet and in the broader sense, and social media and this sort of the way it pushes people apart, makes people remote. People have got lots and lots of friends, but they actually haven't met any of them. They're all on social media, and I think that particularly with the younger generation, that has the interaction, the face-to-face interaction between people, reading a book, all that kind of thing is kind of lost.
Although,
now.
I think there's sometimes an overemphasis on that as well, because I was last week, a friend of ours was down, a friend of mine personally, but also a friend of the show's, Donald McLeod, who's involved in running it all. He was down from Glasgow, and I took him out for a drink in Borough Market, and it was a Thursday night, and it was absolutely rammed with people out drinking, enjoying themselves. You know, it was like sort of good old days before COVID, and there were, you know, people spilling out into the street. You know, everyone was having a good time. There was a lot of human interaction going on, and you kind of thought. I looked at it and thought, this is, you know, this is what we do, right?
Yeah.
We don't sit at home with a screen. We don't like just stay on the internet the whole time. So
Well,
I think there's, you know, maybe not in every part of the world or in every part of Britain, but certainly there is a thirst for that kind of behaviour.
Well, I went down to Horsham recently with my godmother actually, and she said, "Oh, I'm gonna show you something." So we went into the town on a Friday. It was a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
And she said, "This happens every Friday." The whole town, women, children, old people, Asian people, the African community, were all in the town centre. There were bands playing.
Right.
We had all the farmers had brought in their stalls, and they were selling their goods there. There were lots of little like food stores, like multicultural food stores there. But there must have been about 4,000 or 5,000 people from a town that size. And they do that every Friday. Yeah. So the whole town comes together.
So that's encouraging, isn't it?
No, well, but you don't see it in many places. You don't see it in many places. Most towns are dead. The town centres are dead. But it was fun. I was quite moved by it actually, because this is what we need to get back. Yeah. And everyone was chatting and drinking beer and all that kind of thing, and
that's what
enjoying themselves. And they do it in the town every Friday. Right. In fact, I videoed it and I sent it to everyone. And I said, look at this. This is what we need.
This is the answer.
This is where we need to get.
Because also, not only are people seeing each other and talking and having conversations and drinking and enjoying themselves, but they're then exploring the kinds of things that you're talking about. Yeah. And they're maybe sharing experiences and saying, I didn't like that. The kids saw that what happened. I didn't like that. You know.
The kids were running around, so parents weren't worried about the fact that kids were running around and they might get. And I spoke to a couple of people, and I said, this is great, and they said it's because we feel safe. It's because we feel. Now Horsham's quite an affluent area, so it's slightly different. Yeah. But they said they feel safe. The police were. There wasn't a big police presence at all. They were stood away, and they were allowing it to go. But it's because they felt safe, and they felt that they could do that. But that model, that sort of thing, you know, that's what we're trying to push everywhere now, and getting the communities to come back. This is what we're doing on Frontline Alliance, is getting communities to come back together, to talk to each other, to engage with each other. Because, like I said before, the debate doesn't exist at national level anymore. There's no debate. There's no debate between different parts of the community, but we can do it at community level because it's face to face as well as being on social media and such like, and that's kind of what we're trying to build now, you know, across the whole country. That's what we're aiming to do. And we're just using the veterans to be able to organise it, because veterans are really good at organising stuff. That's why we're doing it that way. And that, you know, and I mean, we have been inundated with people wanting to be part of this and all this, both veteran and civilian. Yeah. And I have to make an apology now. I call them normal people. Veterans, normal people. It's meant in absolutely the best way. So we are struggling a little bit, but so we're having a little bit of a reset for the next couple of weeks now to get all of our stuff in place and sort out a website and all the other bits and pieces. So anyone that's listening and wants to come on, please be patient with us. We're doing it for very good reasons, and it doesn't change what we're doing and how we're going to do it. So we're going to have a big pilot of the model up in the northwest in Newcastle. That's where we're going to start, but we're going to be pushing on.
So what's that going to be? What's the nature of that?
An integrated single team, and we have a series of models. Sort of, for example, in Newcastle in particular, we've got a fantastic safeguarding model. We're working with. It's a wonderful lady. She's a survivor. A wonderful lady who has been working on this for the last year and a half, and with little traction. So we're basically providing her with that network. But what we're then doing is we're bringing best practice from education, from safety, into that same thing, and providing the infrastructure to do it. And it'll be in Newcastle, not just Newcastle, but around Newcastle, really as our main pilot. And then concurrent with that, straight after that, we're going into Liverpool. with the Liverpool Guardians. The great thing about what we're doing is we're talking to lots of different organisations. We're making sure that we're all singing off the same song sheet. I keep on banging on about that. We have the same vision, we have the same objectives, we run on the same principles, you know, and we so it's kind of an alliance. It's a national alliance, I guess. And although we're facilitating it with the veterans, and I think that's key, that's critical, because of the way we are and the way we think. But that is the idea. We build, and what we then do is we get public support. Once we've got the public support, it means that we are in quite a strong position to turn around to all these political parties, people like Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe and Kemi Badenoch, and say, bash your heads together, sort yourselves out politically. You know, forget all this backwards and forwards, and it's kind of been coming across as a game now.
It's all ultimatums that are being given.
Yeah, no, but it's not just about getting your heads together. It's also about you have to commit to doing what is critical when you win the election. It's that's the really important, because if we look forward now, the next election, and hopefully a non-left party will win the next election. I'll be blunt about that. And the reason for that is that if it's a left party, nothing will change. No. We will continue to drift into this communist state. Awful. But if it's the right party, the 5 years following the next election are going to be really tough. Really tough. And everyone needs to be aware of that. But it's worth it, because we will get our country back in 6, 7, 8 years' time. So it's going to be really difficult. You know, there's going to be a big exodus with immigration. There's going to be a big exodus with radical Islam that has to be stripped out. But most importantly, it's going to require dismantling the establishment. Because the establishment are the key. They're the problem. They are the problem, and they are facilitating all of this. They're facilitating Islam. They're facilitating immigration, and so dismantling. But we have to get the parties to commit to that. I was listening to Rupert Lowe when he was talking about what he was doing, and yes, his five things that he suggested were fine. But actually, the most important bit is the establishment. And I know maybe politically they can't say that. I don't know whether that's the case, but none of the parties are committed, have even sort of committed to doing anything like that. I think Zia Youssef might have said a couple of things about, changing some of the law. You know, we haven't just got to repeal laws; we've got to void laws, in order to get ourselves. And that's going to be really, really tough. So whoever's the Prime Minister, is going to be the most unpopular Prime Minister for that period of time. But it's a necessity.
No, I disagree. I think popular with the people, not popular with the blob, which is a different thing. You know, they won't be popular and they won't be helped. And they won't be able to do anything. But at least we're out of time. Blimey.
Sorry, I apologise.
We have one super chat.
We got one super chat to do. Sorry, Alex. I've got to stop you because a couple of these. This one from Mr. Woodward. Major Watts has made claims that, what is that? Are UK members a part of the establishment of the YouTube video this year? A question I have is, does he believe the murder of Anne and the firebombing of Nigel House are signs of establishment belonging? It's a difficult question to answer that.
Belonging, as in, do they think that?
I don't know. I don't know what he means by that. Really,
I think maybe he means that it's the responsibility of the.
I think we might have to come back and revisit. Maybe rephrase that question. Hi, Mike. Great show. Just bought your book off Amazon. Well done, Mike. Top man. Well done. One from Ido says, very hard to stay positive. Your show helps a lot. It does. Yes, stay positive. It's the best thing you can do. Can't be with you all tomorrow evening, but I'll be watching. Chin chin, says Lark. Yeah, we'll be down in Clacton tomorrow. If you happen to be in that neck of the woods, come and see us. Alex Watts, thank you very much indeed. Got to run because we've got a new show coming just after this at 10 o'clock after the news. We've got Cox and Littlewood who are going to be taking you all the way through till midday. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp. And meantime, don't do anything stupid. There you go. Sorry, guys.
Well, here we go. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Tell me in the chat if you can't. This is the revolution being televised live in, as you can see, glorious Technicolor. And today, uniquely also brought to you in sound. I hope you can hear me. Yesterday, a few of you complained in the chat that we were communicating only through the medium of mime. I think that is a reflection of the white privilege of our audience to make those sort of accusations. But nevertheless, we listen to our audience. And so today we are going to be communicating with you in sound. And we have got a ton to bring you. A lot of Clacton, because being a non-Ofcom regulated channel, there's the Ofcom alarm's already gone off that I've broken the regulations, but that's purely a self-regulation. We don't have to do anything about that at all. It's just 10 o'clock on Wednesday mornings that fires off. As a non-Ofcom regulated channel, we can bring you the truth on the ground from Clacton upon Sea. So joining me to talk all that through, we've got a range of wonderful guests coming up. We've got the fantastic Gawain Towler, what he doesn't know about reform and Nigel Farage ain't worth knowing. We've got one of Farage's opponents joining us on a campaign to rejoin the European Union. We have the wonderful Jess Kane and we have Leo Kearse later in the show as well. But right up with me is my usual co-host, Paul Cox. How the devil are you, Paul?
I'm really devilishly good. That was their fire alarm going off, actually. There's actually a real fire, but that's not going to stop us. I can actually see in the distance that Gawain Towler is on fire, but he is fighting to get into the studio. He doesn't care. He will do anything to get on air.
Gawain and I should probably take greater heed of the smoking rules, but we're kind of libertarian types. So I conducted a recce in Clacton on Sea yesterday afternoon, spent a glorious afternoon down in wonderful Clacton. I'm going to be giving you all the reporting back from what I discovered. The Hampshire Provisional Army were sent down there in order to clear the way for the entire UK Live online team who are piling down there tomorrow. Mike is going to be broadcasting from the Royal Hotel right on the beachfront from 7 p.m. tomorrow. That's nearly sold out. And again from 7 a.m. on polling day, the exact same venue. So, and as an extra special bonus, don't we spoil you, common sensors, we're joined by the wonderful Ellie Hodges, who's also done a provisional recce down in Clacton on Sea.
I mean, you can't not, can you? You have to go down to Clacton.
Well, Cox hasn't been bothered yet.
I'm going to. I've never actually been to Clacton either to do anything.
You need to go to Clacton. It's actually,
they await me, I believe. Wasn't the rumour that there was thousands there calling for me?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Ellie.
Children are lining the streets waving flags.
Not children, hopefully. It's mainly waspy women for me.
Waspy women are lining the streets waving flags. So, Ellie, what did you discover when you were there? What is the feeling on the ground? Because I've done my in-depth research, which we're going to be going through on the show. What did you get up to? What was your sense of it in the weirdest by-election in human history?
I mean, I was just saying to Mike, actually, that I think despite whatever the polls say, I think that you get the mood of what the election result is going to be when you actually get to the places. And that's how I felt with Makerfield as well. The minute I got to Makerfield, I knew that Andy Burnham was going to win by quite a majority, really. You just get that vibe as soon as you get there. And when I got to Clacton, I saw that there was lots of support for Nigel Farage there. And I ended up actually walking around with Nigel and everyone that was campaigning for reform and kind of seeing what the mood was on the doorsteps. And I think that you always get a feeling when you're kind of out on the streets and actually talking to your everyday person how much people care about this country. And especially with reform, people are really putting their hope behind Reform UK, and they were saying to Nigel, you're my last chance. I'm putting all of my hope behind you, and I think that it's actually quite emotional.
So
when you see how much
you
people
are
care.
essentially the general election. You're an election psychic. You're the Derek Acora of the right, and so you can literally go to a town and go, Lib Dems, let's get out.
I think you can tell though.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I've never been to Makerfield either, but that's interesting you say that. So when you were wandering around Clacton, I know you've got an exclusive and we'll get to that in a minute, but when you were wandering around Clacton, what was the sort of thing people were saying to you?
I think people were just kind of saying that they're fed up with the way that this country's going, but reform is giving them hope. And I mean, I didn't actually meet anyone that actually I met a couple people that weren't sure on who they were voting for, but it was very much kind of reform or not voting or Count Binface, really. That was it. There was no one else. I know they say about there's all these different candidates, but
and those that say they're going to talk to vote for Count Binface, shall I say? Why are they telling you they're going to do that? Is it policies that are enticing them, or is this a protest vote?
I mean, some of the policies are actually quite funny, to be honest. I know Mark knows like all of his policies are.
I'm quite attracted to some of them.
Brilliant.
I mean, I'm usually in favour of privatisation, but I quite like the idea of nationalising Adele. I think that's quite good. I particularly like what I think is a fiscally prudent idea of putting up the number of points you get for a try in rugby league in line with inflation. I think that's quite a good idea. Surely you didn't find anyone who was voting for Count Binface, if you like, seriously. I mean, they might actually be voting for him, but they're all voting for him as a prank.
There was a few kind of like banners saying vote for Count Binface, and that was it really. But there wasn't many people who I actually spoke to.
But no one
really passionate about.
Yeah, so no one was going up to Binface and saying you're our last hope.
Oh, of course they were.
Well, you wait till we get into some of my video footage. I've got one or two staunch Binface
We've got nearly 4 hours of clips of Mark wandering around Clacton.
But where was the first place you headed to when you got to Clacton?
I can't actually remember. I think it was Frinton. I'm not really sure the areas where I don't know the area well. I just kind of got sent to different places where everyone was walking around. But it was quite hard actually to know what to do at some points because there isn't any of the other parties. There's not any other really campaigners to speak to because the only campaigners that were out were reform people because there's no one else campaigning.
You're going to be impressed with what I found.
What have you managed to do, Mark?
What I found. Coxie, where do you think I headed to as soon as I arrived?
I'm just going to. I'm not as psychic as Ellie, but I'm just going to tune in and say the pub.
What an amazing guess by Paul Cox. Who would have thought it? There are millions of things that could have happened. I went straight to the Weatherspoons, the Spoons, and this is what I found. Give me clip number 5. These were the first people I spoke to.
The saving grace of Clacton, I'm told by this lady. What's your name, madam?
Joanne.
Joanne. Come down for the week here to Clacton. Not for the election, but for the sunshine and the banter.
Definitely the banter, sunshine.
And the best thing you found so far is the spoons.
Spoons.
And what's it cost for a pint of beer or a gin and tonic or a cocktail
To
here?
be fair,
$1.99 a
$1.99 a pint.
$1.99 a pint.
You can't go wrong with that.
$1.99 a pint.
Can't go wrong.
What cost of living crisis?
And
$1.99 a
else,
pint.
they're charging you like £6 a pint, but here it's $1.99. Bargain.
There you go. This was brought to you. This party election broadcast is brought to you in association with Weatherspoons. That's what Joanne says. So there you go. We'll see what the other punters think. That sounds pretty good value there, doesn't it, folks?
So there you go. In Spoons, so they weren't. This is the problem, right? I wanted to get the feeling on the ground, but not having Ellie's psychic powers, I kind of decided that I was going to put my finger on the pulse by actually going to people and asking what they thought. But nearly everybody was a tourist. So as soon as people saw me with my camera, one guy shouted at me, "Vote Count Binface!" So I went over to try and interview him and said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I'm from Oxford." Yeah, well, that probably speaks to where the Binface community is coming from. But those guys were from North London spending a week in Clacton, but they were clearly going to vote for Weatherspoons. If
The Moon and Starfish, by the way. Which,
that's where Nigel Farage got milkshaked.
Is it?
Really?
That's not...
Wayne Taylor has confirmed it, and he knows everything.
We've got a reform spokesman who was... Hang on. Yeah.
Yep. Confirmed by an official Farage source.
I didn't realise that. I'm not happy about that, but well, that's very interesting. Is that the only pub you went? I guess if you want.
I've got more than a dozen clips here.
Yeah.
How many pubs do you think I went to? Did you go to any pubs?
Yeah.
That's where you really get your finger on the pulse,
I actually
isn't it?
went into one of the pubs with Nigel and everyone that was camping, and Suella Braverman,
Wow.
and Layla Cunningham. So
There you
imagine
go.
walking into that pub.
So you were hanging out with the
reception was very
glitterati.
well.
I was hanging out with the normal folk.
But the reception...
Glitterati.
glitterati. Savannah Braverman.
Isn't there a G there?
There was a G there.
Jesus Christ. I know we can say anything we like
That's
on
your
but
OnlyFans channel.
I'm hearing the wrong thing. Oh, Smash, can I ask, was there any gyms there? Because I'll be obviously looking for a gym as soon as I get there.
No, I don't think so.
No, okay, I'll have
Do you
to
want
look
to
at
get
it.
do you want to get a sense of how truly health conscious Clacton
Yeah,
is?
please.
Well, then let's play clip number 3, because after Spoons I headed straight to the pier. Let's play clip number 3.
Well, here you go, Common Sense's Clacton Pier. This is the bit that everybody comes down to see. Quite a history around Clacton Pier. You know, it was the first pier in England that actually had an Olympic-sized swimming pool built on it, had a ballroom, the Blue Lagoon Ballroom, with space for 1,500 people to go dancing. We had Bertrand the Clown, he would fill it out every day, and the pier is still here. It's still the big attraction, and dotted around are all the sort of healthy eating ice cream and all that kind of stuff. Just over the other side of me, there's fish and chips. Everything's here, really. It's a bit of a paradise, Clacton on Sea. I'm loving it. I think I might stay around for a while.
So there you go. I didn't find the gym, Paul, but ice cream and chips, that's the kind of stuff.
Which is where I like to go before and after.
You don't
the
go
gym.
to Clacton to go to the gym.
You don't go to Clacton to go to the gym.
What I'm trying to do is, as a sort of medium to large fat bloke, give the impression that I go to the gym on a regular basis, Ellie, which you've taken very seriously, which I appreciate. Ellie, you've actually got a bit of an exclusive for us, haven't you?
Yes.
You've got something to tell us about the NEU.
Yeah, so I literally posted this morning. I mean, the National Education Union must just hate me. I mean, the emails that I've sent them, I've never had one reply from them when I've asked them for a right of reply. I think they're just completely uninterested. But I basically found out that so you have this National Education Union Refugee Solidarity Network.
This sounds wonderful.
and
What
it's-
could possibly go wrong?
And it's
12
currently
red flags there.
It's currently recruiting members of the union to volunteer on a refugee solidarity delegations. So this is in northern France, where they're basically sending these teachers to go and help the migrants in France to come over here. And I mean, you look at the kind of the WhatsApp groups, and they're saying we need a number of volunteers and drivers to help be part of a group of NEU members to stand in solidarity with refugees in northern France. It will be in the autumn term and beyond. I mean, it's just, why are they doing this? This is not their role.
Are they paid to teach people?
And this is the largest education union in this country. The majority of teachers are a part of this union, and they are spending their time sending their teachers to France to help migrants come over here. And we saw, obviously, at their annual conference, they had Zach Polanski speaking at it. They spoke about how they're going to create anti-reform teaching materials to bring back to the classroom. I mean, the list goes on. And the problem with the NEU as well is, you know, I know teachers that are a part of this that aren't actually that left wing, really, but you kind of have to be a part of it because it's the one that
They'll have no
protects you the
choice.
most.
They'll have no choice. They'll have to go along with whatever's going on.
Yeah.
It's very serious, actually. The guys breaking into the country are committing a crime. The fact that we're going to send down our best wet flannels to help them out is an absolute outrage to me, and I'm sure the people are saying the same in the comments. It's the equivalent of me holding open a window and letting burglars know, you just come on in here, mate. They've left the conservatory door open.
Yeah.
Or standing at the self-checkout.
So how are you going to stop it? Do we need to do a crowdfunded legal campaign against them?
I think we need to just keep calling out the NEU for what they are, because I get emails from teachers every day saying, oh my God, I didn't even realise this was happening. I'm going to reconsider being a member of this union. And that's what we need. We need kind of teachers that aren't actually left-wing, and there's a very few amount of them, but to wake up and call it out and actually say to tell people like me, this is what's happening, so I can alert people, and you can get complaints going in, because this is absolutely outrageous, and this is not their job. Their job is to teach people, the children that are going to be future leaders of this country.
I actually have my own experience of this. I've not taught anyone anything legally. I'm obliged not to.
Yeah.
But I worked for Transport for London for 12 years, up until not that long ago, actually. And when they found out that I was a comedian, that was fine. But when they found out that I was a right-wing commentator, they got the legal team involved twice over a 3-year period to check if it was okay. And even their HR monkeys come back and said, Paul isn't allowed an opinion in his own time.
Yeah.
And it came back as quite a shock to my line manager. It was like, yeah, but it's the wrong opinion.
Yeah, it's because these types of people have this kind of moral superiority where they think that they are the ones to choose what is right and wrong, and that, oh no, how dare you be a right-wing commentator? You cannot work for us anymore.
But it's just proof the system is bent, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind people having left-wing views, but I do mind people expressing left-wing views if they're supposed to be neutral.
Yeah, and people always say to me, whenever I call out the NEU, they say, but trade unions have always been political, that's what they are, blah, blah, blah. Yes, they have always been political, but it's always been more about, okay, what are we going to do to make sure that teachers get better pay? You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not sending them to France to help migrants. I mean, come on.
You're right. So I think immigration's become, I mean, it's always been a big issue, but some people were saying it's sort of disappearing down the list behind the economy. I think it's a huge issue again, especially with these mega dinghies and all of this sort of stuff that people who shouldn't be involved in it are facilitating it. I think it's going to continue to be the big
It isn't just the big ticket item. It's laced throughout everything else you can mention. It causes a problem with our economy. It causes a problem with our infrastructure. It causes a problem with all our services.
Yeah.
Immigration, whatever way you look at it, whatever you believe your big problem is, I bet you in some way it's compounded by immigration.
So are you going to be going down to Clacton again?
Yes, I will be there tomorrow with you guys.
Tomorrow night? Well, I won't be there tomorrow night, but I'm hoping I'm going to be there Thursday morning. It depends if I can refuel my Learjet in time.
I'll be there Wednesday and Thursday.
It's quite
I'll be there
a
Wednesday.
tight turnaround to refuel
I'll be there Wednesday.
the Learjet. But perhaps we can have a little look about where Ellie and the UK Live Online team, I'm hoping I'm going to be able to join them, at least on Thursday morning, will be if we play clip number 6.
All right, common sensors. Well, right next to Spoons, $1.99 a pint. Guess what I found? The Royal Hotel. The Royal Hotel Clacton. That's where Mike is going to be, televising things from on Wednesday night and Thursday morning. If we can get the logistics to work, Coxie and I should be there as well. So I'm going to have a little wander into the Royal Hotel and see what we can find there. I'll check in with you later.
So there you go. It's at the Royal Hotel, Clacton. You can't miss it because it's opposite the pier and right next to the Spoons. So very, very easy to find. Tickets are still available. The Wednesday evening gig has very nearly sold out, but we'll put on the chat and on the screen how you can buy tickets. There are still tickets available for the Thursday morning polling day gig, so I'll make sure Scarlett and Luke put up on the chat and on the screen how to get those tickets. If you want to come on Wednesday night, be fast, okay? Because there are only a handful left. Ellie, if I get my Learjet fueled on time, I hope to see you there. But it's quite a turnaround to fuel a Learjet. It's no small enterprise.
Because you can't just take it into a petrol station, can you?
No.
And it runs on 4-star, which you can't get it. Ellie, you won't know what 4-star is. 4-star was the jollop you used to put in, your dad would have put in his car before you were born. But Mark's Learjet is a proper ozone layer ruiner.
So, and the thing is here, I am definitely going to go by Learjet because another nightmare journey in broken Britain on our rail system yesterday.
Don't stop.
Got as far as Colchester. I have not been to Colchester for 30 years until this weekend. Yeah. I've now been there twice in 3 days, once to watch Colchester versus Southampton. And because there were bloody trespassers on the track, it couldn't go beyond Colchester. So I had to get a taxi from Colchester to Clacton, which is about 20 miles, I think.
Trespassers on the probably came to Soweto.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it would have been cheaper, and it certainly would have been faster to have rolled out my Learjet. So that's what I'm going for.
There are only a few tickets left, and I've been holding this back, although I did put it in the comments earlier. I will be there Wednesday, so you could actually see me. I look possibly £2 to £3 lighter in reality. So imagine that. imagine standing near this. I might let you touch me, but that'll be 15 quid.
There you go. So Ellie, look forward to seeing you there.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. And just to give you a little bit more about the Royal Hotel before we go over to our next guest, I did get the chance to speak to the owner of the Royal Hotel, who will be our host for UK Live Online on Wednesday night and on Thursday morning. Great guy called Jason. Let's play clip number 7.
So listen, I'm joined by Jason, the owner of the Royal Hotel. This is where UK Live Online and the Mike Graham team are going to be. for a Wednesday night show and a Thursday morning show. Jason, how are you looking forward to hosting UK Live Online and Mike Graham down here in Clacton-on-Sea?
The whole team are fantastically buzzing. We're really looking forward to it. Not so much the Thursday early morning one, but we'll get up and ready for you guys.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And what's the kind of feeling on the ground here? We've been wandering around trying to take the temperature. It's very, very difficult. Obviously, there's lots of tourists here, as you'd expect in August. But what's your sense of any locals you've spoken to? Or I'm guessing you're interacting more with the kind of tourist fraternity, aren't you?
Do you know what? We've had we had a lot of people here at the moment. We've been getting a lot of the anti-Farage people here. And I'll have for me, it's a nice time to have a little bit of a chinwag with them and see why they're so anti and what their problems are. I'm quite first-hand on it. We see Nigel every so often, so we're getting a first-hand experience. I think one of the things they say is Nigel's never here, and we know he is here because he's here quite a couple of times a month. So we kind of dispel a few myths, and we hope that something good might happen out of the whole thing. For whatever's happened, Clacton's a buzz. It's on the map this month, so it's all looking good for that.
Yeah. And what's your take? Are you a betting man? Are you going to give us a tip for what's likely to happen on Thursday night, do you think? How do you reckon the votes will pile up when we actually count them?
I think it'll go Nigel all the way. I think, for me, the most disrespectful thing that's happened is, first of all, other parties not actually joining the race and giving it a proper go. And then also this is my town, and the BBC, whoever it is, have put a bin in charge of it for the MP. Yeah. It makes a mockery of everything. We're a good town here, and they're saying this is the lowest end of society. So let's make them make a laughing stock of them by putting a bin in charge.
Because he was a
Do we have sound? Let me know in the chat. And we've also got a couple of big super chats that we've got to go to. Hackers targeting Mark, that's exactly right. You know, this is the problem of running the Hampshire Provisional Army, I'm afraid. Anyway, let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I'm going to assume you can hear me. Otherwise, we will try to communicate through the medium of mime, as we have done. All good, all good. No problem, guys. I'll get a coffee. Sound back, yes. Well done, Pooch. We have beaten the terrorist hackers and are now joined by the legend that is Gwaine Towler. Gwaine, how the devil are you? We might have to share this microphone for a bit. So
I'm honoured to share your mic.
There you go. So it's great to have you with us.
I was thinking of the Spoons you went to.
Yeah.
Back in 2019, we were going to do an event there in that Spoons, a press event. I walked in an hour beforehand, got to the bar, and said, "Oh, you're for that Brexit Party group, aren't you?" Yeah. Tim Martin phoned up. He's put £5,000 behind the bar.
Nice.
£5,000 into Spoons.
There you go.
How could you? But
it's £1.99 a pint.
How can you spend £5,000 in a Spoons?
You can't.
But worse, it would have been treating, and so I had to turn it down.
Oh,
I had a £5,000 bar bill in a Wetherspoons, and I couldn't take a single penny off
That's
it.
why we got to leave the ECA.
Because it would have been against the law.
That's really interesting. What are the rules there? You
Can't buy stuff for people.
For voters, you
For
probably
voters.
can for activists, right? If somebody's come down from Manchester.
Yeah, but you'll have some stinker turn up and go, "Oh, is that
Right.
an activist or is it a voter?" You just you had to
So
stop.
is that £5,000 still behind the bar?
No,
I mean,
it
we're
was-
going
it
back
was-
down there.
I know. It was just,
we don't care about these petty regulations.
It was absolutely tragic. A £5,000 Wetherspoons bar bill, and I couldn't touch it.
That is very irritating. So, how much time have you spent in Clacton recently?
Absolutely none.
None? None.
I'm going down tomorrow for the last night and then the morning raid.
Okay.
But I've been travelling all over the country doing other stuff for the party.
So give us the second-hand feedback you've heard. We'll be getting a bit more of Mark Littlewood's first-hand feedback from my trip there yesterday, my recce there yesterday.
One of the things that all politicians do, all parties, all politicians, during election campaigns, you ignore their social media. They all have photographs of them grinning in the rain or the sun, saying, "Absolutely superb" on the doors.
Yeah.
Everybody's backing us. Everybody's there. We're getting it. People, wonderful, excellent, marvellous. And then you see they get 3% in the result.
Yeah.
Sounds like a very specific party.
Well, no, but all parties do it.
Yeah.
All Tories
Well,
do it.
I've always
Labour
said
does,
this, if you
everybody
ask each party what share of the vote they think they're going to
It's gonna be
get,
about
and you add it all
380.
together, it comes to about 250% of the
at
vote.
least,
right?
at least.
And it is ultimately a zero-sum
That's
game.
what-
It has to add up to 100%, I think.
That's what people say in their social media feeds and all the rest of it, and when they're talking to journalists. However, in our internal WhatsApp groups and all the rest of it, I've never heard more positivity. There's no point in them lying to me, because I know.
Yes.
Whereas making this sort of, it's brilliant to the public, is normal politics. So I'm getting hugely positive. I was talking to one hack a couple of days ago from a not friendly newspaper, and a not particularly friendly. She's lovely, but she's not particularly politically friendly. And she'd been down there, and she said what she'd discovered is they actually love him down there.
Mm-hmm.
And this idea he never goes to Clacton. She kept on bumping into people who he had interacted with and helped.
Yeah.
Because of course, most of your constituency work, and this is true of all politicians of all parties, is not done for the media. It's not. It's done to sort out somebody's problem. Nobody goes to an MP with their problem unless they've tried every other option first.
Right.
Who wants to talk to a politician?
We don't, do you?
And so by the time they get to the MP's office, they're desperate.
Yep.
You don't then go, look at me, I did this.
Sure.
So his work in Clacton isn't noticed by the press because he doesn't press release it.
I think what Farage did, I've always said this, I'm on record saying this every time, it was a good move, it was a good strategic move. I think it takes back the narrative. But what is a good result, Gwaine? And Nigel's going to win.
Yeah.
I don't see any other result.
Of course not.
But what? Because obviously there's going to be naysayers. But but you know, if he gets 90% of the vote, which is almost impossible, that's about the only thing the left are going to say is a victory. But what does a victory look like other than obviously him just winning?
I would think that according to the polling that we've seen, somewhere between 60 and 70% would be brilliant. which is significantly higher than he got at the general election.
You got about 50% at
Just
the general.
under, yeah. And then it's turnout. If we can get between 5 and 10% of a normal by-election turnout, then I would think that that is a good result. And I think you're right. Initially, the entire commentariat, idiot, he's fighting a bin, dad, a summer spent doing this silliness. One, he loves campaigning, and you can feel it in his press conferences. He feels back on form, because he actually enjoys...
Yeah, this is his meat and drink.
You don't have a better campaign.
This is his meat and drink,
It
isn't
is, and he enjoys that interaction with people of the campaign, and you can feel it in the way he's coming across. There's that. And two, okay, Kerry wrote that email or Twitter post to the people of Clacton saying they deserve better than Farage and all the rest, and she didn't stand a candidate. But she says there will be a second by-election. There won't. I don't think there will, and I'll tell you why.
I read your Substack on this, really interesting. Go for it.
Because he will be found guilty by the Standards Committee because it's a bunch of people in Westminster who don't like him.
Who are not Farage adjacent. I think they are either lefty MPs or part of the lanyard class.
Precisely. So that is a given. But if they force a by-election afterwards, they begin to look stupid themselves in the sense that the purpose of a recall by-election is so the people of a constituency can decide whether they want that person to be their MP when they have possession of the facts. Everybody in Clacton knows that he took £5 million from Chris Harborne, and they all know that he didn't register it. So the facts are known by everybody in Clacton already. So they're voting based on the facts. So there's that point. And two, so therefore they'll find him guilty. I'll probably suspend him for between 5 and 8 days.
And it's 10 is the trigger, isn't it?
The trigger is the thing.
Right.
Which they would have done for 10 days plus had he not called this by-election.
Precisely, because he's already got to one.
So that's interesting. I've argued he sort of basically quite cleverly bought himself insurance, if you were to look at it in that regard.
And the other thing is, if he had waited until the Standards Board came out, it will come out, say, during conference. You'll have had the whole summer of these attacks to which he can't defend himself. There's nothing he can do. It will be demoralising our base and our people and our volunteers and our activists. And so therefore the whole summer would be lost. Instead, and then they'd go at conference, they'd have a by-election destroying our conference, because they can, and so on and so forth.
But here's my alternative theory, Quayne, right? And this could be almost as delicious as the Cambridge academic, right? Everybody's been laughing about Farage running against a bin. But imagine this, suppose you're wrong, and supposing the Standards Committee really get their teeth in and just say, that's it, this is the worst thing we've ever seen in the history of humanity. He is suspended for a month, triggering a recall, and there is a second by-election. I like your line of argument, but bear with me, just assume we get to that point. My argument is this, which the mainstream legacy parties might worry about. Let's imagine, as a bit of a prank, a bit of a laugh, Binface gets 15 or 20% of the vote on Thursday. I reckon Binface is well placed to beat any or all of the Conservatives, Labour, Liberal Democrats, Restore and the Greens in a rerun.
Quite possible.
Right, and the hilarity of one of the legacy parties losing to Binface, having been laughing at Farage of fighting against Binface in a rerun election in October, would be quite a delicious moment, wouldn't it?
It would be wonderful. I wonder if Binface would do it the second time, saying he's a serious politician, really. He's a serious Englishman and wishes there to be a proper election this time. I wouldn't think that Binface would fight against his own people.
There you go. He really is part of the establishment.
That would be my guess. No, he might. And your scenario would be brilliant. The only other thing that you missed out, the only benefit for the legacy parties and the establishment in forcing a new by-election is that they then get, you need 10% signatures of your constituency to force a by-election.
Yes.
So they have, on day one of the election, 8,000 people's contact details, data, to start a campaign against Farage.
Yeah, right.
So,
right.
If he fails, if he loses, I would suggest that if he loses and they decide to go over 10 days, the best thing he could do then is to call an immediate by-election and don't give them the time to get that 10,000 signatures or 8,000 signatures.
Preempt the recall petition.
Preempt the recall petition, thus denying them a database of anti-Faragists in the constituency.
God, it's wheels within wheels, isn't it?
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, just call another by-election. Just keep going around.
You look at.
I want to go to Clacton every 3 months.
You look at other people, good people in Clacton will be delighted to see you, no doubt.
Yes, I have.
But if you look at the history of Wilkes in the 1760s, when he was the Middlesex MP, He was thrown out of the House of Commons because he was writing stuff that people didn't like. He was re-elected, they did it again. He was re-elected, they did it again. Then you have the case of Admiral Cochrane, who was the MP for Westminster. And he was elected, he was found guilty of a dodgy fraud case run by a Conservative minister who was also a judge simultaneously. He was thrown out. He was threatened with a pillory. Then they decided the pillory wouldn't be a good idea because they'd probably attack the people guarding the pillory rather than Cochrane. And he was sent to jail. He escaped from jail overnight and went back into the House of Commons and sat in his seat. To which point the Sergeant-at-Arms had to drag the sitting member because he's supposed to be in jail.
Brilliant.
All this makes me think Nigel Farage is getting it a bit easy by historical standards, right?
But having many by-elections in 1 year hasn't been done for a couple of hundred years. But
it wouldn't. And
it's always radicals, and it's always people who are. I mean, Wilkes was gun running for the American Revolutionary at the same time he was a Tory MP. It was just these people were John Wilkes Booth. How many Wilkes counties are there in America? This was a guy that invented Hansard, essentially. Invented free reporting and the freedom of the press, but was a very high Tory style belief in the country. It's a combination of radical and high church Toryism. The tradition in which they sit and the tradition in which Reform sits is actually remarkably similar.
It's incredible, isn't it? And all of this
radical traditionalists.
We've always known that they would come for Farage.
Yeah.
First of all, they said it was impossible. Then they said, well, it might be possible, but it won't last. Then it's like, well, it might last and it might be possible. What are we going to do to stop it? And then it's just been an endless sewer pipe of attacks on Farage.
What we are seeing is exactly the fruition of what Damon Cummings came up with last year, where they said they will try every trick, legal, illegal, or whatever. They will. And I suppose we've been expecting it, but it's not just Farage. They're going to go for every single one of them.
Yep, that seems.
And by the way, he yes, the donation was made, but he has told us what it's for. And
You've got to be very legally careful here, right? Because Nigel's claim, which I have no reason to doubt, it's not a donation; it's a gift to Farage.
Yeah.
It's a personal gift.
It's not a donation.
Right. It's a bit like when I lend you 3 or 4 million quid of a Friday to
I
get
promise
you through
you
the
I
weekend.
will give back.
It's a gift. It's not a donation.
No, you don't have to give it back.
Oh, right.
It's a gift.
No, absolutely not. And it isn't for my security. It's just for my... It's just for my use.
So, I mean, it all hinges. But do you think on this is the line I've been pushing, Quayne, and, I haven't had any briefing from Reform about it. I've just been looking at what's in the public domain, is a real problem here. In terms of gunning for Nigel Farage or other anti-establishment politicians, is the rules are so goddamn vague that they lend themselves to all sorts of interpretation. For example, one thing is, well, when is Nigel Farage a politician and when isn't he? Being the honorary chairman of Reform, does that count? In which case, does being the director of popular conservatism count? It's not entirely clear to me when you're a politician. Is it when he has initial discussions that he might re-enter the electoral arena?
Or is it when he does?
Is it when he publicly announces it? Or is it when he fills in his nomination form and actually makes it formal and pays his deposit to run? None of this is clear, thereby giving the lanyard class very wide discretion to actually decide what makes you innocent and guilty.
If they... And I'm sure they will find him guilty, but if they do find him guilty, and they push it past the 10 days, and they force a recall petition, I suggest that we would have to go immediately again to stop this database. Then I suspect, because it would look and sound like vindictiveness on behalf of the lanyard technocratic classes, that you wouldn't get 65%. For Farage, even against Labour, Tory, Greens, Store, whoever at Lib Dems and Benface, I suspect he would get 70%, because the people of Clacton would get increasingly convinced that there is a vindictive campaign against Farage, and as a people, we really don't like bullies. We don't like bullies.
That's exactly why
it looks like bullying.
But that's exactly why our political landscape looks exactly the way that it does, because they've been able to bully themselves into this position. And we just saw endless, first of all it was Brexit, then it was COVID. It doesn't matter what the massive issue was. We've seen that they have usurped everything in order to make it in the way they want it.
The RICU,
RICU, exactly.
The nudge unit becomes RICU, becomes what?
Yeah.
Look, the Italians can lock people up and nobody does anything. We can do it here.
Exactly.
So listen, I did manage to £10 from Simon Kilford. Thank you very much, Simon. He's £99, 99 from Rich Beef. There you go, Rich. Thank you so much.
Rich. Delicious.
$49.99 from Rich Beef. Wow. I mean, this really is helping to fund the revolution, guys. We're incredibly grateful. And to be clear, these are gifts.
Simon,
these are gifts.
Simon and Rich Beef are having a
having
it's
a
super
please get involved in an auction about this. Get involved in an auction about it, guys. Now, Ellie was saying earlier she was hanging out with all the glitterati, like Suella and Nigel and various others. I didn't find any reformers. I did do a tally of posters, not fly posters, posters that people had actually decided to put up in their windows or in their gardens. And it was 58 for Farage and 000 for everybody else. I did see other posters that have been paid for or put up. How are we doing on the audio fixing over there, guys? What do you think?
We can give it a go.
Well, let's try a clip, shall we? Because the key thing is going to be whether I can hear this clip. I think the audience are, because I did come across one of Nigel Farage's opponents, and I had a good chat with him. And I did talk to him about what future electoral alliances might need to be built. So can we try and play clip 10?
So we're back in the spoons and we're tracking down, all sorts of ranges of opinion here. And I'm joined by somebody who I think we can say won't be voting for Nigel Farage.
Howling Lord Hope, the leader of the official monster raving loony party.
Now, I think, am I right in saying that lots of people are talking about the fracturing of the vote on the right of politics, but there seems to be a bit of a split in the loony vote down here in Clacton. There are several of you running. Have I got that right?
We've got three candidates, because in the beginning, when this election first started out, the papers were saying that there would only be two candidates, Nigel Farage and Binface. And I thought, well, that's unfair, because I'm going to stand as well. So if we put in two more, it'll make more people for people to vote for and make it more interesting. Not thinking that in the end there'll be 34.
So you're not worried at all about splitting the loony vote?
No. The other reason is that we want to win. We've got three candidates in because we want to win gold, silver and bronze. Outdo the England football team.
There you go. So you're going for the top three.
Yeah.
You're so confident that one of you will win it and the other two will come second and third, you think?
Yeah, I reckon so. And I've not been proved wrong yet until Thursday.
Well, there you go. And what do you reckon about Binface? Is he a splitter? Is he splitting the loony vote?
I don't know what he's up to. I know him personally. There's been some talk about a joint membership between him and us, but not by us or him, by the media. And I'd say, well, no, it won't happen. But if it did, it would have to be the Loony Bin Party.
The Loony Bin Party. Perhaps that could be the new alliance down here in Clacton. Farage better watch out. Thanks so much for your time and spending a few minutes of your time to talk through to UK Live Online viewers how it's looking in Clacton. Great to have you with us.
Well done, UK Live Online, and thank you very much.
Quite liked him. He was an entertaining chap. I prefer him to Binface, actually. I also bought from him, he sold it to me for a tenner. He sits in the front of, and apparently that was a discount. And having met Howling Lord Hope for all of 5 minutes, he even signed it for me. You're probably not going to be able to read that, but it says, for my good friend, Mark Littlewood, who I've been with him for 10 minutes.
That's what 10 quid will buy you.
I did like his idea that if there was an alliance between him and Binface, they'd have to call themselves the Loony Bin Party. I thought that was pretty.
Great work, Littlewood.
That was pretty epic. I was a bit worried though that his biography, The Great White Hope. I mean, I would have thought you can get cancelled for using titles like
Not on
that.
this channel, but
so Gwaine, you're going to be heading off down there, but you're pretty confident that Farage will win with comfort and to such a degree that you think it will probably kill off a second by-election.
That's what I think is going to be the case. And it's, as I said, it turns on turnout, which is why we've been very keen on getting activists down there during the weeks coming up to it. Winning it isn't the question; it's having the turnout that matters and getting people out to vote. Because if it's a low turnout, a significantly low turnout, then the establishment will go, ha ha ha. And this is just to wipe a smile off their face.
So, as we are on YouTube and not Ofcom regulated, if you are in Clapton, Clacton, even if you're in Clacton, see you later. If you're in Clacton, then please do get out and vote. Let's make this a big stonking victory for Nigel Farage.
Got another super chat, guys. £100.
Another £100 super chat.
That's some rich beef. You really are rich.
Who's it from? Who's it from? Rich beef again. This is just wonderful. The revolution is televised, and fortunately, the revolution is also being funded. Thanks, guys. It's incredibly generous, and it will keep the lights on. And hopefully, with enough investment, it will mean the sound and the audio start working as well. So there you go. So great to have you with us. Good luck down in Clacton. I loved it. It's the first time I've ever been there, and it's the sort of English seaside town I just adore. There's ice cream. There's a fun fair. It's just wonderful.
There's a wonderful abbey down the coast, and then you've got Bolton on the Naze, and then you go into the villages, because it's not just the coastline. The villages are stunning. Some really lovely Essex villages behind.
Yeah, I'm excited to get there tomorrow. I'll be there for a couple of days.
Well, we're going to see. I found an absolutely fantastic pub, which I know Nigel Farage drinks at. The Ship.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
We're going to have some clips from there a bit later in the show. So, Gwaine, thank you very much for coming in. We're going to go to the news, and after that, I'm going to talk to the man who hopes to be Nigel Farage's nemesis in Clacton-on-Sea, John Stevens, who is running for the Rejoin the EU party. In the most Brexity part of England, you might say. So that's John Stevens coming up right after the news with Edward Hughes.
How do I...
Common sense. Thanks, Wade.
15 more seconds and we'll give you the news wire.
Okay, but what do you reckon we can... I reckon you and I have got the wit and charisma to fill for 15 seconds.
I've got 12 seconds in me.
I mean, you know...
I'll tell you what I've got here. I think I've got Gwaine Taylor's... Is that yours, sir?
Cigarette lighter. Cigarette lighter.
Could have auctioned that in 15 seconds.
I'm doing full stereo.
By the way, come back. Let's have Gwaine back. Look at this boater. Gwaine is wearing
the boater's got to be seen by the viewers.
You've got to come and... This is unbelievable. I mean...
You should have been wearing that throughout the interview, my friend. Come on.
Amazing.
Yeah, come on.
Gwaine, you look $1 million, mate.
Absolutely brilliant headwear. We are now ready for the news with Edward Hughes. We'll be right back after these messages.
Good day. I'm Edward Hughes. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is handing council stronger powers to block new vape shops and betting outlets in a bid to revive Britain's high streets, which he says have been hollowed out by decades of decline. Overnight, a record 230 people crossed the channel in a single large boat, the highest number yet on one vessel. Meanwhile, 3/4 of England is now officially in drought, as amber heat health alerts cover most of the country ahead of the 5th heat wave of the summer, with temperatures expected to reach 36 degrees Celsius later this week. Laters, tigers.
So, thank you very much to Ed Hughes with the news. Now, just to tee up our next guest, who I hope will be appearing on your screen shortly, I did find a poster advertising this man, and it was right by Clacton-on-Sea station, so anybody coming in by train could not possibly have missed it. Let's see if the team can queue up clip 11. Here we go, look behind me. John Stevens billboard, vote rejoin the EU. Right next to, and it shuffles a bit, right? So he's mixing it in with a whole range of other products, but nevertheless, bit of advertising for John Stevens' candidature. He seems to be going after the Tory vote, as are probably the summer show people who are now on the scoreboard now. Pretty extraordinary stuff. It's a very split election. He's back, he's back, he's back. There he is on the cycle. John Stevens, vote rejoin the EU. In the most Brexity constituency in Britain. There you go. I hope John Stevens can join us now.
I
John,
hope so too.
How the devil are you? How the devil are you? Let's see if you can just tilt your camera. Thank you very much.
Well,
Thanks
right.
for bearing with us through some technical glitches, John.
Bemused by your new project, Mark.
UK Live Online.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, well, we're fighting the. I don't know if it's the revolution or the counter-revolution, John, but. We're trying to, give an alternative to the mainstream media. And the good thing about that, John, is because we're not Ofcom regulated, I can have a long chat with you without having to have a long chat with all 3 candidates from the Looney Party or the 27 independents who are running or everything else. So if we call up while John's talking, image 2, I was down there yesterday. I just missed you, John, because of train delays, but I've got some of your campaign literature. What is your kind of message to the people of Clacton, which, as I pointed out, is a very Brexity area, not 100% so there would have been people in Clacton who voted Remain, clearly. But what is your message to them, and what chunk of the electorate are you targeting with your Brexit was a mistake, let's rejoin message?
Well, the only reason I'm fighting this election is because of the extraordinary circumstances that the main parties have ducked out. And that gives an opportunity for voters to send a very clear message to Nigel Farage, who was the man who brought us Brexit, what they think of it. We know from polling that nationwide, getting on for 67% of people now think Brexit was a mistake. If you apply that to the profile of the Clacton constituency, that would mean about 35% of people take that view. And any votes against Brexit in this, as you say, heartland of Brexit, has, in my view, national significance.
Yeah, okay, I've got that. I guess this is the issue, isn't it? And tell us what you're finding. I mean, I presume you're trying to identify the more Remainy parts of the constituency. I don't know how you do that demographically, but are you looking for the people who, I don't know, might have voted Conservative at the last election, so didn't deign to vote for Nigel Farage?
This is overwhelmingly a Conservative seat. I mean, before UKIP and Reform, this was, I think, the third safest Conservative seat in the country. Mm-hmm. And one of the merits of Conservative voters is that they, unlike perhaps Liberal Democrats and others, they don't vote for joke candidates. Mm-hmm. And so anybody who wants to use this election in a serious manner, and there are quite a few of those, have the option of using it to send a message to Nigel Farage, and also, I think, a message to Kemi Badenoch, because I think it is a big mistake for the Conservative Party to hitch itself completely to the pro-Brexit position, given the enormous shift in public opinion that has taken place since the referendum, and particularly in the last 2 or 3 years. And I also think that if she remains in this position, or the people around her, the pro-Brexit elements in the Conservative Party, remain in this position, they will find themselves further dominated and ultimately consumed by Reform and Restore, which I think will form a common position fairly soon, actually. Whether Nigel Farage is still part of that or not, that's a different question. But what I'm trying to prevent here is the Conservative Party being finally eclipsed and submerged in what I regard as a profoundly unconservative agenda.
Let's pick through some of that. Firstly, on some people are asking in the chat about the polling data that whatever 60% or plus of the electorate now think Brexit was a mistake. I guess the challenge for your pitch in Clacton and nationally is we don't know the degree of salience that people attach to that. For example, I think there's someone running in Clacton who's running for, I don't know, the Animal Welfare Party or something, and they may well point out that, I don't know, 80% of people think that we are too cruel to animals in the UK. But whether that's a sufficiently salient issue for it to be what triggers their vote, that's a rather different thing, isn't it? So of those 60 or 70% who, according to your polling, say Brexit was a mistake, how many of them sort of put that as their number one priority to sort out, let's rejoin as soon as possible? Or how many are sort of shrugging their shoulders and saying, well, yeah, probably we shouldn't have done it, but, we are where we are, and it's, number 109 on my list of political priorities?
Well, this is an issue which no one knows more about than Nigel Farage himself, because he succeeded brilliantly, in my view, in basically blaming everything that people didn't like about modern Britain on the European Union. And what is required is a campaign in the opposite direction to point out that cost of living, for example, is directly driven by Brexit. We've had a massive devaluation of sterling, which has put all our import costs, and particularly our food import costs, through the roof. It's put our interest rates up, which have driven house prices and rents. So the big issues need to be linked to Brexit. And and that is also true of immigration, I would say, that Brexit has spectacularly failed to address the immigration problem. It's actually made it vastly worse. While we were in the EU, we didn't use the powers, but we had the right actually to return small boat people to France. We had the legal position to do that, which we gave away. And even more important, the scale of legal immigration. What has happened essentially is that we've sent home 3 million Europeans who on the whole came here for a temporary period, on average 5 years, didn't on the whole bring their dependents, and then went back home. They had no intention to settle permanently, with 3.5 million people from outside Europe who do have an intention to settle permanently and do bring their dependents. I mean, it's an absolute disaster. We've had the biggest change of the composition of the UK population from culturally European to culturally non-European in our history.
That's really interesting, and really intrigued about what you are saying about the Conservative Party. Don't you think the Conservative Party has now basically got to a settled position? I mean, for donkey's years, it was sort of divided between Faragistes, you might say, even if Nigel Farage himself was not a member of the party, who were devoutly Eurosceptic, anti-Maastricht, and eventually became Leavers. And on the other wing, people like yourself, Kenneth Clarke, Michael Heseltine, Stephen Dorrell, etc., etc. And that battle has played out, but it seems within the Conservative Party, I'm not taking the wider electorate or political public discourse for given, the argument's been settled, hasn't it? You've got no chance of Kemi Badenoch or indeed any potential future leader of the Conservative Party in the next generation coming out and saying, you know what, my pitch to become leader of the Conservative Party is I think we should rejoin the EU, sign up to the Euro, etc., etc. That your allies are much more the Liberal Democrats, the Labour Party, for sake of argument. You've got a dwindling number of people who would, a tiny number of people who would take your position within the British Conservative Party now. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, obviously in the immediate aftermath of the referendum, everybody thought that it was important to recognise the result of the referendum, and of course Boris Johnson and the anti-Europeans took over the Conservative Party completely. But now we're in a very, very different position. I mean, 10 years on, people have seen what Brexit has actually constituted and the extent to which all the promises that were made about its beneficial effects have been proved empty. And I think there is a realization that the section of the electorate that is still in favour of Brexit is actually a shrinking one. And it certainly is very difficult for the Conservative Party, in my view, to return to being the party of business, the party of sound money, the party of foreign trade, if it goes on pretending that Brexit was a good idea. I mean, it just looks ridiculous, actually. And furthermore, the Conservative Party is in a very dangerous position. It's still in an existential position. I mean, to come after Restore in the mayoral election in Manchester is an astonishing result. I mean, that's the second largest metropolitan area in the country after London. It was an appalling result. The Conservative Party is still being consumed, essentially, by the challenge of reform and restore. And its only hope of survival is to cut free from trying to ape that and be a tribute act to that movement, which is profoundly unconservative, and as you were almost suggesting yourself with your talk of revolution. I mean, Conservatives don't like revolutions.
Yes, I mean, we use revolution a bit tongue-in-cheek here. I'm in favour of restoration, I think, rather than revolution, which makes me more on the Conservative side. John, is your take, therefore, because we are going through, undoubtedly, a fascinating realignment in politics, even if the party names, in the case of the Conservatives and Labour, remain the same, they are unidentifiable to the sort of beasts that they were 20, 30 or 40 years ago.
Really?
Well, I mean, I'd say, for example, on the EU, the party...
The Conservative Party is, but I mean, Andy Burnham...
Well, Labour has flipped since Kinnock, right? It was Kinnock. Labour in the 1983 election was in favour of withdrawal from the common market,
Oh,
right?
I see what you mean.
And now is pro sort of globalist. You know, we all need to work together to solve climate change and all the rest of it. So it seems to me a realignment's happening, even if the party brands are to some degree the same, but you've got new brands emerging as well. That there has been a pivot of a lot of positions in terms of the nature of the beast. But do you think there will be a further shattering of the party system? I just wonder whether we are now going through a once in 100 years sort of realignment, and perhaps, I don't know, some wing of the Conservative Party hooks up with Reform and or Restore on a kind of new nationalist bloc on the right, and your sort of folks on the centre-right who are sort of pro-EU internationalist form some sort of new party or some sort of new liberal party, and the Conservative Party, as we know it, whoever sort of walks away with the actual brand and the title and the technical rights to the trophy cabinet and the electoral record really doesn't really matter. But there will be a split here because it's insurmountable, isn't it? You can't have in the same political party those of the Badenoch persuasion and those of the Ruth Davison persuasion.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the pro-Brexit electorate is shrinking and is ageing quite rapidly. So by attaching the Conservative Party to the same territory as that currently occupied rather more credibly by Reform and Restore,
Yes,
seems to me to be not one with a future. But the idea that it is impossible to be right-wing on many things, including our national identity as a European country. I mean, the people who are globalist are actually the people who presided over this enormous change in our population due to sending the Europeans home and bringing in a whole lot of non-Europeans. I mean, that is an absolute betrayal of 2,000 years of our history. And equally, the idea that you can't be in favor of hard money, independent central banking, a highly capitalist economy, that means that you have to be anti the EU is ludicrous. I mean, we are now in a totally different world from 2016. In 2016, it was still more or less possible to argue that we could cut free from the single market and we would be trading in a global free trade environment and the benign supervision of the United States, that we could have a golden era relationship with China. I mean, all this nonsense is gone. We now face a very hostile United States, which is promoting protectionism almost as assiduously as the mercantilists in China. We have a hostile China backing its puppet, Putin, in Russia. He couldn't keep in this war against Ukraine for 10 minutes without Chinese support. We have enormous challenges from the Asian economies, from India, from, in due course, also rising Africa. Our civilization is actually challenged as never before, or certainly for 500 years at least. And this is an environment in which all the arguments about European nations clubbing together to defend themselves and to assert their identity have come to the fore. I mean, the case for Brexit that was made by the free market liberal element, which was the intellectual element of the Leave campaign, has been entirely exploded.
Now, what I want to ask you, John, because you've been modest enough not to trumpet your electoral record, back in 2010, you beat Nigel Farage in a parliamentary election. You ran against him in Buckingham. I imagine you don't really think that shot's on the board this time round, but what do you think you might take out of it? What's your aim? You know, what will make you walk away with a spring on your step from Clacton on Friday morning?
Look, this is far and away the most surreal and bizarre election I have ever been involved in. And that is saying something.
That's a high bar as well, yeah.
Exactly. So I have absolutely no idea what will happen. What I can report is on the ground in conservative areas. I mean, essentially the further east you go, because Frinton is a very different place from Clacton. And the countryside behind both Clacton and Frinton is also a very different place. And I have been astonished. I was expecting this to be essentially a symbolic suicide mission, but I have been very surprised on the doorstep how many people have been prepared to say that Brexit was a mistake. I mean, all I do is turn up and say, it's about the by-election. I got one question for you. What do you think of Brexit? And if they say, well, I like it, then you say good morning or good afternoon or good evening. But if they say, well, I don't like it, or I voted against it, or I'm not sure, then you've got a market. And I'm amazed how many people have said that. I'm also surprised how many people are hostile to Nigel Farage in Clacton. But having said all that, there is absolutely no question he is going to win big. He's got a very efficient machine. He has got a dedicated following who truly believe in him. I would just make one proviso, though, to that. I have met quite a few on the street, quite a few reform activists. And a number have confessed, I mean, they're on the whole very pleasant people and quite talkative. They say some of them have had some doubts about this tactic by Nigel Farage. But all of them have said to me, I can't think of a single exception, oh, but we do like Rupert.
Right. Oh, interesting.
And that I think is quite significant. And the other thing I would say, just to add, is that this whole thing about bin-face has unquestionably helped Nigel Farage. Because, again, there were a number of people who might not have turned out for Nigel Farage because of the particular circumstances of this election, and it was seen as a sort of waste of time. But having proof that the mainstream parties don't have the bottle to take him on directly, and that they're hiding behind a dustbin, I mean, that confirms all their views of
the way the establishment
the Union
behaves.
Party and its conspiracy and everything else. And so I think the turnout will actually be somewhat higher than people expected. But actually what will happen, and all I'm looking for is evidence that there is an anti-Brexit vote in the Brexit heartland. But what will exactly happen on Friday morning, God knows.
John, thank you so much for sparing the time to be with us. We've shared the material on the screen. Let's put up image number 2 again. You can find John's website and everything on there to find out more about him. Brave man, taking his campaign to the most Brexity part of the United Kingdom. John, I was really sorry I missed you yesterday. I hope to be back down in Clacton soon, so I might see you before polls close or shortly thereafter.
Tomorrow or on the day.
Enjoy your time out on the stump. Thanks so much, John.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Look, if proof were needed, a lot of people in the chat saying I should gun back after him, but I want us to present a whole range of views here, and I'm sure that the vast majority of our viewers, Paul, are keen Brexiteers. But what do you make of it? He's put forward a point, and I was quite interested in this. Immigration's all gone awry since Brexit. It was much more under control when we were in.
Well, thank you, John, for coming onto our show. But John is the exact reason why everybody listening to this and who are influenced by us will vote for Brexit again in the future. No one wants to be spoken to like we're children in an assembly hall at some posh school. No one wants to be told that everyone else in the world is hostile to us, but Europe, for some reason, is the mother and father we should embrace. The most hostile group or bloc to us right now is the EU. They have done nothing since 2016 to make anybody want to go back. What you've got essentially is people like John Stevens who say things like, we should go back to the EU. It's a bit like saying we should go back to a domestic abuser. There is nothing about the EU that makes me think that we could do anything good if we were to rejoin. Fair play to John. Good luck going to Clacton and talking like that to people. He's going to get short shrift, I'm sure. But I'm sorry. It just reminded me, and by the way, it's on record, I was somebody who initially voted to remain. I wasn't as engaged in politics as I am now. However, very quickly decided that it was incredibly unfair the way the Brexit voters have been treated, and it really started to change my mind. I'm sorry to say, but John Stevens did nothing to change that argument whatsoever.
There you go. Thanks in the chat. Maybe I should have challenged him more. I don't know. Tell me in the chat whether you think I should give, our guests time to breathe, or whether you want me to, swing a punch in their direction if I don't agree with them. I'll gladly take your feedback on that. We've got the brilliant Jess Kane coming up. Are you going to speak to Paul, who's been waiting patiently? Before that, I want to let you know, after we've spoken to Jess, we are going to get Mark's metric of madness for today. Do you want to know what Mark's metric of madness is, Paul? I'm going to give you the number.
You tell me, because I never know the answer, by the way.
You know how this works. I give you the number, and you have to work out what madness it shows. And it's a bit of a complex number this time around. It's 350 million plus 659 million. 350 million plus 659 million. Can any of you in the chat guess what madness that points to? I'll be talking you through that after we've spoken to the fantabulous Jess Kane. Paul, take it away with young Jess.
Young Jess, welcome Jess, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. It's great to have you on. Thanks so much for coming. Are you? By the way, are you going to Clacton at all this week?
Yes, of course I am. I've got
When are
to
you
see
going?
all the magic. I'm going to go up on Thursday morning.
Smashing. Hopefully I'll see you there. I'm going Wednesday. I've never been to Clacton. We had Ellie Hodges in earlier. She's been several times. Mark went yesterday. I'm going for the first time ever tomorrow. I'll be there overnight, probably on some of the Mike Graham shows, and I'll be there Thursday as well. Look, Jess, I contribute to a lot of shows, and you do also. I never get to interview you. I never get to speak to you really. And I've got some really, I've got some questions I'd like to ask. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it hardball, don't worry. But I was reading recently your article in Conservative Home, which was about the grooming gangs. And before we get on there, you were saying the one thing that should unite the right is the grooming gang scandal. But you're in your 20s, Jess. Normally young women in their 20s are going down to the beach, hugging asylum sneakers and saying, please come and stay in my flat. I'm sure you won't do me any harm. You're not doing this, Jess. Tell me how you arrived at this point politically.
Well, let me tell you something to start with. I actually used to live in a small seaside town near Brighton called Shulham. So I grew up around woke nonsense. So I'm actually quite surprised myself that I wasn't indoctrinated similarly. But I think for me, it was my childhood which made me sort of see through fakery. A lot of young girls or young boys, or I suppose they're men and women now, that I grew up with in foster care who are politically inclined. There's not a lot of us who are politically inclined, but I couldn't think of one who's a member of the Green Party. I couldn't think of one who's particularly left wing. They are all sort of on the right or a Liberal Democrat. So I do think that's obviously not to every single person who's experienced care, of course, that would be a bit silly to say. But I do think when you've grown up in a situation where you have no free will over your entire life and you're always clutching at straws as to where you might get some personal freedom, you do grow up in politics desiring personal freedoms. So I think that's why I sort of turned out the way I did to start with.
Jess, that's fascinating because I think a lot of young people, and I did too, by the way, when I was 17, 18, it was the year of 1997 and Tony Blair came to power, and I thought it was the most magnificent thing that had ever happened to British politics. And spent probably the next 4 to 8 years staying with that, and it wasn't until later on in the Blair years that I really started thinking, well, none of this is adding up, and then of course later on we had things like Brexit, we had the wars in the Middle East, and we had all sorts of other things going on, and we've seen the outcomes of that now. I wish I'd had the political nous and foresight to have perhaps seen the world slightly differently, Jess. So I admire that, because you will be surrounded by people at your age that do think differently, and you are thinking critically, so that's fantastic. Now, in your article, you were talking about uniting the right. What do you think that looks like, Jess?
Well, I do think an agreement would need to be reached, but at the moment, it seems that both sides are unwilling to compromise. First, Rupert Lowe, in his conditions, said that all ex-Tories would need to be expelled. So, Robert Jenrick and Suella Braverman, who are some of Nigel Farage's greatest assets, I think that's not likely. And then in Nigel Farage's counter-offer, I'm not surprised he then said, in return, you need to get rid of Charlie Downs. I think, to be fair, he probably said that because Rupert Lowe had the cheek to ask Nigel to get rid of Suella and Jenrick, which is ironic considering Rupert Lowe had been gassing them up on social media when they were still Tories. But beyond that, I do think an agreement could be reached. I do think that for an agreement to be reached, there would need to be, I don't know, some sort of compromise on where the parties would stand. Maybe sort of similar to how the Labour and Cooperative Party do. Maybe not that entwined, but we have such similar aspirations and goals. There are only a few slight differences. It does seem to me we're just damaging and destroying each other.
Yeah,
we need to come together.
Such a good point. There is lots of common ground. I'm going to be talking to Leo Kirst later, and I'm going to talk to him about the disagreements between Restore and Reform, and basically it boils down to two things at the moment, which is ethno-nationalism versus civic nationalism, which are two terms that really weren't being used up until recently for a very long time. And I think we're going to explore that a bit more then. But if let me put you on the spot a bit here, Jess. How would you see yourself? Are you an ethnat or are you a civnat?
I am a civnat, definitely.
That's Mark. By the way, that's Mark Littlewood clapping there. He agrees with that. It'd be really interesting if you'd said, "No, I'm absolutely an ethnat," and you've got a new book coming out, also called The Great White Hope.
Brilliant.
Jess,
Yeah.
we're going to move on now, but thanks ever so much for joining us today. We're going to get you back on the show. Hopefully, I'll get to see you in Clacton. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. We saw in the messages, and one come up on screen, that you are actually inspiring a lot of people. And I just wanted to thank you for that. Also, I think Mark's got something to ask.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Jess, because look, you're a Gen. I was about to say Gen Z, Gen Z.
Yes.
We're an English language channel,
No
not an American
Americanisations
language channel.
here.
You're a Gen Zer, right? I'm a Gen Xer. And most of us Gen Xers assume you Gen Zers, obviously not you, I just mean your cohort, are crushingly woke, pro-DEI, snowflakey, that you are, a standout example of the opposite. But are you in a vanishing minority, or is your generation beginning to bite back against all this nonsense?
I do think that we are starting to fight back and sort of get a grip of ourselves. I think when everyone is in their younger days, they're sort of more averse to being gripped by fantasies and grandeur. And I do think they're now starting to see the effects of what wokeness has had on our generation. Look, I was just a teenager, like 13, 14, when I made my first Twitter account, and woke was really popular back then. This is 2013, 2014, and it was just everywhere. You could not say anything without someone saying, well, I'm not going to educate you on that. You need to do some research and hard thinking. And you would be like, oh my God, I've just committed. Oh, what did I even say? I think people my age are sick and tired of it. What happened to saying whatever you liked without any pushback? Come on, this is it. I do think my generation has had enough of it, to be honest. I do see that same wokery on apps like TikTok, but that is where those thoughts will fester. But then you see right-wing thoughts on there as well. To be honest, I think my generation is starting to wake up. They've had enough of this. They can't be dealing with any more wokeness, because it's actually showing now that this woke practice is discriminating against the general population, and we've had enough.
Jess, more power to you. Look forward to seeing you soon. Good on you.
See you soon.
Good on you.
See you soon.
Sound as a bell. Take care, Jess. So I don't think you were nearly nothing like tough enough on her, Paul.
No, I mean the trouble is
swing a punch.
The trouble is when you completely
another super chat.
Wow. Who's this?
Rich Beef, another $49.99 from Rich Beef. Thank you so much, Rich Beef.
It's about 500 quid today, at least.
Yeah,
Incredible,
absolutely
Rich
fantastic. Beef. Thanks so much. We do need this, right? This is a startup setup operation. Pooch & Co have done a brilliant job of putting together 2 full studios, but we are determined to bring you common sense and the truth on a shoestring if we can. But every single super chat you give us really, really helps.
It helps me, Mark, because yesterday I only managed to get in breakfast, lunch, dinner and supper.
There you go.
So I really could do with a full meal schedule.
Are you going to announce the OnlyFans?
I will. By the way, yesterday I mentioned having an OnlyFans channel. That's not something to be messed around with, and I will be and put it in the comments if you want to see it, because you're going to see it anyway. There is going to be an OnlyFans channel that I'm going to set up for me, and I want as many people to sign up to it as possible and pay money to see me read the reform contract, probably in my undercrackers, with maybe one nut hanging out.
Yeah, this is niche audience. You might say niche audience, but you know we've had quite a few people on this show who seem to be appealing to a niche audience. Most of you think John Stevens is appealing to an even nicher audience than Paul Cox's
I must say, by the way, I must
channel.
say because it's not easy, right? I had Matthew Holbert on yesterday. And we do want to hear dissenting voices. We do need to hear that as well. And when we're interviewing them, one of the reasons that I can come back afterwards is I can say the things that you're saying in the comments. It doesn't mean that Mark's not agreeing with that. It just means if we can't hear what they're saying, then we don't know what they're trying to say. We know it's absolute horse turd, but I can't say that on any other channel, can I? Well, thank you for coming on and talking absolute turd. We'll get you back on next week for more turd. But
that's pretty much what you say to Matthew Hilbert.
I do say that, to be fair to Matthew Hilbert.
That's usually your parting comment to him.
Yes, but we will develop our interviewing style, but I think we've already nailed it.
Yeah, okay, so do you know what it's time for, Paul?
I know what it's time for.
I gave you the number. You know what it's time for. Let's play clip number 1.
It's time for Mark's metric of madness.
Here is my metric of madness today. Have any of you got it in the chat? Has Coxie worked out what it is? 350 million plus 659 million. No, it is not the amount that Rich Beef and Simon Kilford have donated in super chats by the end of the show. We are incredibly grateful to them, but it's not quite on that scale. Paul, have you got any clue at all about what I'm referring to? Shall I give you a sneaky little clue?
I was going to make a joke, but it wasn't as funny as the message that come on screen, which is never a good thing to do.
Right.
So no, go away. Take it away. Sorry, don't go away, Mark. Please stay.
Think back to politics 10 years ago. Does the controversial number 350 million mean anything to you?
It does now, yeah. But that means that was the money we were going to that we give to Europe, that we were going to donate to the NHS.
Yeah. Do you remember this in the chat? It was a very controversial vote leave bus, and on the side of the bus it said, if we leave the EU, we could spend another £350 million a week on the National Health Service. Whether you want to spend it on the National Health Service, I don't know, but that was their claim. If we left the EU, another 350 million will be spent every week on the National Health Service. And Coxie, it was poo-poo, this, right? The Remainers said...
Poo-poo is one way of putting it.
It was absolutely... The Remainers went nuts, you know, that this is, you know, fake news, contorted numbers, all of the rest of it. So 10 years on, how much more a week do you think we are spending on the National Health Service compared to a decade ago when that bus was touring the country? How much more per week are we spending on the NHS now compared to the time of the referendum campaign, almost exactly a decade ago?
So that was 350 million. Since then, we've had 350 million asylum sneakers come in on a fun boat or 7. And I reckon that's gone up considerably. I reckon it's now 500 million.
Well, the answer is we are now spending an extra 1.09 billion a week.
Good Lord, and buckets of...
That is why my
stuff.
metric of madness was 350 million plus 659 million. It's not just an extra 350 million that we're spending on the National Health Service. It's that, what they put on the bus, with another 659 million per week labelled on top. That's my metric of madness for 2 reasons, Paul. The first is everybody on the Remainer side laughed at the bus and said this is absolutely outrageous. Well, actually, NHS spending has gone up far, far more than the Vote Leave campaign even dared to suggest it might. So that's one metric of madness. But the other bit about the metric, I'm not sure we're getting £1 billion a week a better service from the NHS, right? I'm not sure it's the obvious thing to throw money at.
We're definitely not getting a better service from the NHS at all, which is a shame to say because it's literally a lifesaver. However, there is nothing that justifies the spend because you should be able to measure the spend directly correlated with the success of the service, and we can't do that right now.
Yeah. Can I tell you a bit more about my Clacton tour, my Clacton recce, Paul? You want to know more about it, don't you? So I was trying to track down, I wasn't actually trying to track down Reform particularly, I kind of knew where they were coming from. It was all of the other parties I was trying to track down, and I did have a little bit of success. Let's play, first of all, clip number 9. There's quite a lot of people on the right who don't seem to like Nigel Farage. Play clip number 9, if we might.
Well, common censors still to track down a candidate yet. And there's quite a lot of tourists here rather than voters. But I have tracked down a poster from Kai Stevens, who is apparently the candidate from the British Democrats. And by the nature of his posters, I think he thinks Farage is a bit of a dangerous lefty pinko. Native Brits will be a minority by 2063, his posters say, and mass deportations will save us. He's not a candidate for Restore, to be clear. He is the candidate of the British Democrats. These posters are all, by the way, on a construction site. The property behind me is all locked up, battered down, closed. But anyway, some sign of campaigning at last. I'll check in soon, common censors.
So I confess I never heard of the British Democrats until I saw that poster. So Kai Stevens, not to be confused with John Stevens, is running, doesn't think Farage is tough enough on immigration. Those posters didn't count in my tally because they were fly posters, right? They'd obviously just been put up on a, on a sideboard. It wasn't that the owner of the property was deciding to actually advertise for Kai Stevens, I don't think. But there you go, another little fraction on the right. I don't really know much more about them other than that poster, but it's part and parcel of our politics atrophying. But who else do you reckon I tried to track down, Coxie?
You must have been trying to track down Binface.
Yeah, that's nearly impossible. He's
well, it's bin day, wasn't it? So he's been taken out.
He's been taken out. I don't think. I think he's just. I think he only fights the air war, not the ground war.
Oh yeah,
basically,
he's not,
he's
doesn't
all
leave Islington.
Social media rather than actually going around knocking door to door. No, I wanted to see if I could find any Tories.
Did you find any?
Well, let's have a look at clip number 8.
Well, hello, common sensors. You're not going to believe what I've found here as I've been patrolling the streets of Clacton. How about this? Absolutely remarkable. You see that? It's the headquarters of the Clacton Conservatives. The Conservatives, of course, are not running here. Used to be a safe Conservative seat. They're not fielding a candidate this time. No activity going on. Yeah, there you go. Seems to be pretty locked up for the Clacton Conservatives. They have an office, but they don't have a candidate.
Yeah, so there you go. I found Conservative HQ, but it's fair to say it was not a hive of activity. And John Stevens was right. This used to be an absolutely rock-solid Conservative seat. I mean, it's ebbs and flowed, because if you remember way back, Douglas Carswell was the Conservative MP there. Then he defected to UKIP and won it in a by-election and again in the general election. Then under Boris Johnson, when it was vote Tory to get Brexit done, they won it in an absolute landslide. Then, of course, Farage comes in and wins it. So small C Conservative, you might say. It's definitely going to vote to the right, but they seem to have plumped for Farage now. But a bit odd to find a political party that's got the resources to actually have an office pretty much on the high street, but nothing going on in it, right?
It's incredible, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money in politics slushing around. And sometimes you wonder how it gets there, or wonder what the people are doing for it. Can you imagine some of the money? If I told you what I know, and I can't tell you because I get several million, well, it's mainly Russian and Israeli millions, but if I told you everything I know, they would kill me. No, I wouldn't, or I'd have to kill myself. In fact, I don't have a balcony, so I'd probably have to drown myself in the bath and put myself in a suitcase. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here, Mark. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of money being spent in politics. We have no idea where it's going. And we need to consolidate some of that spend. We need to consolidate it in a good way by agreeing what we want on the right. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of an iterative process. I see John Evans saying in the chat that the Conservative office in Clacton will be a vape shop by next week. Mind you, while I was standing outside, I was nearly changing it into a vape shop by me just being there, puffing away outside. So that's all, I'm afraid, the only sign of conservatism that I found. Obviously, the Conservatives are not running a candidate. So then I decided to head to a lovely pub out slightly in the sticks. Mind you, I live in London, so I consider virtually everything to be the sticks, and I consider Camden to be the north, by the way. A lovely pub called The Ship, and we did go there because we know it's one of Nigel Farage's favourite watering holes. Unfortunately, didn't find the big man himself, but we did find a couple of people to speak to, and the landlord there was absolutely brilliant. We decided to stay and have dinner there, Coxie, and we looked through the menu. It was a kind of traditional menu, but in London menus now, there's at least one or two things in every dish that I've never goddamn heard of. Incredibly pretentious. You're like, what's that mean? What's that mean? What the hell's that sauce you're describing? Anyway, they had on their menu, I think it was described as maple glazed ham, thick cut, with a range of accoutrements with it.
Accoutrements?
Yeah, maple glazed ham, thick cut maple glazed ham. And both myself and one of the chaps I was with was quite attracted by this. I had the mouth watering, I was salivating a bit. So when the guy came over to take the order, and we both said, well, we'll go for that one, please. He said, all right, yeah, ham, egg and chips. Ham, egg and chips. Ham, egg and chips. And it was indeed ham, eggs and chips. Very good ham, eggs and chips. Really good.
Was it honey glazed?
It was maple glazed, I think it was, but that wasn't the bit he was focusing on. So these two geezers want their ham, egg and chips, get it to them fast. I love that kind of attitude in Clacton. Anyway, yeah, we spoke to a couple of voters there. So I spoke to David. We've had a floating voter. So let's play clip number 12, see if you can work out which way David's going to vote. I must admit, I've got no idea. So we've got David joining us now, another local. David, we're in this lovely pub, The Ship, absolutely gorgeous pub. How do you think the by-election's going? You think it's a bit less certain, right?
Definitely.
Well, what is that? Everywhere I've gone, I've only seen posters for Reform and Farage. I haven't seen any for the other candidates. There's 33 of them.
Yeah, but that's locally, isn't it? According to what I'm watching on social media, nationally, with the other parties are putting out different statistics,
right?
Aren't they?
So what's your take on what's likely to happen on Thursday?
What's likely to happen? I think locally it will probably go his way. Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't go the other way and somebody, everybody puts in a comical vote.
Wow, you don't think he's home and hosed?
Not quite, no.
Right.
Only because when we looked at Brexit or any of the others, it was so close. Right. I don't think it's a given person.
And have you decided who you're going to cast your vote for?
No.
You're still undecided?
Yeah, because of what I'm getting faced with on social media.
Right.
Like sometimes I'm pro, sometimes I'm whoa.
Right.
That's all.
So there you go, guys. David's vote's up for grabs. You need to get to him. Come down the Ship pub and lobby this guy. One vote up for grabs, and maybe it will be Nick and Tucker on Thursday. David, thanks so much for your time on UK Live Online.
And if Nigel needs a dog walker, Pad Cloud.
There you go. Offering to dog walk as well. Excellent stuff. So a floating voter there, but seemed most interested in trying to sell his dog walking services. So that might be the way to get his vote. You've got to go a bit kind of pro-canine in order to get Dave's vote. Now, what I discovered, Paul, I don't know, look, I'm always sceptical about feeling on the doorstep, right? I probably spoke to a total of, 30 or 40 people. So it might not be a completely robust exercise from a data point of view. But I discovered this. The noisier people were all, vote bin face, as soon as they sort of saw a camera. All of the quiet people were pro-Farage. Mm-hmm. And that reminded me of the Tory party back in the day. It was all the silent majority who voted Conservative. They weren't ostentatious about it, they weren't loud about it. They probably wouldn't even say, oh, I'm definitely voting Tory. But they'd probably say, you know what, I think Margaret Thatcher's all right. I think she's doing a pretty good job. The quiet people, oddly, I think are the Farage voters in Clacton, not the noisy ones. What do you make of that finding?
Oh yeah, of course, because they don't need to make the noise. They can just go and go and put their vote in the box on Thursday. It will say Reform on the ballot, and they'll give it a bit of an X, and it'll go in the box, and that'll be their vote. The reason the other people are shouting around is it's this contrived establishment, but pretending to be anti-establishment voter that really isn't engaged with politics, has bought into all the niff-naff and trivia that says Nigel Farage is the worst thing since the devil. It's all a nonsense. People are waking up to it all over the place. But of course, you can't wake up and talk about it in the same way you and I can, Mark.
Yeah.
This is how we make our living. So that's okay. And we can't be cancelled or criticised because there's plenty of people that want to hear our views. Thank goodness, and thank you out there. However, many people can't do that. They can't go into their office jobs, wear their lanyard and say, I'm voting for Nigel Farage because I really don't like the way the country's going, because they'd be fearful of what their colleagues would say.
Yeah.
But you can walk into an office anywhere and go, I'm voting bin face because Nigel's evil, and people will slap you on the back even if they don't believe it.
Yeah, so I did find a Nigel sympathiser, again, softly spoken chap, but let's play clip 14. John looks to me like he's going to vote for Nigel Farage on Thursday. Right, common sensors, I've made it to the Ship pub, one of Nigel Farage's favourite pubs. Here he is on the wall. The great man himself has not bestowed the blessing of his presence upon us yet, but he hangs out here quite a lot, we're told, by the landlord and the regular drinkers. And I'm joined here by John, who's a regular at the Ship. John, isn't it? Great to be with you, my friend.
Thank you.
For joining us.
Thank you.
So what's your take on it? A regular in these parts, Nigel Farage up for election, how's he going to do?
I think he should do okay. There's no doubt he'll win the election anyway. He probably will get 60% of the votes. But in my opinion, I don't believe the election should have been called. But I do believe he would correctly call the election because of what's happening now, especially with the problems with Mrs. Whittleton.
Yes, yeah, it's looking quite grim, this, isn't it? I mean, they should have investigated a threat to Nigel a lot earlier, it seems.
Correct. And as well as that, the Times newspaper shouldn't have put the pictures in where the place was in Richmond, which obviously I do know the area, and I believe his daughter was living in the property.
Yeah, so it's quite a lot of an invasion of privacy as well. What's the feeling on the ground here? We've been going throughout the constituency, up from Clacton and the pier and everything all day. Has he got a lot of support here in this neck of the woods?
Yes, he has indeed. He's got most support here, and I think he will get. It will be easy enough, but I don't understand why so many other candidates, all their money's going to be thrown away.
Yeah. So you're expecting a pretty comfortable win for Nigel Farage come Thursday?
I expect a very comfortable win. And I think he'll win, as I say, he'll get 60 to 70%. I think Mr. Binface may get second, but I'm sure though. But it's very strange.
Very strange election, says John. John, thanks for your time and joining us on UK Live Online. Real pleasure to get the take from the locals. Man here who thinks that Nigel Farage is going to win very comfortably. So, John there thinking, well, I think Wayne Taylor earlier said 60 or 70% they'd be happy with, but there's always an expectations management game, isn't there, Coxey, you know?
Yeah, you do have to manage the expectations because you don't, above all else, you don't want to take for granted what the turnout will say. It's their constituency. They have every right to vote for who they want to, irrespective of what I think and anyone else thinks. So that's one of the reasons I don't like to get... I know what success looks like. Success looks like a half-decent turnout with 60% of the vote going to Nigel Farage. That will prove his point. That'll be case closed. And then it's back to the parliamentary committee to, do whatever they want to do. And then if they say Nigel Farage has to go back to that electorate, more fool them.
Yeah. I did find an out and proud bin-face voter.
Did you?
I did. And
what colour was their hair?
No, you might be a bit surprised about this. Let's play clip 13. So, what's your name? I'm Mark Littlewood from UK Live Online. You're a local gentleman here?
I'm Dave Burgess from Clacton.
And Dave, what are you making of the by-election that's going on at the moment?
Well, besides the fact it's a bit of a farce overall, I'm hoping Count Binface wins.
You're going to be voting for Binface, yeah?
I already have a postal vote.
Wow, that's quite organised if they're getting their postal votes out for Binface. And what attracted you to the Binface manifesto?
Because I believe that Farage is nothing more than a crook and a con man.
And do you think he's going to win?
With 30 overall candidates, it's difficult to say. They could water down the end result. I'm hoping Binface will win. Depends how many the other voters, the other people take off of him.
So the message here is it's a two-horse race, Farage and Binface, yeah?
For me it is, yeah, definitely, just the two of them.
There you go. That's Dave's view from the front line. Already cast his ballot for Count Binface. Dave, thanks very much for joining us on UK Live Online.
You're welcome. Pleasure to talk to you.
There you go. One vote in the can for the bin. Voted by post already. Count Binface has got a tip-top postal vote operation underway. One in the bin.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks for doing that interview. And like many others watching this, I really hope that we do find a cure for dementia. That was some absolute piss. I just genuinely, I think that Nigel Farage is a crook. It's an absolute scandal. You don't, mate. You just watch the BBC. The BBC, you absolute.
We'll get sued
flannel.
if we carry on like this.
Well, I don't care really, because I want to try and speak.
We've got the super chats to pay the lawyers.
Yeah,
now.
thank you very much. Yeah, try and come at us with Simon Kilford and Big Beefy Rich. We've got no problem whatsoever. But that was that was rubbish from Dave, wasn't it? But well done for interviewing him, Mark.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, the anti-Farage contingent, which I think is quite small, is out and proud about it. And the Binface thing is just clearly nuts. But I guess it is a way. It is like, to some degree, they'll see it as the biggest protest you can cast your vote for, even though he's an Oxbridge Classics graduate who has worked for the BBC and Times Radio. So,
yeah, of course.
It's put a big bin on his head to look anti-establishment. Question whether he is. But look, I know somebody who is devoutly anti-establishment and tells it like it is, and it's Paul's next guest.
Yes, my next guest is the wonderful Leo Kirst. There he is. Look at him. What you don't know is that Leo is absolutely tiny. 5'2". It's a tiny guy. He's massive, actually. Not only is he good looking, funny, he's also about 6'4". It's incredibly unfair. How you doing, Leo?
Yeah, good, thanks, Paul. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you brilliantly. Absolutely great. Brilliantly. I love your studio, by the way, mate. Yeah, all good though, yeah?
Yeah, all good.
Let's pretend that we don't talk every day on WhatsApp. Look, what I'd like to talk to you about today, mate, is obviously the Reform Restore split, and that is split into something. I was talking to Jess Kane earlier. You probably know Jess. I was talking to her earlier, and it's really split into two groups now: the ethno-nationalists and the civic nationalists. And just for those in our audience not too sure what that means and have heard those terms used very regularly, the ethno-nationalists, and I don't want to be too reductive here, they essentially believe that Britain is English, Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish. And many believe that in order to be one of those things, you probably should be white, and you should also probably have parents that were born and grandparents that were born in one of those countries. Whereas civic nationalists believe that you don't necessarily have to be any of those things to be British. You just need to be culturally aligned. Would you agree? You would agree with that as a description, Leo?
Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description. And I mean, the thing with civic nationalism is it's a wonderful idea, and it kind of works while numbers are low, while numbers are manageable. But you can't say that we could replace 99% of the population of Britain with Somalians because they have we just pick Somalians who have British values. They believe in democracy and tolerance and all the other things on the charts that get hung in public sector buildings. It just wouldn't work. You can't have. I mean, there's a great phrase that's used by the ethno-nationalists, which is demographic security. So Britain needs demographic security. So a certain proportion of Brits need to be able to trace their lineage back to Britain, and I think that's a sort of good balance. That means we can have 20% of the country, or more, or whatever it's decided. A certain proportion can trace them, can be integrated from overseas because they have compatible values, and a certain amount of British people should be British, because I think what we're seeing now is, for so long Britain had pretty successful immigration because we implemented civic nationalism and people came here and adhered to British values. But now the wheels are coming off that. Now people are coming into Britain and they're not even getting an opportunity to adhere to British values, because the places they're going to in London, Tower Hamlets, Birmingham, places like this, there aren't British values. People aren't even speaking English. They're coming into ethnic enclaves and learning completely different values. So yeah, I think we need to appreciate that civic national. I consider myself a civic nationalist. Civic nationalism is a good idea, but there are limits to it.
Yeah, so with me here is obviously Mark Littlewood, and I know there was an exchange. And I think all three of us consider ourselves to be civic nationalists. But I think largely because the word ethno-nationalist comes with connotations that none of us are comfortable with. But it is a spectrum, isn't it? You couldn't, I don't believe, and I'm not even sure Mark does, but I'll give him the right reply in a minute. I don't believe that you can have 100% civic nationalism, which is which is speaking to your point, because actually if you take that to the nth degree, you end up with what we've got, because it's a bit of a side door, a back door to multiculturalism. But at the same time, I'm not an ethno-nationalist, because I also don't believe that everybody has to be white and has to come from generations of white English people. So Mark, what would you say to that?
Yeah, look, it's quite, Leo's right on the face of it, isn't it? That if, suddenly by this time next year, 99% of the population of the UK was Somalian, you would be living in a completely different country, right? The cultural and civic change would be massive. But to my mind, that doesn't ethnicity is a marker of that, right? There must be a number of Somalians who can completely integrate into UK society and would be a benefit to UK society. I don't know how many, but it's above zero, but it clearly isn't 99% of their population. The reason I'm a civic nationalist is, let's imagine, I'm not advocating that this should happen, let's just imagine over the next 10 years, I don't know, 1 million Americans, 500,000 Australians, and 100,000 Luxembourgers move to the United Kingdom, right? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't think that of itself poses any big issue on, that they would be from different ethnic backgrounds to us, but they would civically be part and parcel, could easily imagine them signing up to the kind of civic code. Now, the civic code is nebulous, it's bloody difficult to define, it's a lot easier to take a DNA test and work out what race you are than it is to sort of say, do you really stand by the virtues of fairness and freedom and opportunity and equal treatment? It does get hazy, but just because it's hazy, a little bit abstract and a little bit nebulous, I don't think means it doesn't exist. So a putative, hypothetical influx of Americans, Canadians, Australians, Luxembourgers, perhaps, lob in a few Portuguese and Danes, I don't think that would fundamentally change the social fabric of the United Kingdom. You don't want it to massively happen overnight, but it could be assimilated over a period of time.
But the trouble with that is, maybe 30 years ago you could have 100,000 Luxembourgers come into the UK. Now, if you had 100,000 Luxembourgers come into the UK, I'd say about 85,000 of them would be hardcore Islamists. So, the makeup of Europe has changed. The idea of the Schengen borderless zone where Europeans could flow freely between countries, that's been broken because European countries keep letting in people who aren't European. And we've got to understand that, and this is something that really annoys me about the government. The government's always responds to concerns about immigration. Like Brexit, for example. Brexit was essentially a referendum on immigration. People were worried about the changing makeup of the country. And after the Brexit vote, the establishment, the government turned around to the British people and said, we've listened to your concerns, and we're going to make it much harder for Polish people and French people to come to the UK, and we're going to welcome in lots of Pakistanis and Somalians and stuff. And it's like, no, that's not what the result from the vote said. It's we always seem to restrict Western immigration and encourage third world immigration, and that's the opposite of what we should be doing. I think we've got to understand that the sort of free movement of Westerners in Western countries would actually kind of work really well. I've never heard anybody complain about Japanese people moving in next door and, they keep the gravel so well combed in their garden. Nobody's ever complained about that. We've got to understand that, people aren't. There's this idea of the universal human where everybody's exactly the same, no matter, we're all interchangeable economic GDP generating nodes, and we absolutely are not. In fact, from a lot of countries, people don't generate GDP, they generate a bill. So I think the sort of free movement, immigration from Western countries, brilliant. You know what I mean? I've got no problem with it. Immigration from the third world, oh my God, start building walls, get the Navy gunboats in the channel. Come on, let's be sensible about this.
Absolutely. Look, I think you've really got straight to the nub of the issue here. Civic nationalism has to have an element of ethno-nationalism in it. In the same way, if you want to protect any culture, you have to understand and identify what the culture is before you can start to protect it. And I think what everyone here is saying is that in order for us to have a culture, we must first understand what it means to be British. And we must first also accept that the majority of this country was built by white, anglicised, Northern European type people. And we shouldn't be ashamed to say that. I think this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because if you can't say that, then you can't have the ethno-nationalist conversation, and you need to be able to have the ethno-nationalist conversation. Otherwise, you'll end up with 100% ethno-nationalism, which isn't going to work for any of us, because as soon as you start doing that, I mean, in order of whiteness, it starts with Leo. He's Scottish. You don't get whiter than Scottish. Then it goes, well, Mark is sort of middle class Hampshire, so he can go right at the bottom because they're absolute scum. And you've got working class Hampshire, which is me, which is next below Scottish, which is white. Basically, you can actually trace my ancestry back for at least 14 generations, and everybody was born within about 3 miles of where I live now. I am probably married to someone that is also related to me, and that's why our 17 kids have many different sized limbs. But there's nothing wrong with that, of course. Mark, is there anything you want to say at this point?
So this is, I just wonder whether we look at it this way, right? So I used to be very, very libertarian on this, and the facts have changed my mind, because Leo is right. We are basically embarked on a national enterprise at the moment to export our indigenous millionaires and to import welfare claimants who have a high propensity to commit crime. And that is not a very good business model for a country. So I started asking myself, how should we kind of view our country? What is it? Is it just a landmass? Because I think the open borders people just think, all countries are just giant airports, and, we have one world on which to live and everybody should be able to go wherever they want. I've decided we should see our country as if it's a club. And I am a member of a club in London. It costs nearly as much as me maintaining my Learjet, but nevertheless, thanks to the super chats, I can just about maintain it. And the club has there's 2 aspects of the rules in order to become a member of the club. It's the Reform Club on Pall Mall I'm a member of. The first is a membership fee. That is non-negotiable, right? The total running of the club is divided by the members, and I have to pay, I think, £2,000 or so a year in order to be a member. If I don't pay that, I'm out. No questions. They might give me, 28 days grace or something, but no more than that. In January every year, pay your membership fee. So I think we should take the same view of the United Kingdom. If we do, as I had on Mark's metric of madness the other day, £18,500 is the amount we spend per person per year. So there's your annual membership fee. We need 18.5 grand from you. If you and your wife and your great aunt and your 9 kids want to come over because you want to study underwater basket weaving at some third-rate university, be my guest, but it will be £18,500 each for each of you, please. Write a cheque before we let you in. That's the first thing. So that would weed out, I think, a lot of the problem, right? Americans and Luxembourgers might well be able to afford that. Somalians, not so much. The second bit, which is again the more nebulous bit, being a member of this club on Pall Mall, it's not just have I written a cheque, I need to do that. There's a code of conduct. Now, it's a bit hazy. You know, you're asked to wear business attire. I don't think I'd get in this shirt, for example. You're not allowed to use mobile phones or computers in the public areas. You're expected to treat all other members of the club with respect. Not totally obvious what that means. You're expected to be courteous to the staff. You're not allowed to use expletives. Again, exactly what the line is, hard to say. But basically, if you paid your fee and broke those rules, you're also out. Now, in rough terms, I want to superimpose that onto the UK. You pay your way if you're wanting to join the club, and here are a list of rules that we need to be absolutely confident you're abiding by. And if you don't pay or you break the rules, sling your hook.
Yeah, I think Israel has a great model for what we should have in Britain, Zionism. And this is why it makes me so furious when people on the right and Jewish Zionists argue, because they should be perfectly aligned. We should have Zionism in the UK the same as they've got it in Israel. Like, if Israel's a homeland for the Jewish people, Britain should be a homeland for the British people. And it's interesting going to Israel, seeing they do things that like we would never dream of doing in Britain. For example, they published the fertility rates of the Israeli Jews and the Israeli Muslims. Obviously, 20% of Israel's population is Arab Muslim. So they published the fertility rate, so everybody can see, which group's pulling ahead, and it's sort of like a signal to the Israeli Jews. You better have some more kids, or you're going to be replaced. And obviously, if anybody did that in this country, they would be condemned as some sort of ethno-nationalist. But I think that's a sort of healthy form of ethno-nationalism, and I think that's the sort of Israeli Zionism is the sort of healthy form of nationalism that we could implement in the UK. And that's why it blows my mind to see, number one, British people on the right condemning Zionism, Israeli Zionism. And number two, when they essentially want the same thing for Britain. Number two, the other thing that blows my mind, and I think this drives a lot of anti-Semitism on the right, is seeing sort of mainstream Jewish voices like Gideon Falter, people like that, advocating for Israeli Zionism and condemning any concept of British Zionism at all. It's this sort of there's no parity. It's just so hypocritical. So I kind of understand why some people on the right, really resent that approach. I've got to say though, all the Jews that I know and all the Israelis I met when I went to Israel absolutely want Zionism for Britain, and they're all like, "What on earth are you doing importing the third world into Britain? Do you know how badly this is going to go for you? Do you know the trouble we've had with these people? So I really hope more sort of prominent right wing Jewish voices speak up and drown out some of the Gideon Falters.
Leo, that is exactly why I consider you the very best, and our audience do too. Before we go, I've got a couple of things for you. First of all, whenever I speak to a new audience, and this is a relatively new audience because the Cox and Littlewood show has only been going about a week, I like to remind people that if you enjoy my broadcasting, there is only one man to thank, and it's Leo Kearse. Leo Kearse introduced me to media. He spoke to a producer and said, "This is the Wally for you." And since then, I've never looked back. So Leo, huge thank you to you from me. That was 4 years ago now, believe it or not. But Leo, before you go, you've got an absolutely fantastic YouTube channel. Can you tell us where to find you, please, mate?
Yes, I'm on Patreon. I'm on Substack. If you want to get, that's the sort of paid level where you get some extra content and live streams and stuff. And I've got a YouTube channel, which is just Leo Kearse. So yeah, if you find Leo Kearse, and if you do want the live streams, I stream every Wednesday or Thursday, and you can see them on Substack and Patreon.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much, Leo. Enjoy the rest of your day. Speak to you again very soon, mate. Take care.
Cheers.
Oh, Leo Kearse there, Mark. A really interesting chat, and I think one we're going to have on this show more and more as we develop our views. Because if you look at the chat, what people really want is change. They want change, and in order to get change, they really want to see a step change very quickly. Yeah. By the way, a super chat there from Nanny Lulu. Nanny Lulu, I love you. £10 from Nanny Lulu. Thank you very much, Nanny Lulu. Look after yourself. You're doing a great job supporting me and everybody on the right, so thank you very much. But I think that people want to see a step change. And I think one of the reasons the argument between Restore and Reform, CivNat, FNAT has become so spicy is because that's where people see the change happening. And I don't necessarily believe, and I can't speak for everybody, that they want just to see white people, but what they want is respect for what Britain was about and can still be about.
Yeah, you're bang on right on that. And I'm fascinated in having this discussion, this argument. I kind of lobbed in a cat and several grenades into a bunch of pigeons on X the other day, responding to a Telegraph piece about Charlie Downs, who is Rupert Lowe's right-hand man in Restore Britain, saying, I want the CivNats to win this argument against the FNats on the right. But most of all, I want to have the argument and the debate. So I think it was Cheesecake said in the chat, you know, Mark's wrong about this. It's also about culture. It's not just about economics. That was the sort of second part of my club membership thing, right? It's not just you're coming in if you pay the chunk of cash, right? Osama bin Laden could have afforded that.
Yes.
The rules are going to be about culture. So, you know, for example, one of the rules, I don't know exactly how to frame it, but you'll get the gist. One of the rules would be that making jokes about any religion is fair darts. You might find it personally offensive, but you completely accept it as a legitimate part of a free society. So the Charlie Hebdo cartoons are legitimate and can be broadcast. You might not like them yourself, might not tickle you, might not be the sort of thing that you chortle at, but if there's any doubt at all that you think, no, such things should not be allowed, then I've got a large number of Sharia law clubs I can recommend to you. We ain't one of them. Exactly. So the culture bit, in my mind, will come into those rules. And it might be actually some of the FNAT stuff and some of my CivNat stuff would actually lead to the same place. But I just think it's important to understand the trajectory approach to get all of this worked out, rather than just saying, we need a step change, let's do something big, this looks like something big, let's do it now. We've really got to work out what we want the settlement to be. And that's going to require a lot of discussion and debate. My mind isn't wholly made up on this, I'm persuaded.
No, of course. And the shame of some of the disagreement and the way that it's fallen out is that across the board, no matter how broad that right-wing church is, there is common ground that's about 70 to 80%. Mm-hmm. That's a massive piece of common ground that people can platform from to make the right incredibly successful. There are parts of the left that have collaborated where they have probably only 10 or 20% common ground, but they recognise what the greater good is, and at some point, guys, I think we'll all have to come together.
Yeah, I think that's right. And to do so, we need to debate courteously and honestly with each other. Yeah. That's what we need to do. That's the way to get there. Look, we're going into overtime, Paul, but it's time to find something out, isn't it? It is time to find something out. Let's play clip number 2.
Let's find out what's in Cox's box.
Yes, in my box today are two things really that amalgamate to become one thing. Two things that are close to me and my heart. One of them is comedy, entertainment and art, and the other one is cancel culture. I recently did an interview on another platform where I was asked if Amanda Knox, who many of you will know as the person that was once convicted and jailed as part of the group of people, it would seem, that murdered the British student Meredith Kircher nearly 20 years ago now. She was subsequently exonerated and found to be innocent. Now, that's up for debate. That's not what my point is. However, I was asked one direct question. That question was, should Amanda Knox's Edinburgh show, which is called Cartwheel, be cancelled? Now, bearing in mind that this show has sold out, there were many people, including the family, Stephanie Kircher, the sister of Meredith Kircher, forefront of that, and they've actually kept their decorum throughout. They haven't overly spoken. They've just wanted to protect their daughters, sisters, aunts' legacy. Now, Amanda Knox is a free woman, and my point on this, and the reason I believe the show shouldn't be cancelled, is because only an audience can decide. It's not. I don't want to see the show. I don't even know if Amanda Knox is innocent or not. She's been found innocent by an Italian court. There's a lot of questions to answer there. I don't care for that. When I'm asked a question about comedy and should Should something be used as comedy? Can it be funny irrespective? My answer is always the same. There is only one group of people that can decide, and it's the audience. Now, just because she sold out a show doesn't mean that all the audience buy into it. It means that there is an audience out there who are interested enough to want to go and see it. Now, if they come out of that and say it's absolute rubbish or I'm never going back, that's cancellation. If none of us go, that's cancellation. But it's not for me to say, and it's not for you to say, to my mind, what can and can't be joked about, what can and can't be put on at the Edinburgh Festival. And this is the Edinburgh Festival, by the way, where nearly every joke that I've told on this show today, and there's only been about 4 of them, would probably be considered unacceptable. I would probably now be considered unacceptable if I went up there because of the media I work on and because of my political views. So I don't want cancel culture. I don't want cancel culture for the things that I agree with, and I don't want cancel culture for the things that I don't agree with. Why did I choose this today? This is a well-trodden path. Well, subsequent to that interview, many people who are on my side of politics believed that I was wrong because they have very, very strong views about Amanda Knox and that case, of which I understand. But if you don't protect the things you don't agree with, then the things you do agree with are also fair game. So in Cox's Box today, I want everybody to consider what they think about cancel culture. Just because you don't like it, should it be cancelled?
Yeah, well, that's a brilliant Cox's Box today, Paul, because I think that also goes to the point I was making about what are our rules.
Yes.
And, I think our rules should be to accept that freedom of speech massively out-trumps causing offence.
It absolutely does. And we talked a bit about your tweet, and, this was related to essentially what's going on with Restore Now. Let's not be obtuse here. And Leo responded to that by saying exactly what he said on air a few moments ago. And because I know Leo, and because I know he's essentially straddling the two sides and is on our side of the argument in terms of a ratio more than the other, I thought it was brilliant to see his point of view, because there are definitely people in the chat, definitely people who are staunch Restore voters that see reform as the enemy. And they might well be. That is not for me to say. That is for the voters, the side of which I am one. And that's a collective. But one thing we do know is the path that we're on now, if we carry on it, then it's the end of Great Britain as we know it. So do you want it? Do you want the end of Great Britain? Or are you willing to take a leap and we all come together? That would be my point.
Yeah, very sound, very solid. Look, audience, thanks so much. Another £5 super chat. Thank you very much, John. Thanks to all of you who've contributed super chats today. It really does keep the lights on, and is going to have to buy us a new audio mixer as well, I think. So thanks for bearing with us as Pooch and the wonderful team work around. We are competing on a shoestring, and we are doing, Paul, I'm quite flattered by this, but I don't mind us tooting our own horn. We are doing bloody well on audience. You look at how many viewers we're getting on the Mike Graham channel and on UK Live Online. You compare that to the mainstream media, who have got mega bucks compared to us, and we are beating them on YouTube. People want the truth and common sense, uncensored, uncut, and they want the revolution televised.
And we really do appreciate it, by the way. We've looked at the numbers, we've made the comparisons, and it's true. You guys are enjoying us, you are enjoying UK Live Online. We are not forgetting that our Messiah is Mike Graham, and none of this would happen without him. And we're glad to be your second favourite. So please keep supporting us. Thanks for all the super chats, by the way. If you can't afford super chats, we really just appreciate you tuning in, particularly those that comment. There's been some great comments today. There's been some suggestions about guests that we could have had. I think Nora was saying earlier that Bruce Unfiltered, get him back on. He's been on Mike's show, and now he has. I'd love to get Bruce on. In fact, I'm going to reach out to him. If you know Bruce, tell him to reach out to me, but I'm going to reach out to him, see if we can get him on soon, Mark.
So we'll be taking the revolution to Clacton. And because we are non-Ofcom regulated, UK Live Online will be broadcasting from Clacton tomorrow night at the Royal Hotel. We'll just put that back up on the screen and in the chat. If you want to come down to Clacton, if you're in the area or fancy visiting the marvellous Clacton-on-Sea, it's absolutely fantastic place. I genuinely loved every minute that I spent in that constituency. Then come along. We've got a handful of tickets left for Wednesday night's show, a few more left for Thursday mornings. There it is on the screen and in the chat. Come along and meet us and share a sherbet or two, because I've done the recce. Paul, and the Hampshire Revolutionary Praetorian Guard have already visited. We've cleared the way.
The acronym's always the same, the words are different.
We are pretty sure. There's quite a lot of rebranding going on in terms of what our actual outfit is, isn't there? But we will be down there one way or another. I'm hoping I can make it. I've got lots of travel difficulties. I need to get the Learjet refueled and all of the rest of it. But come to Clacton if you can. If you can't, make sure you watch us from Clacton. Remember to join Mike again there tomorrow morning at 7 till 10. We are very confident we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Our injunction is held. Studio 2 is still in the hands of the People's Popular Front of Portsmouth and Southampton. And here to play us out, here's the whole compilation of my wonderful adventure in Clacton-upon-Sea yesterday. Really had a great time. Can't wait to be back. See you all tomorrow. Good luck, Common Sensors.
Common Sensors, the Hampshire Revolutionary Guard has made it all the way down to Clacton-on-Sea, where I'm taking the temperature of what people think about this epic by-election. Nigel Farage faces 33 opponents, and we're asking the locals what they think of it. Well, here you go, Common Sense's Clacton Pier. This is the bit that everybody comes down to see. Quite a history around Clacton Pier. You know, it was the first pier in England that actually had an Olympic-sized swimming pool built on it, had a ballroom, the Blue Lagoon Ballroom, with space for 1,500 people to go dancing. Well, Common Sensors still to track down a candidate yet. And there's quite a lot of tourists here rather than voters, but I have tracked down a poster from Kai Stevens, who is apparently the candidate from the British Democrats. Here we go, look behind me. John Stevens billboard, vote rejoin the EU. Right next to us. So I've got a couple of other guys here. Are you locals or are you dug up? Because then I can plagiarise it like Jason Arday from Cambridge and claim all the credit myself.
For a Gen Z podcast for young biggest political podcast for children in the UK.
And you're going to be covering Clacton. So listen, I'm joined by Jason, the owner of the Royal Hotel. This is where UK Live Online and the Mike Graham team are going to be for a Wednesday night show and a Thursday morning show. Jason, how are you looking forward to hosting UK Live Online and Mike Graham down here in Clacton-on-Sea?
I think one of the things they say is Nigel's never here, and we know he is here because he's here quite a couple of times a month. So we kind of dispel a few myths, and we hope that something good might happen out of the whole thing. For whatever's happened, Clacton's a button.
So we've got David joining us now, another local. David, we're in this lovely pub, The Ship, absolutely gorgeous pub. How do you think the by-election's going? You think it's a bit less certain, right?
Definitely.
Well, what is that? Everywhere I've gone, I've only seen posters for Reform and Farage. I haven't seen any for the other candidates. There's 33 of them.
Yeah, but that's locally, isn't it? According to what I'm watching on social media, nationally, other parties are putting out different statistics,
right?
Aren't they?
So what's your take on what's likely to happen on Thursday?
What's likely to happen? I think locally it'll probably go his way, but I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't go the other way and everybody puts in a comical vote.
Wow, you don't think he's home and hosed?
Not quite, no.
Right. Decided who you're going to cast your vote for?
No.
You're still undecided?
Yeah, because of what I'm getting faced with on social media.
Right.
Like sometimes I'm pro, sometimes I'm woe.
Right. So there you go, guys. David's vote's up for grabs. You need to get to him. Come down the Ship pub and lobby this guy. One vote up for grabs, and maybe it will be Nick and Tucker on Thursday. David, thanks so much for your time on UK Live Online.
And if Nigel needs a dog walker, that's out.
There you go, offering to dog walk as well. So once again, we're taking the temperature here in the Spoons in Clacton-on-Sea, just opposite the pier.
It's never been really down the Clacton much, but I don't think it'll have the same amount of votes that he had last time.
So what's your name? I'm Mark Littlewood from UK Live Online. That's quite organised if they're getting their postal votes out for Binface. And what attracted you to the Binface manifesto?
Because I believe that Farage is nothing more than a crook and a con man.
Right, common sensors, I've made it to the Ship Pub, one of Nigel Farage's favourite pubs. Here he is on the wall. The great man himself has not bestowed the blessing of his presence upon us yet.
But in my opinion, I don't believe the election should have been called, but I do believe he would correctly call the election because of what's happening now, especially with the problems with Mrs. Whittleton.
99 a pint.
1.99 a pint.
You can't go wrong with that.
1.99 a pint.
Can't go wrong.
What cost of living crisis?
And anywhere
1.99
else,
a
they're
pint.
charging you like £6 a pint, but here it's 1.99 bargain.